Today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter was son of toxic Tony Stark, the Iron Man? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It seemed like everyone was able to move on but him. While the war for others was a stepping stone for them, for him it was his whole life. Since escaping his uncle's house, fighting against Voldemort was everything that Harry Potter was. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the Tri-Wizard Champion, Master of Death, all of those titles belonged to Harry Potter, but all the aspects of those titles were the fighter in him, the warrior. In all of that chaos he was a hero. The chaos is gone now. Evil has been vanquished. Peace is in place. But the scars still remain. Even though the scars of war don't dictate where he goes, they remind him of where he's been. Others were like him. Ron carried the emotional scar of losing a brother, and Hermione carried the physical scar of why she was hunted. But they were all so very different from Harry. No one saw Ron's scar. Hermione could hide hers away. Harry's emotional and physical scars could also be hidden or ignored, but his lightning-bolt scar that made him famous, that made him a legend and a target, an enemy and a hero, ever present on his head, would be with him always. Not as a trophy of war, but as a reminder of everything he'd lost. People wanted to bring him back into the world, but Harry didn't see the point. What was the point? His whole existence seemed to be to get rid of Voldemort. He was done with that. He'd seen the world at its worst, and those images wouldn't let him enjoy it better. His friends were patient with him, but as time passed life began to get in the way. Harry wasn't in any danger or seemed self-harmful, so he was eventually placed as a second priority. Without being constantly checked on or bothered, Harry enclosed himself off, letting life pass him day by day. He'd lay motionless in his bed for days until his muscles protested, and then he'd get up and go for a walk. As he walks down the streets at night, Harry doesn't pay attention to where he goes. Life is very dull and bleak. He lives in Muggle London in attempts to stay near with his friends, but be far from the rest of the community of people who claim to know him, but in fact don't know anything more than rumor and tale. Such a deplorable outcome for a hero, don't you think? Harry's head snaps up at the same moment his hand reached for his wand. Looking into the shadows, Harry saw a gypsy fortune-teller tent, with the fortune-teller outside of the door. "May I take your fortune?" "No charge, of course," the woman with intricate eye makeup and plenty of Romani jewelry said. Harry scoffed. He sucked at divination and he was a wizard, plus he hated that type of magic. Harry blamed it a lot for his lot in life. Had someone not prophesied his role against Voldemort, maybe he'd have had a good life. He was used to being played by wizards, so there was no way he'd stoop as low as to being lied to by a muggle. The gypsy woman smiled and said, "Do not think me muggle, for you will be mistaken." "You're a witch?" Harry asked. "Naturally, what other reason would I approach our hero at this time of night while he is in such a condition?" the gypsy asked. "Plenty of reasons, and no thanks. I never really liked divination," Harry said and turned away. "What about second chances?" the gypsy woman asked. Harry turned and raised an eyebrow at her. Her tone of voice, when she said that, was mischievous. "What type of second chances?" The gypsy woman's smile turned into a smirk. "Even among our kind there are things that gypsies know that others do not. Magic more ancient than some of the sand in Egypt. Passed down and actually believed as well as practiced generation after generation." Harry walked closer to the woman, ignoring the alarm bells going off in his head yelling at him to turn and run away. But he couldn't help it. He'd always been more curious than cautious. "What type of magic?" Harry asked. Her smile was now like that of a cat who got its cream, but then faltered to a frown. "You are upset with those who claim to know their hero when all they see is glory. They do not see the pain and exhaustion behind your eyes or on your shoulders. They side with you if you are the victor, but accuse you if something is wrong. But this pain goes back further, to the horrible treatment of those you were forced to call kin." She smiled a motherly smile gently towards him. "Peace reigns now, hero. You may finally take a rest, and I can offer you a second chance." "What kind of second chance?" "You and another hero claim to be, but all of their troubles began with family," the gypsy woman said. "The stars will allow a second start, to heal both heroes of their frozen hearts. Before Harry could protest and demand what she meant, a light flashed and blinded him. Darkness clouded his consciousness, and the last thing he saw before he passed out was death looming over him, holding all of the Hallows. That forced him to stay awake a bit more, but then came the soothing melodic sound of the woman forcing him back to sleep. You may not hold on to these, but they are still yours. Until the time arrives that you need these, Death shall hold on to them for his master. Good luck, Harry Potter. Even though he was a genius, Tony Stark hated business meetings. Everyone there was so boring. They weren't geniuses. They were just greedy old men who didn't know how to have fun. Tony loved fun. The minute he saw his escape, he took it. He didn't look back or think about the consequences, or the responsibility lecture he was going to get later from Pepper. He just needed a quick getaway, is all. That found Tony Stark wandering around London. While this wandering around took place, he saw some smaller kids being bullied by some taller kids. Being the hero even without his armor, Tony went to help. The kids he helped rescue were grateful to him, and offered to show Tony around. Seeing what his options were, Tony let himself be shown around London by two kids who knew the more mischievous side of the British people. Though normally he would never think of doing such things, well, it was more like he never had the time or the chance. He played soccer in the alleyways. He nicked some hot dogs. He might have accidentally left a very big tip anyway. And when the kids ran into a friend who was doing some art on the side of the building who had some extra stray paint cans, well, he might have written, Stark rules. And when the coppers arrived, well, he ran like heck. That ended with him running away from the city and towards the suburbs. He finally stopped in a park to catch his breath. The cops had long stopped chasing him, but it had been a long time since he had a great run, and nothing motivates you to run like being chased by the police. Besides, he had to keep fit. Looking around the park, he saw that it was empty. No, wait, nearly empty. Which was the same as not empty. There was one other person, a kid. He seemed slouched, sad, and he looked a bit like he felt when he was little. Tony shook his head. Those thoughts were depressing. There was no way the kid was feeling anything like Tony, and there was no reason for Tony to think too far into his past. Heck, he didn't like thinking into last week. Still, there was something about that kid that wouldn't leave him alone. Sighing, Tony made his way over. The kid didn't notice him, or, if he did, didn't bother to look up. A few feet away from the kid, Tony managed to get a better look at him. The kid was either very skinny or those clothes he was wearing were about 5 sizes too big. He had shaggy black hair, round glasses that were broken from the nose bridge, shoes that were falling apart at the seams. His pants and sweater, aside from being too big for the kid, were torn and dirty. The kid's face was also covered in dirt, his hands were covered in small cuts, and he was cradling his arm to his chest. Tony frowned. Kid? The kid jumped a bit, and his very green eyes widened in fear at Tony's voice. Tony raised his hands in a surrendering gesture to ease the kid. Whoa, relax, kind of getting dark, isn't it? Shouldn't you be home or something? The kid twiddled his fingers, but Tony noticed that the arm he had been cradling was slower, and it caused the kid to flinch. I'm supposed to wait here. Dudley goes away sometimes, but eventually Aunt Petunia comes to get me. The kid's voice was so small and weak it caused an odd feeling in Tony's chest, and he didn't like it. It made him felt like his chest was tightening and it hurt bad, but there wasn't any physical injury. He looked around. There was no one for miles and it was eerily quiet. Mind if I wait with you? You know, just to make sure someone comes to pick you up? The kid looked up at Tony with such a surprised look at his kindness that did nothing but tighten the bad feeling in his chest. And then looked down at his lap. He shrugged and said, if you want. When he sat next to the kid on the merry-go-round, he asked himself why he was doing this. He really didn't have an answer, or at least didn't have an answer that didn't make him go too much into his past. A small part of him wanted to wait until this kid's guardians showed up so he could give them a piece of his mind. Look at the kid. When Tony looked over again and saw the kid wince as he kept cradling his arm, Tony reached over, and when he grabbed the arm, the kid yelled in pain. Ignoring the frightened look on the kid's face, Tony pulled down the sleeve. The wrist seemed to be either broken or sprained, but there were bruise marks of different sizes and different stages of healing. Who did this? Tony demanded. Please let go, sir, it hurts. Tony did let go of his arm, but not on the subject. Did your parents hurt you? The boy looked down at his feet and whispered, "No, sir." "You don't have to lie to me, kid. Did they hurt you?" Tony repeated. "They're dead, sir," the kid replied. Tony's eyes widened a bit and then asked, "What happened?" The kid shrugged his uninjured shoulder. "My cousin Dudley and his friends like playing a game they call Harry hunting. I had to come here to carry his stuff. They were chasing me and stuff, like always. I must have fallen off of something and hit my head. He'll eventually tell Aunt Petunia where you left me and they'll come get me." Tony frowned once more. "Harry hunting? That's my name. Harry Potter," Harry said. "Did you hurt yourself?" Tony asked. Harry shrunk into himself and tried to pull away from Tony. "It's nothing I'm not used to." Tony was sure that by the end of the day he was going to have some gray hairs and wrinkles with all the frowning he was doing. This is not something that should be getting used to. Harry didn't say anything, and they fell into a silence. Tony waited patiently next to the kid for hours until night finally arrived. Standing up, Tony stretched and said, "Okay. Well, I gave them enough time." "Come on, kid." "What? No, I have to stay here and wait. If I don't I'll be in even more trouble," Harry cried. Tony crossed his arms and gave the best, "I'm serious" look he could muster. "You're hurt, you're probably cold, and we've been here for hours. I'm hungry, so you must be, too. I'm taking you to the hospital. And then we're getting a bite to eat." Tony didn't wait for the kid to say anything and pulled out his cell and called Happy to come pick him up. Why are you doing this?" "You don't know me," Harry asked quietly, and there went that tightening in his chest again. Tony smiled down at the kid and said, "I'm Iron Man. I'm a superhero, that's why." "What's Iron Man?" Harry asked as he tilted his head to the side. Tony's eyes widened comically. "Who's Iron Man? Who's Iron Man? Seriously? You're serious? You don't know who Iron Man is? Don't you watch television?" Harry shook his head innocently, not aloud. Tony sighed. Then he brightened and pulled out his cell phone, and showed Harry a video that was common on the internet of him as Iron Man kicking ass. The sheer excitement and happiness on Harry's face as he watched the video caused another feeling in Tony's chest. It was also a tightening feeling, but not bad. He shook his head and pocketed the phone when the video ended. "Well, that's you?" Harry asked in excitement. Tony unbuttoned some of his shirt's buttons and showed Harry the arc reactor. Those green eyes widened in wonder and he began to reach out to touch it, but pulled his hand back at the last minute. "Yup, I'm a superhero. It's in my job description to take care of people. Oh, and here comes my driver. Come on," Tony said as he ushered Harry into the car before the kid could protest. "Sir?" Happy questioned. "Nearest hospital, Happy, and quickly," Tony ordered. Happy nodded, and as they drove, Tony tried to keep Harry's mind occupied but at the same time trying to get information out of him. Tony learned a few things so far. He gets bullied by his cousin Dudley. What kind of name was that anyway? His uncle and aunt don't do much because they're blinded by their pig of a son. Harry said he calls him that behind his back, and Tony thought it funny and adorable. Harry's staying with them because his parents are dead, and doesn't have any other family. That when he's not pulling the weed from his aunt's garden, he's cleaning or doing some chore like a slave. That was Tony's word, not Harry's. And when they don't need him anymore he goes back to his room. A cupboard. They need him in a cupboard. What the hell? When they got to the hospital he paid for immediate attention, a private room, and the best doctor. Harry looked so small in the large hospital bed, causing that painfully tightening in his chest to flare up. The feeling quickly turned to blind rage, which took a great deal to hold back so as not to scare Harry, when they removed his clothes and only to see more bruises. The doctors had to take him away for x-rays, but Tony promised Harry he'd be there the moment he could. In this short break, Happy approached his boss. "Sir, what's going to happen to this kid? Even if we find his family, he's frankly better without them." "I know, right now I just want to make sure the kid's all right. We'll deal with the rest later," Tony replied. "What should I tell Ms. Pepper?" Happy asked. Right now, let's keep her in the dark," Tony said. Happy was about to say something when the doctor in charge of Harry came up to them. "Well?" Tony asked. "For the most part Mr. Potter will be fine. His bruises are healing up nicely. The wrist seems to be the only thing to be broken, though there shows some signs of previous bones being broken. Arm and leg. We've wrapped him up and we can prescribe some medicine to help him along. Though, seeing the markings suggest abuse." Psychological diagnosis might be helpful. The doctor seemed to pause a bit. Yes? Tony asked. Child services will be here shortly to speak with the child, sir, the doctor said. Tony's lips thinned to a fine line. He didn't know why that bothered him. It was these people's job to take care of people like Harry. They'd take him off his hands. God, why did his stomach just feel like it dropped? And that chest pain turned violent to the point that he actually clawed at his chest a bit. I'd like to be present in the room. He trusts me. He'll be nervous and scared with strangers in the room, Tony said. That would be up to the agents, sir, the doctor said. Tony waved a dismissive hand in the air. Whatever. Where is Harry? Is he done? The doctor nodded and pointed to the room where Harry was being wheeled. Soon the agents came and asked Harry questions. There was a man and a woman, and they were both wearing black suits and looked quite intimidating. Harry grabbed Tony's hand and squeezed it tightly. When they seemed to be ganging up on Harry, Tony stood up and looked as menacingly as he possibly could. Give the kid a break. He's been through a lot and he's in a strange place with people he doesn't know. If he knows anything he'll tell you, but give him some space to breathe. The room fell silent and Tony was panting a bit after his rant and glaring at the agents, daring them to say something else. I live at 4 Private Drive, ma'am, Harry whispered. The man in the suit nodded. I'll go check it out. The woman nodded and then turned to Tony. I suppose I can trust you to keep an eye on him until we resolve matters? Tony rolled his eyes. Well, duh. The woman looked reluctant, but when she noticed Harry's smile at Tony while tightening his grip on his hand, she smiled a little and left the room. Tony pulled out his phone and dialed a number and handed it to Happy and whispered to him, tell my lawyers that I want a document that will let me take Harry with me. There's no way I'm letting him go back to those people. For now, just something that will make it so I can get him back to the US without the government being on my ass. Then, when they have more time, make it so every country in the world recognizes me as Harry's legal guardian. Happy's eyes grew wide with incredulous disbelief. Sir, what brought this on? Tony looked confused himself by the question but then heard a yawn and looked at Harry, who was trying desperately to keep his eyes open. Tony smiled softly and said, I have no idea, it just feels right. What are we going to tell Ms. Pepper, sir? She's going to have a heart attack when she finds out you adopted a kid, sir, Happy replied. We'll have to tell Pepper eventually. But I dare her to stay mad at me while looking into Harry's sweet and innocent eyes. But other than you, me, Pepper, and Jarvis, no one knows about Harry. Understand? Yes, sir. But what about his family? Happy asked. What kind of family does this? Tony argued. Happy didn't have a reply and just kept quiet. Happy waited by the door while Tony sat on the bed with Harry, seeing that he didn't take up a lot of space. Half an hour later, the woman agent comes into the room and made motions for Tony to come talk outside. Instructing Happy to watch over Harry, Tony got up and followed. Mr. Stark, we received a notification of your status on Harry's adoption. I must say, that was probably the fastest adoption I've ever seen, the woman said. Tony shrugged. What's the point of having the best lawyers money can buy if they don't follow through? Well, it seems that even if their job was efficient, it wasn't completely needed. I mean, you'd still need lawyers, but it wasn't much of a battle, the woman replied. What do you mean? Tony asked. My associate went to 4 Private Drive. That place is abandoned, sir. Has been for a while, the woman answered. You mean, they just left him, without caring what happened to him? Just told him to wait for someone who wasn't going to come back for him? Tony demanded, and he was growing livid as each second passed. Maybe it was his own childhood that wanted to help the kid out, but it was his experience in Afghanistan that made him want to protect the kid. While over there he thought he was alone with no one coming to save him, he was partially right. Even though there were people over in the States who wanted his return, they were limited. He had to save himself, but there were doubts. It was in that time that Tony felt the most isolated, the most abandoned. For someone to leave a kid as nice and sweet as Harry to feel like that too. Seems so, sir. I just came to hand you these. All I need is your signature. We'll be contacting the American offices. They'll be doing inspections and checkups to see if Mr. Potter gets adjusted. He seems like a nice kid. I know you have enough money to make sure he never needs to work a day in his life, but from what I've seen, kids like these don't just need the material things. They need someone to be there, to care for them and love them. I've heard of your tales, Mr. Stark. Can you provide Harry with that? Tony's face turned serious and he turned to look at a sleeping Harry through the glass door. No offense, but all you might know is Iron Man. Harry met the man behind the armor. Pepper's support man of iron, father of gold too. Tony allowed Harry to rest up before going back to the hotel he was staying at. It was an odd feeling carrying the sleeping child up from the car to the room. He learned that Harry was 6 years old. Now, Tony knew that kids were small and tiny, which was why he stayed away from them as much as possible, seeing his track record of breaking things. But, as he carried Harry, that bad feeling in the pit of his stomach returned. He was no expert, had no children of his own, or younger siblings, nieces or nephews, but he knew that, as far as 6-year-olds went, Harry was small. So there was anger, but that wasn't all there was. Holding Harry in his arms, he literally and metaphorically held his life in his arms, too. It was at the same time frightening as well as a feeling of great gratification. Though he was unable to say what in heaven's name possessed him to do something like this, it just felt like the right thing to do. He knew it would be difficult, and he knew that, when Pepper found out, there would be a ton of lectures and fights and whatnot. But, as long as he got to keep Harry and made everyone understand that fact, he'd be fine. Tony knew that he wasn't the most responsible person in the world. He knew that being a parent isn't the easiest thing on the planet. Maybe he did see some part of himself in Harry and that's why he wanted to do this. Maybe he thought that this was the only way he, Tony Stark, can have an heir. He wouldn't live forever, and the idea of getting just anyone pregnant is horrifying, and right now in their lives, even if he can get Pepper to agree, isn't the best time. Plus, kids were one thing, babies were another. Setting Harry down on the bed and using his jacket to cover him up, being mindful of the injuries, Tony went over to the living room area of the suite. "He's asleep," Tony said. "With the medication they gave him at the hospital, he should be asleep for another few hours," Happy replied. "I want there to be something to eat when he wakes up. Go order something for all of us, yeah?" Tony asked as he pulled out his phone. Yikes, there were a lot of messages and missed calls. Skimming through the messages he added, "Some burgers, fries. Oh, onion rings are always yummy. Maybe some chicken. I'm sure kids like mac and cheese. Mashed potatoes are good too, especially with gravy. I probably should have asked what he liked. Oh well, we'll get one of everything remotely kid-worthy, and, of course, some sweets. I'm thinking double chocolate fudge cake. Some chocolate chip cookies." Tony was about to continue when he saw the frown on Happy's face. "What?" Tony asked, already knowing he wasn't going to like what was going to be said. Normally Happy didn't give him bad news. Part of the reason he hired him was because of his name. He expected to always receive happy news. "While you were busy speaking with the agents, the lawyers, and the American offices of child services, the doctors gave me some more medical information. And, well, he's small, sir, a bit small for his age. From what the doctors could tell, they gave him food to not die, but not what he needed," Happy said in a quiet voice. He knew many people thought of his boss as an irresponsible partier, because he was, but that wasn't all he was. He didn't save people as Iron Man because it was a publicity stunt. He did it because he knew it was the right thing to do. The fame of the matter is just a bonus, and he reacts to it the way his lifestyle has made him used to responding. And after what he went through, the idea of anyone suffering is horrible. The idea of someone as small and defenseless as Harry suffering was unbearable. Tony practically growled and glared at the door. If spontaneous combustion were possible. "I know he'll have anything he wishes to eat now, sir, but his stomach might not be used to huge amounts. It also shouldn't be anything heavy. He'll also need some vitamins to help his immune system," Happy said. Tony balled his hands into fist. Oh, how he wanted some dumb bad guy to wreak havoc just so he could have someone's ass to kick. But he controlled himself and sighed through his nose. All right, that'll be just another thing to add to the list. Once we get back to the States, we'll get him all set up in his own room. We'll need to get it furnished with everything he'll need. A bed, a dresser, some toys, some books, a computer. Oh, he'll need a cell phone, too. I'll get him a personal tailor to get him clothes that will fit just right, but to make sure he's comfortable in them. I can't have him walking around in rags like those, but I can't say for sure he'd enjoy walking around like a mini businessman. Oh, and he'll need new glasses. Maybe when he's older he'll want to get laser eye surgery, but that's for later. We'll get him his own doctor and a neutralist, and they can work together to get him a good working diet that will get him to where he needs to be as well as enjoying what he eats." Happy nodded, In the meantime I can call room service and tell them to have some soup on notice for when he wakes up. Tony nodded as well. Right. Make it chicken noodle. It's the best soup one can have while getting better. Yes sir, Happy said as he grabbed the phone and made his order. Tony sat down and tried to get some work done via his phone, but his mind kept wandering to the small little boy resting on the bed. He had seen plenty of pity cases before when Pepper dragged him to a lot of charity cases. Even more on television, but never had it felt so personal. He was about to give in to his desires and go make sure Harry was all right when the door opened and Pepper stormed in, anger clear in her very being. Where the hell have you been? She announced each word separately. Pepper, I can explain, Tony said as he held out his hand in an "I mean no harm" gesture. Oh, well that makes everything all better, doesn't it? You vanish in the middle of a meeting recess and don't come back. An entire night passes without you answering or replying my calls or messages. And then I call the hotel, and they tell me you've been here for hours? What the hell, Tony? Pepper demanded as her voice got louder the madder she got. Shush, Pepper, not so loud, Tony whispered, looking back over his shoulder hoping Harry wouldn't be woken up. I'll get as loud as I want. Did you forget what this could mean for Stark Industries? This is a very big deal, and I wish you would take it more seriously, Pepper raged. I had more important things to do, Tony cried out and defended himself. He was not sorry one bit for taking in Harry. And no one, not even Pepper, as much as he respected and cared for her, was going to make him feel bad about it. Oh yeah? Like what? Pepper challenged. Mr. Stark, a small voice said, and silence instantly engulfed the room. Tony instantly went to Harry and picked him up and held him to his chest protectively. Shush, it's all right. Did we wake you? I heard yelling. Did I get you in trouble? Harry asked quietly. No, I'm immature all the time. I don't need anyone's help getting in trouble. Besides, I'm not in trouble. This is just my friend Pepper. She just got worried about me. That's why she's yelling. But as I was trying to explain to her, I was gone all day yesterday and today because I was taking care of you, Tony said in a calming voice to Harry, but was also looking back at a very shocked Pepper. But ID didn't get you in trouble, all right? Harry asked again. Of course not. Hey, you hungry? Happy here was about to call for some soup, Tony said. Harry looked from Happy to Pepper and then ducked his head into the nook of Tony's shoulder and neck and nodded. All right. Hey, why don't you go with Happy and order anything else you want with that soup? I need to talk over some things with Pepper, Tony said as he carefully handed Harry over to Happy. When Harry and Happy were out of earshot, Pepper turned to Tony and demanded, Why is there a little kid here, Tony? I adopted him? Tony meant to state it, but it came out as more as a question. What? Pepper hissed. Tony, you can't. Tony straightened his shoulders and regained his famous arrogant confidence. Oh yeah? And why can't I? According to my lawyers, Harry will be recognized as mine by the whole world at the end of the week. And before you say anything, Peps, the kid needs this. He was abandoned at a playground. He was bruised and hurt. His cousin and his friends played something called Harry hunting. His family's house is abandoned. They give him the hand-me-downs of his overly fat pig of a cousin, and they starve him, which only makes him look so much smaller than he ought to be. Pepper frowned and crossed her arms. The doctors say there had been previous signs of broken bones and malnutrition. They even wanted to give him a psych eval, Tony said while giving Pepper a pout and puppy eyes. This time Pepper sighed. I know you want to do good, Tony, but I don't think adoption was the best option for you. Oh, and what was I supposed to do? Tony challenged. Give him to the proper authorities, Pepper replied. Tony scoffed. His parents are dead and he was sent to live like this with relatives. I don't want to imagine what would happen to the poor kid if he was placed in the system. Then Tony looked at Pepper with very sincere and serious eyes. Harry needs me to take care of him. I'll admit that there's a part of me that's yelling, what the hell are you doing? But it's only a small part. A bigger part is telling me that this is what I need to do. It feels as right as taking on the role of Iron Man. Pepper closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. Tony, I know you thought that was the right thing to do. Because it is. Tony protested. But Harry is an actual person. I know that. Not some invention or toy that, if you get bored with later, you can just return or give away, seeing that Tony was going to say something else. Pepper glared at him and he kept quiet and let her continue. Harry is a real person, and if what you say is true then he's going to have a lot of baggage. You don't like to deal with unnecessary things like this. You're a man of science, and emotions aren't your forte. Maybe not, but I can be there for Harry. The kid needs me, Anthony Stark, not billionaire big spender Tony, and not Iron Man. All I had to do was promise him he'd be okay and he believed and trusted me. Okay, I'll admit I never thought those things were scary, but in this case, it kind of was, but as scary as it is, I'm not backing out. I would really like it if you were on my side supporting me, but even if you're not, just like the company, my vote is the final one, Tony said in the most serious that Pepper has ever seen him. All she could do was nod. All right, Tony, I'll support you. Eventually Pepper forced Tony to go back to the meeting and try to salvage anything he could. In the meantime she promised to watch over Harry. So, Harry, what do you think of Tony? Pepper asked as they sat on the giant sofa and watched some cartoon movie on the giant flat screen. Harry's initial surprise to such technology and being allowed to watch it made Pepper get a better view as to why Tony had been so adamant. The movie that was playing was a kid's classic that even she knew about, but Harry had no clue whatsoever about what it was. They were sharing some popcorn and a beverage of their choice. Harry had never had soda, but Pepper didn't think it was the healthiest choice, and, given the medical reports Tony had shown her, she suggested some fruit juice instead. Harry didn't mind, and gladly accepted the apple juice he was given. I think he's the best. He saved me and took care of me and promised I never had to go back to my uncle or aunt, Harry said. Happily. Pepper tried not to frown when she asked, they didn't treat you like family, did they? Harry looked down at his feet and shook his head. No, I had to clean, and cook, and weed the garden, and dust the furniture, and mop and sweep, and I was only allowed to use the books that Dudley didn't want anymore, but that's okay because I liked the ones I had. I was never allowed to do some of the things like you and Mr. Stark let me do. I wasn't allowed to have anything to eat unless they didn't want it anymore. Or watch the telly. Or get better grades than my cousin, but I wasn't supposed to do too badly. Either. Realizing he said far more than he thought he was supposed to, Harry covered his mouth with his hands. I'm sorry. Pepper's eyes stung with unshed tears and anger towards any monster who would treat a child that way. She carefully made her way closer to Harry, and wrapped an arm around him. Her frown deepened when she felt Harry tense and flinch as if expecting to be struck. There's nothing to be sorry about, Harry. It wasn't your fault, but hey, enough of this sad atmosphere. Tony's not going to be back for at least another hour. Why don't we go do some exploring? I saw a few shops where we can get you some new things, Pepper said as she held out her hand towards Harry. Me? New things, Harry echoed. Pepper smiled. Yes, let's go. Pepper didn't want Harry to get overexerted, especially with his injuries, so they only went to the shop across from the hotel. It was a children's store, which made Harry's eyes widen with wonder. Holding Pepper's hand, Harry looked back and forth between all of the aisles. Anything caught your eye? Pepper asked. Oh, you don't need to get me anything, Harry murmured. Nonsense. Let's get you something to make you more comfortable. There are some clothes over here with a lot of figures. Or maybe a toy to keep you company. A game perhaps? Pepper asked. Anything you want, it's yours. Just pick something. Harry was facing the ground so Pepper couldn't see his face, but when she did, she saw that he was crying. Harry was sniffling. Harry. No one's ever gotten me anything, Harry whispered. I never deserved anything. Pepper picked up Harry and hugged him. She wiped away any stray tears and kissed his forehead gently. Now, who could be more deserving than the world's most well-behaved boy? Harry didn't reply, but smiled up shyly at Pepper. She kissed his forehead once more before placing him down and letting him go pick out anything he wanted. Being the modest kid that he was, Harry needed some encouragement from Pepper to pick out a few toys, clothes, and games. Come on, Harry, don't be shy. There must be a game that you really like, Pepper coaxed. Twiddling his fingers, Harry replied, I did learn how to play chess a while ago. Pepper smiled and searched for a chessboard and added it to the cart. Ms. Pepper, this is too much. I can't accept any of this, Harry said. You think this is much? Just wait until Tony takes you shopping. He'll probably buy you the whole store, Pepper said. Harry might have thought that she was just being metaphorical, but Pepper herself wasn't sure if she was fibbing or telling the truth. When they went back to the hotel, Pepper helped Harry change into a red t-shirt and some jeans. Now that he had clothes that actually fit, Harry didn't trip every other step. Pepper got this odd feeling in her chest when she watched Harry's face as he opened his toys and games. It was like a kid at Christmas time. It made her happy that she could make him happy, but at the same time sad that Harry hadn't known this kind of happiness. "Tony will be here soon. We'll probably go something to eat. Anything in mind?" Pepper asked. Harry looked up from one of his puzzles he was putting together and tilted his head innocently. "I can come with you." Hiding away the anger towards his relatives, Pepper forced a smile. "Of course. In fact, you can choose where we go." Harry shrugged. "I'll just be happy to be able to go, Ms. Pepper. I don't mind what I eat." Pepper got the feeling that he left out the "I'm just glad I get to get something to eat," but didn't mention it if he did. "There must be something you really always wanted to try," Pepper coaxed. Well, there is one thing," Harry said shyly. "What is it, sweetheart?" Pepper asked gently. I always wanted to have ice cream," Harry said quietly. Pepper smiled. "Well, while we wait for Tony to finish that boring grown-up stuff, we'll just order some for ourselves. What flavor do you want?" "Really?" Harry asked excitedly. "Of course," Pepper replied. Chocolate." "Oh, please," Harry said. Pepper smiled and dialed for room service. She had been skeptical when Tony first told her about Harry, but, after spending a few short hours with him, she understood what Tony had meant. She didn't know exactly why or what she was feeling, but she felt like she needed to protect this small child. He didn't smile often enough. He was far more careful than any child should be, and his eyes. Pepper heard of people who had tired eyes with old souls, but this was something completely different. Brushing her hand gently through his hair, and smiling warming at him, Pepper replied, "I'll get the biggest chocolate sundae they have." Later she'd make Tony find those repulsive relatives who hurt this sweet little boy, and she'd give them a piece of her mind. She was sure that Tony would make sure they'd be financially ruined for the rest of eternity as well, but she wanted a crack at them, too. Oh, and if she found out that they were the ones who gave Harry that permanent lightning bolt scar, oh, there would be hell to pay. Home Man of Iron, Father of Gold Chapter 3. Before Tony returned from his business meeting, he stopped at a store and picked up a few things. He picked up some clothes for Harry. From shirts with action figures and hilarious saying on them, to shorts and jeans, and at least 3 pairs of sneakers that light up with every step a kid takes. He didn't know what kind of toys Harry would like, so he grabbed all sorts of things. From Power Rangers, to Pokemon, wrestling actions figures, toy Nerf guns, plastic swords, lightsaber, and the latest gaming devices with games appropriate for 6 years old. He also got Harry a teddy bear, a rubber ducky, a kid bathrobe, some slipper, a toothbrush, and kid shampoo and conditioner. It seemed like every corner he turned there was something else he was sure Harry would either need, or at least want. He was glad Happy was with him. And okay, he might have paid some of the store employees to push the shopping carts for him. He was still in London, so he didn't want to overdo it. When they were risking a 4th cart, Happy insisted that it was enough for now. Tony didn't agree, but Happy countered that if he took too long, Harry would worry and think Tony left him. That thought struck Tony's heart harder than all his problems from the last year alone combined. It took some effort, but they managed to squeeze all of the bags into the trunk and into the back seat of the car, and about 3 bags made it in front, riding shotgun with Tony. When they arrived at the hotel, Tony wasn't at all surprised when he heard laughing coming from their room. Pepper was great with anyone, kids were no different. He was also happy that Harry seemed to be happy and comfortable with Pepper. When he stepped in and they were in view, he smiled. They were on the couch laughing at the cartoon movie that was playing, eating a very big sundae. "Dessert before dinner." "Tisk tisk, Pepper," Tony said and winked at Harry, letting him know he was just joking and not actually mad. He realized that Harry's upbringing didn't have a lot of happy moments, so he was a bit confused with things like playful banter and fake fights. "Pepper roller her eyes, says the man who lives off of donuts and coffee." Tony ignored her and sat down next to Harry, who unconsciously leaned against him, and took Pepper's spoon and took a bite of the ice cream, only the powdery ones. "Well, we just got tired of waiting for you, so we ordered a snack. Isn't that right, Hair Bear?" Pepper asked. Harry smiled at his new, and nice, nickname. "Yeah, isn't it yummy, Mr. Stark?" Tony raised an eyebrow at Pepper, then looked down at Harry with a smile. Harry, I've told you, call me Tony. Harry frowned. It's rude to do so. Not, load. Tony shook his head and waved a hand dismissively in the air. Nonsense. I'm giving you permission. And what's with this hair bear? Is Pepper the only one to call you that? Because if she is, then that is so unfair. I demand my own special name to call you. Harry and Pepper giggled at Tony's nonsense. Pepper was a bit surprised at how well Tony was interacting with a child and making sure he felt secure. Harry let me call him that after our little shopping spree, Pepper replied. Miss Pepper took me shopping and got me a lot of awesome new things. I told her she didn't need to, but she said it was okay for me to have these things. It was very nice of her. Harry motioned Tony closer and then Harry whispered into Tony's ear. I really like her. She's very nice. Pepper was close enough to listen and her eyes moistened again, but she blinked them back. Tony smiled from Pepper to Harry and whispered back. Loud enough for Pepper to hear. I know, that's why she's my personal assistant. She's a lifesaver. Then he narrowed his eyes and raised a brow. You are wearing different clothes. Well, there's a reason why I was a bit late coming back. Then he pointed dramatically and accusingly at Pepper. You stole my idea. Pepper laughed and put on an innocent look. Me? What did I do? There was a knock on the door and Tony raced to get it. Still looking at Pepper and Harry, he said triumphantly, You may have bought him a few things, but I got him all of this. Happy and a few other hotel employees came in with bags full of toys and clothes. Well, what do you think, Harry? Tony asked. All this is for me? Harry asked in turn. Yup. Come here and take a look, Tony replied happily. Harry turned to look at Pepper and she nodded. Running over to the bags, Harry looked through all of the things with Tony's help. Pepper joined them too. Every so often Harry would ask what something was, which Pepper and Tony shared a look, but smiled at Harry and explained. When all the bags had been looked through, all of the toys opened, and everything explained, Harry had tears in his eyes and running down his cheeks. Tony had a flare of panic, thinking he had forgotten something crucial when Harry ran into him and hugged him as tight as his little arms would let him. Thank you so much, Harry sobbed into Tony's shirt. There, sweetheart. I told you before, you deserved all of this, and I did tell you Tony would probably buy you a store, Pepper said and pulled Harry into a hug, which he leaned into. Tony seeming to understand from their interaction that Harry had never been used to such gifts. He should have known from the treatment his relatives had given him. Shaking his head and trying to lighten the mood, I only had 3 carts filled. I would have gotten more, but Happy said it was getting late. Harry's eyes widened. You were gonna get me more? But it's too much. You must have spent lots of money on this stuff alone. I'll never be able to pay you back. Tony frowned at this. You don't have to pay people back when they give you gifts, Harry. These are yours and I have a lot of money. I will never accept money from you, just hugs. Hugs are fine. Harry looked at him with a questioning gaze before running back to hug him. Tony smiled and picked Harry up. Well, opening up stuff always makes me hungry. Who else is hungry? Tony asked. Let me grab my purse and we can go, Pepper said. Tony nodded at her and then looked at Harry. Anything in particular you want, champ? Harry blinked at his new, and again nice, nickname and shrugged. I don't mind what I eat. Tony frowned for a nanosecond before he smiled and ruffled Harry's wild and untamed hair. We'll go to one of the best restaurants in London. Harry's not going to enjoy being in a boring grown-up restaurant, Tony. Let's go somewhere simple, Pepper said as she came back. You're right. Any place in mind? They ended up going to a common blue-collar restaurant. It was mostly empty except for a few other costumers. They had a very nice time. Tony ordered a steak, Pepper ate chicken salad, and they got some spaghetti for Harry. Harry asked what was going to happen next. He looked down at his lap, and when Pepper and Tony finally got him to tell them what was wrong, Harry whispered, You guys are American, right? Yes, Pepper answered. So, you'll be going back to America, right? Harry asked. And you'll be coming with us, Tony mentioned, which caused some tension to leave Harry's shoulders. I just keep thinking that, if I'm still here, I'll have to go back with my aunt and uncle, and I like being with you guys better, not just because of the new things. Harry added quickly, I don't need new things. I just like being with you guys. You don't make me do hard chores, or yell mean names at me, And you give me yummy stuff to eat and good clothes to wear. I like being with you guys COSs. I feel safe. I never want that feeling to go away. Pepper smiled down at Harry and then picked him up and placed him on her lap. He leaned his head on her chest and she held him close. Oh sweetheart. You'll never have to worry about that anymore. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Bright and early. You'll never have to worry about going back to them ever again. Promise? Harry asked with a bit of fear in his voice. Swear, Tony promised. After that moment they spend the next hour or so telling Harry about America. Tony promised of all the fun places he'll take Harry to. Amusement parks, arcades, playgrounds, water parks, carnivals, the ferry ride to Long Island, visiting the Statue of Liberty. It wasn't really real for Harry until he boarded Tony's private plane with Tony and Pepper. When the plane took off and he saw that he was really leaving the place where he really didn't have any happy memories until the last few days with Tony, Pepper, and Happy. The plane ride was long but it was fun. Tony and Pepper kept telling Harry about America and places they could go and visit. They asked Harry about everything he wanted to do or to get. There were very little but Tony made him promise that if anything ever popped into his mind, all he'd have to do was tell him and he'd make it happen. Harry was a little shy about it and said he didn't want to burden Tony, but after some insisting and coaxing, Harry agreed. Pepper pulled out Harry's chessboard and they all took time playing. Harry was really good and at first they were letting him win. But after Harry realized what they were doing gave them what was supposed to be a glare, but on his face was more like a cute pout, but they promised to take him seriously. Tony then didn't lose a single game. Pepper won a few times, and Harry beat her all by himself about 3 times. For their meals, Tony also included some vitamin chewables for Harry and gave Harry some Kid Ensures. Harry did have some chicken this time, and ate his salad and piece of bread. After eating, Tony gently ordered him to sleep, insisting that he needed his rest. And boy did he need it. Harry slept a great deal of the trip there. It worried both Tony and Pepper, but they knew he needed rest and that the medicine that the doctors had prescribed Harry would make him sleepy. Still, they wouldn't feel completely better until the Stark personal doctors looked over Harry. They did wake Harry up when they were about to land. He wiped his little eyes in an attempt to remove his sleepiness. When he looked out the window his smile was huge across his face. Pepper smiled too, as did Tony, who said, "Welcome home, Harry." "Home," Harry said in wonder. The next beginning of the chapter will be like a summary of Harry's time as a Stark, but the second half will be the night the Tesseract was stolen from S.H.I.E.L.D. I really hope it doesn't seem too rushed, but I kind of want to skip ahead so the rest of the Avengers can come into the scene. Hope you guys are enjoying this. You guys are awesome. Please review. Oddities. Man of Iron, Father of Gold, Chapter 4. Oddities. The first of this is like memorable parts of the beginning of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Sorry about him. He doesn't understand how it's like lying there day after day watching people press their ugly faces in on you. An older version of Harry said to the snake at the zoo. The snake's head rose up and Harry's eyes widened. "Can you hear me?" The snake nodded. "It's just, I've never talked to Snake before." Do you talk to people often?" The snake shook his head. "You're from the wild, aren't you? Was it nice there? Do you miss your family?" Harry asked, and the snake pointed to the wall which said, "Bred in captivity." "I see. That's me as well. I never knew my parents either," Harry said sadly. A boy who was an older version of his cousin then came and harshly pushed Harry away, and Harry fell to the floor. Dudley presses his hands and face against the glass only for it to disappear, after Harry glared at it. Dudley fell in and the snake slithered out. While everyone else ran and screamed, Harry just stared on with wide eyes. The snake stopped before Harry and said, "Thanks." "Any time," Harry replied, breathless. When they arrived back at Privet Drive, Dudley was wrapped in a very warm blanket being sheathed and cooed by his mother while the fat man of an uncle manhandled Harry and shoved him into the house, then painfully grabbed Harry by his hair, dragged him by it, and demanded, "What happened?" "I don't know, I swear. 1 minute the glass was and then it was gone. It was like magic," Harry cried. His uncle all but threw him into the cupboard, locked it, and into the vent, hissed, "There's no such thing as magic," and then shut the vent. While the 3 of the family members were asleep, the fat man and woman upstairs on the only bed, the fat kid on the couch, Harry lay on the floor. He looked so small at that age. Speaking of age, With his thin little index finger Harry drew himself a birthday cake with "Happy Birthday, Harry" written on it. Looking into his cousin's watch, Harry waited for it to beep. Once it did, Harry whispered, "Happy birthday, make a wish, Harry," and with that blew out his dirt-drawn candles. A giant who came in bursting through the door was then dubbed Hagrid, gave Harry a letter and told him, "You're a wizard, Harry." "I can't be a wizard. I'm Harry, just Harry." There was a scuffle between his uncle and Hagrid. In the end Hagrid had given Dudley a pig's tail. "Well, look at the time, I've got to run. You coming? Or are you staying?" Hagrid asked Harry. Hagrid walked out of the door and Harry looked from the door to his family that was freaking over the pigtail his cousin now had. With a look of determination Harry grabbed his long-sleeved shirt and followed Hagrid out the door, without looking back. Anyone who knew Tony knew that he was a bit of an insomniac. It wasn't odd to find him in his lab in the middle of the night instead of being in bed. That's what comes with being a genius though. At the moment Tony was in between working on his Iron Man suit and tuning up his cars. "Sir," Jarvis called out. "What is it, Jarvis?" Tony asked as he switched tools. "My sensors tell me that young Harry is awake and out of bed," Jarvis replied. Tony instantly dropped everything and started to make his way upstairs. This wasn't the first time that this has happened. Harry's been living here with him for about 7 months. Normally Tony would put this strange behavior as some sort of trauma, but there were some weird things happening. Harry would wake up from dreams that were apparently very vivid. Sometimes they were nightmares. Tony knew that some kids who were in Harry's position would have a look similar to a soldier who's seen too much but not as intense. With Harry it was probably just as intense. The extreme worry and sorrow that would fill his eyes, it made Tony very angry that he had that look. It took nearly 4 months, but after convincing Harry that Tony had adopted him, that he didn't ever have to return to England if he didn't want to, that he actually had family and people who cared for him, Harry finally started calling Tony Dad. It caused a weird feeling in Tony, but a good one nonetheless. If he hadn't before that point, when Harry first called him Dad, Tony wanted nothing more than to buy everything in the world for his little boy. That was something else too, his boy, his son, his family. Holidays were now more than just an excuse to spend money on shiny things that caught his attention. With Harry it was so unstark. Harry didn't really want anything. He was still very shy and nervous about getting anything he thought he didn't deserve. For their first Christmas together was so new to Tony. Thank God he had Pepper there. "So Hare Bear, Christmas is coming up. Anything you want Santa to bring you?" Pepper asked. While Tony was doing some paperwork Pepper was practically forcing him to do. She was overlooking other paperwork in the living room while Harry read. Harry looked up from the book he was reading. "Santa never brought me anything back in London. My aunt said that I hadn't done everything they asked me to do right, so I was naughty and that's why I never got anything." Pepper's hands tightly clenched the folders in her hand. "Hare Bear, I've told you already. You are the most well-behaved person I know." More so than Tony, Pepper gave Harry an amused smile while Harry stifled a giggle. That made Pepper very happy. Harry's made some serious progress since first arriving. Now instead of being mortified that he was being complimented better than an adult as successful as Tony, he actually saw the humor and would laugh. Well, as well-behaved as he was, he'd tried to hide it. Harry shrugged. "I wouldn't know what to ask for anyways. You and Dad already got me everything I asked for, and every day you guys buy me more stuff." Pepper had to agree that that made a bit of dent in their Christmas shopping plans. Because all of them, her, Tony, and Happy would bring Harry anything they came across that they thought he would enjoy or would want if he saw it. Every day while Happy went to get Tony his coffee and donuts he would go all the way across town to the only bakery who made the best English scones Harry loved so much, and get a small cup of hot chocolate from the same place he got Tony's coffee from. Pepper's phone and laptop wallpaper was the picture she took of Tony and Harry sitting at the kitchen counter both simultaneously sipping their hot beverages. A true father-son moment. Pepper and Tony were worse though. Happy, aside from treats and sweets that were kept in moderation, only bought Harry things when he stumbled upon them. Pepper and Tony would purposely go to a store before, during, or after work to look for something to bring home to Harry. The smile of surprise and delight, as well as shy reluctance, made their hearts soar. Every day Harry got new clothes, new shoes, new toys. "Oh come on Hare Bear. There must be something you've never had. Something you really want, Pepper coaxed. Harry closed his book and pushed it aside and twiddled with his fingers as he looked at his lap. Hair Bear? Pepper asked. I can ask for anything? Harry asked. Pepper smiled. Anything. I want to spend Christmas here. With you and Happy and Daddy. I want to have an actual Christmas dinner with an actual turkey, and actually be allowed to attend, Harry whispered. When Pepper told Tony what Harry wanted, Tony cleared any and all events. He sent the donation checks and an apology card, on Pepper's request, saying he won't be attending. They went towards a turkey farm where Harry would pick out their turkey. Unfortunately, when a child is placed in front of an animal he's supposed to eat, well, there are tears involved. In retrospect. Not one of Tony's best ideas. They ended up buying a turkey anyway, but to save it not eat it. Harry named him Kevin. Why? Tony had no idea. Harry just replied, he looks like a Kevin. Are you even sure he's a he? Tony had asked. Tony was wearing his black business trench coat over his suit and some sunglasses. Even though it was sunny, it was a bit chilly considering the time of year. Pepper also got a kick out of dressing Harry somewhat like him, so Harry had a mini trench coat and his new glasses they got him were the same shape as Tony's and had that ability turned dark in sunlight. I asked the owner, for you paid. Fine, Happy should be here with something to carry Kevin. Tony grabbed Harry's hand and started leading him to the parking lot. Smoked honey glazed ham was a delicious Christmas meal too. Where's Kevin going to go? Harry asked. Well, we can't take him home, it's no place for wild animals. But I did buy him his own habitat at the Brooklyn Zoo, Tony replied. Really? Harry asked happily. Tony returned. Harry smiled. Yup. You can visit him anytime you want. Tony looked down and saw that Harry was frowning. What? What is it, champ? Kevin's gonna be lonely in that cage. Harry's eyes turned haunted then and Tony realized that he must have reminded Harry about being alone in his relative's house, not making any friends, and being caged in a cupboard. No, he won't. I'll make sure his habitat is so comfortable he won't even know he's in a zoo. And we'll get him more company too. Some guy turkeys to have a guy's night, and of course, what guy doesn't want a lady friend, right? Tony said quickly. Really? You'll do that? Harry asked with huge doe-like eyes. Anything for you, buddy, Tony promised and was tackled into a hug by Harry. It had been cold that day, but with his little son hugging him, he was in the warmest place in the world. Tony climbed into the elevator and headed for the floor where his and Harry's rooms were. The first couple of days when Harry was still injured, Tony let him stay in his room. The whole place was new. And even though it was luxurious, Tony thought that Harry would be frightened by all the shadows and whatnot. Before Harry, Yinson's words echoed in Tony's mind. He was a man with everything and nothing at the same time. His rooms were vast and could have anything he wanted, but there was no one else to want things in them. No one else to decorate them. They were empty, and that alone haunted him. So the first few weeks Harry stayed with Tony while the genius kept a close eye on his recovery, which was going nicely, too nicely. The wounds and bruises were disappearing fast enough. Tony let that slide with his youth. He was an expert in many things, not children. They were new to the world, very young. Their cells could multiply faster and heal anything that was wrong faster. Deep down Tony rationalized that it was a bit illogical thinking, but he didn't want to know if there was something wrong with Harry, and if there was and this wrong thing was healing him, he wasn't about to go and complain. But his overthinking mind of course wouldn't let him ignore the oddities that surrounded his son. Due to his very shy nature and his upbringing, Tony knew that Harry was uncomfortable with strangers and any sort of unneeded attention. So Tony's kept Harry a secret from the world. The media would have a field day if they ever found out Tony had a kid, adopted, or know they'd never leave him or Harry in peace. Tony knows that the reason he has such a dick attitude was because he grew up in the eyes of the public. Everything he did or said was caught and spread to the world. Some people praised him, but more people said negative things. Be it because they hated his father, what their company used to do, because they were jealous of Tony's fortune, in money and luck, or any other reason, it was all in the public's eye. Tony created this shell to protect him from their sneers and contempt. To see his lovable, sweet, and innocent son have to go through that, to see that attention kill his boy in front of his own eyes, Tony was sure if nothing else, that would kill him. So keeping him a secret was the only option. Harry has come to visit him at Stark Industries though. Being as cute as he was, he instantly grabbed the attention of the female population. Just like his old man, Tony told Pepper when she told him about it. Tony had been visiting Pepper since she was in charge of the company now, while he focused on the Iron Man thing as well as Harry, but every once in a while he shows up to help Pepper out. While working, Tony ordered them some coffee and had Happy deliver it, which meant that Harry would come visit. When people asked, Happy replied that Harry was his sister's kid, and that he was just watching him while his sister worked. Happy was one of those background characters that people didn't really know about, so they didn't question it. Harry had also fallen into the habit of calling Happy Uncle Happy, so it worked out perfectly. People joked that after taking care of Tony Stark, taking care of a child would be a walk in the park. Harry's the best behaved child there is, so compared to Mr. Stark, it is far easier, Happy would reply, and everyone would laugh. It was in some of those visits that Tony's noticed something odd about Harry. More than twice, and he's made these people face hell for it. Harry's witness a displeased costumer or businessman come in and yell and or threaten Tony. Harry's done two things in those type of situations. He either becomes so very scared that he screws his eyes shut and covers his ears with his hands, or he clenches his fists to the side and glares at the person who dared yell at his father. The first time he became scared, a few vases and mugs of coffee exploded. When he got mad, the floor shook and the hurricane-proof windows cracked and shattered. Tony watched the security tapes for all those instances about 100 times, and the oddities coincide with Harry's emotional responses. He didn't know what they meant. He's thought he should be scared, but he can't bring himself to do so. He could never be mad at Harry. Then there was the time Pepper took Harry to get his hair cut. Frankly, Tony thought the kid looked cuter with long, wild, untamable hair, but Harry had agreed with Pepper, so Tony couldn't say no. When they returned, they had practically shaved off everything. Tony had only known Harry with long hair, so he seemed a bit odd. Harry seemed to have noticed it because later that evening, after Harry seemed to avoid Tony and Pepper, Happy informed them that Harry thought they didn't like him anymore because he didn't have long hair. They reassured him that they loved him no matter what, and Harry listened. Then he confided that he liked his hair longer. Tony then told him that next time he didn't want something, all he had to do was speak up. The next morning when Harry came downstairs, his hair was back at the length it had been before. All three of the adults had shared a look, but none of them said anything. They loved Harry, and if keeping oblivious about anything that could take him away from them was the key, then they'd be oblivious. Tony did, however, test sample of Harry in his lab. His hair, his blood, and his urine. As far as Tony was concerned, and backed up with scientific evidence, Harry was 100% human. That was all that mattered. As he entered Harry's room, Tony instantly located his little boy. Harry was on the floor, surrounded by papers and crayons. Ah, more nightmares. Tony thought. Those weird nightmares Harry would have caused him to instantly draw the things he had seen. Harry discards them the next morning, but Tony's kept them in a folder in his lab. There were a lot of pictures of a red-headed woman and a black-haired man, but it wasn't him and Pepper. There was a picture of a man with long shaggy black hair who apparently owned a black dog. There was a light brown-haired man who liked werewolves because in the background of that man there was one howling at the moon. There was a picture of a castle next to a creepy forest. A shack that was a bit slanted. A house with odd floor structures. There was a picture of a white owl, a ginger cat, and a blonde ferret. Tony had no idea what those dreams meant, but something in the back of his mind told him they meant something. Tonight, though, there was a picture of a snake. A snake at the zoo. A snake at a zoo that Harry seems to be at, if that was him in the picture as well. Which, seeing as the boy had the same scar on the forehead, meant that it was. There was a letter with the wax seal having a fancy-looking H on it. A small house on an island that was raging in a storm. A giant man with a coat with a lot of pockets and a huge scruffy beard. And a boy with a pig's tail eating a cake that said, "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry didn't seem to notice Tony. That was another thing he's learned. When Harry gets into one of these episodes, it seemed necessary for Harry to draw these things out. He was put in some sort of trance and won't stop until he's done. At first Tony tried yelling, making loud noises, and even going as far as picking Harry up. That didn't end well. Harry threw one heck of a fit until Tony placed him down and he just went back to drawing as if nothing had happened. When he finishes, Harry blinks repeatedly and sort of snaps out of it, a different person altogether. So Tony sits crossed-legged across from Harry and waits for him to finish. He watches as his son's eyes are a bit dazed over and his little hands move across the pages as he draws out his visions. Harry then straightens and lets the crayon drop from his hand. Green eyes blink and then focus on Tony. "Daddy?" Harry asked quietly. Tony holds out his arms and asks gently, "Nightmares?" Harry runs into Tony's arms and nods, "Yeah." "Are you sleepy?" Tony asked as he rubs reassuring circles on Harry's back as Harry cuddled up closer to Tony. The genius would never admit it out loud, but he loves the warm fuzzy feeling he gets. When Harry cuddles up to him, it makes him feel far more important and powerful than he's ever felt being a public figure. "Can we have some hot chocolate first?" Harry murmured. "We're out of hot chocolate, but how about some tea?" Tony asked, a bit of a sinking feeling in his heart at the fact that he couldn't get what Harry wanted. "Okay," Harry replied. Tony carried Harry into the kitchen and made them some warm tea. They had it silently, as Harry leaned into Tony, his eyes dropping. When it seemed that Harry wouldn't keep his eyes open any longer, Tony picked him up and they went to their floor. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Harry asked, his head buried in the crook of Tony's neck. "Of course you can, champ," Harry replied. Tony changed for bed and tucked Harry in and then got in himself. Harry instantly moved closer to the genius and Tony wrapped a protective arm around his boy. Kissing Harry's forehead, Tony laid his head against his pillow and said, "No nightmares tonight, Harry." "Thanks to you, Daddy." "Good night, champ." "Night, Daddy." I wanted to add in shield, but that would have taken longer, and I think this was cute and a good Father's Day gift to you all. Few things. 1. Yes, I do plan on Harry learning magic, but the whole Avengers thing is going to happen before Harry turns 11, meaning no school. We'll be necessarily looking for him yet. 2. The Harry Potter characters will be coming into the picture. I won't say when or how, you'll just have to wait and see, because I do know that no matter what, as many of you have pointed out, you can't ignore the kid with the lightning bolt star. 3. Legally Harry is now Harry Stark. After the whole war, I'm sure that the goblins are even more wary of wizards and thankful to Harry. And if there aren't really, in here they are. So Harry's assets and inheritance from both the Potter and Black fortunes are safe, and will be waiting for him when the time is right. 4. I know there are some grammar errors, and I do apologize. I also have a bad habit of switching between tenses. I apologize for that too. I would get a beta, but I don't know anyone in my personal life who can be my beta, and having one online gets complicated for me because 2 lives, schedules, and whatnot. So please bear through. Thank you. 5. Next chapter for sure is when S.H.I.E.L.D. implodes and the Avengers movie scenarios begin. To placate all of you who have questions about the government and people looking for Harry, they will also be in the next chapter. Until then, happy Father's Day. I love you, Dad and Granddad. Please review. Death Pays a Visit. Man of Iron, Father of Gold. Chapter 5. Death Pays a Visit. When Harry woke up, he wasn't in his room at Stark Towers. Looking around, Harry seemed to be in a train station that was overtoned in white. There seemed to be no one there until his green eyes landed on an old man reading the paper on a bench. Seeing that he was the only other person there, Harry ran over to him. Hello?" Harry said in greeting. The old man put down the paper and looked at Harry with a piercing stare. "Seems we meet again, Master." "Master?" Harry echoed. The old man reached out and tapped Harry's forehead with his index finger, and Harry cringed at the feeling. It felt as if his mind was being compressed inside of his skull. There were memories that were trying to break through, and Harry saw a lot of people who seemed very familiar. Shaking his head as the same red-headed woman and dark-haired man he always drew, the man who could magically turn into a dog, and man who could turn into a werewolf all passed by his mind. Their faces seemed very familiar, but just as Harry was going to name them, the thought disappeared. Harry frowned. For some reason he really wanted to remember them. "All in time, Master," the old man said. Harry looked up at the man again. He knew him. He knew him from somewhere. Images flashed in front of Harry's eyes. A wand, a stone, and a cloak. Harry's eyes began to glow a bright green before they dimmed to their natural color. Harry greeted his guest properly. "Death." "Master." "Where am I?" Harry asked as he sat next to Death and swung his little feet since he wasn't tall enough to reach the floor. Your soul is temporarily visiting my domain, sir, Death answered. Why? Harry asked. Death turned to Harry and said with the most serious expression Harry has ever seen, even more serious than the one Pepper had when she wanted his dad to do some actual work. Things are about to get complicated. My need on Earth will be in high demand. As my master, I will need your permission, Death said. Harry frowned. He knew the concept of death from what Pepper and his dad have told him, the books he read, as well as what he's learned from the telly and movies. Death took anyone and everyone's soul eventually, no matter who they were. Once a body's life source was gone, they belonged to death. Why would you need my permission? Harry asked. You are my master, Death replied. But, you've been doing your job just fine until now, right? Harry asked. Correct, Death replied. Then why do you need my permission now? Harry asked. The cause of the deaths that will happen soon is not a source from Earth, it doesn't belong in our order. The actions that will take place will result in death. I will have the ability to claim the souls since they will be earth-bound, but since the one who is causing all this isn't an earthling, I require your permission to claim the souls of his victims. Death explained. Harry frowned again. Why am I your master? Harry asked. Memories again teased his mind, but as one seemed to come into focus, it vanished. Death stood and twirled his cane in his hand before answering Harry. You have proven to be the best choice. I require your assistance and in turn I can help you out as well. Why would I need your help? Harry asked. Your father is a superhero, isn't he? Death asked. Harry's eyes widened and nodded. He will be involved with these future events. Allow me my own will, as I have been doing before, and he will be one I turn a blind eye to, Death said. Harry's eyes widened even more, if possible. Even though he was insanely proud of his father, he still worried about him every time he went out to save the day. His father had done some crazy things that almost made Harry unsure if he'd come back. He would in the end, but still Harry didn't dare breathe a single breath until his father returned and hugged him. To make such a deal with death, so his father would never die. But was it something his father would want? He'll still be human? No catch? Harry asked. Anthony Stark will not gain any sort of immortality, he will merely be more death-defying than most mortals, Death answered. Why? Why are you doing this? Harry asked. The world feared my powers because no one is safe from me. For eons it seemed that no one escaped me. Then came along 3 mortals, brothers. Humans before had defied me, but I would eventually claim them as well. I claimed the brothers too, but not before their wits and arrogance caused me my freedom. They asked the 3 components that make up the concept of death. Strength, resurrection, and invisibility. As I mentioned, eventually I claimed their souls. However, the objects I created in our wager, because I am always fair, continued in the moral world. Harry's doe-like eyes kept the size of saucers as he listened to the story. How does that make me your master? Death looked over the boy before looking at the ceiling. They were your ancestors. Eventually the objects made their way back to you. Objects? What objects? Harry asked. The Elder Wand. The most powerful wand in existence. The Resurrection Stone. The ability to call back the soul of anyone you wish. And of course my invisibility cloak your very great-grandfather conned from me, Death said. Harry noted happily, more amused than pissed. I don't have them, any of them, Harry replied. Wanting nothing more than to wake up and be home with his dad, Pepper and his uncle Happy. No, I have them. You were to have them back when you became of age. Unfortunately, these upcoming events have forced my hand. I need your permission. In exchange, your father will be given special treatment, Death replied. How do I know there's no underhanded thing you're keeping from me? Harry had to ask questions like this. He knew making this sort of deal would be great, but he's learned from Pepper, Happy, and his dad that the most greatest things in the world do come with a price. His dad and him also had a tradition of reading together, and their first series was Sherlock Holmes. After that, they read a lot of detective novels and Harry learned a lot. To look underneath the underneath, it could be life-saving. And over the last 2 years of being around Pepper and his dad, who were major business people, he'd learned quite a thing or two about negotiations. I'm Death. I'm fair and always keep my promises. I have no intention on being ruled by anyone, let alone someone who, compared to me, is still in infancy. As far as I'm concerned, you have no intention on being my master. This is just the hand that the fates have dealt. I prefer if it hadn't been dealt at all, but given the possibilities of what could have been, it's not the worst hand in the game. I don't understand, Harry admitted. You are my master, but you don't go around showing off your powers and making decisions for me. I only have to come to you in matters such as this, otherwise I can ignore you completely until it's time for you to die. I like our relationship as is. Death admitted, and Harry just didn't know how to reply to that. So, is it a deal? Death asked. All you want is free ruling? Deciding which souls go where? You won't be intentionally killing anyone, will you? Harry asked. Death tsked, with all that war mortals rage, both in military and civilian against each other, I have more than enough work that I don't need to be orchestrating my own amusement. It's my job, I just want the ability to claim the souls of those who will perish at the hand of someone who isn't from our planet. All other forms of death that already fall under my jurisdiction isn't a problem of yours. All right. I give you permission to guide the souls of the deceased to the next life, and to be processed correctly based on their actions on Earth. Harry used the most intelligent-sounding words he could think of. How's it look? Pepper asked. Like Christmas, but with more me. Tony replied as he admired the view of Stark Towers that was now being powered by the same energy as the arc reactor. You need to apply public awareness and make some declarations. You need to do some press. I'm in DC tomorrow. I'm working on the zoning for the next 3 buildings, Pepper said. Pepper, you're killing me here. Enjoy the moment, remember? Tony replied. Come in here, and I will, Pepper replied. Tony landed and made his way inside while his armor was being taken off. Sir, Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the line, Jarvis said. I'm not in. I'm actually out, Tony answered. He had tucked in Harry a few hours ago and had the night free with Pepper. It had been a great day, and he planned on making it a great night. Sir, I'm afraid he's insistent, Jarvis pressed. Another time, Jarvis. I have a date, Tony said. Levels are holding steady, I think, Pepper said as she bit her lip nervously. Of course they are. I was involved. Which brings me to my next question. How does it feel to be a genius? I wouldn't know anything about that, now would I? What do you mean? All of this is because of you, Tony said as he pointed at Pepper. All of this is because of that, Pepper said as she pointed at Tony's arc reactor. Give yourself some credit, please. Stark Tower is your baby. Give yourself 12% of the credit, Tony said as he held Pepper at arm's length. Pepper raised an eyebrow and asked, 12%? An argument can be negotiated to 15, Tony answered quickly. 12%, and that's my baby? Is Harry merely 12% to you? Pepper asked incredulously, but in the joking manner that they're used to. Of course not, he's the full 110%, and besides, I did all the heavy lifting, literally. I lifted the heavy things, Tony replied. Oh, and the security snafu, that was not the issue. Oh my God, Pepper groaned. And my elevator, you mean our elevator? Was teeming with sweaty workmen. They had to go. I couldn't keep Harry on his floor for that long. I was afraid he'd feel unloved, Tony said. I'm going to pay for the 12% thing later in a subtle way, aren't I? Oh, I don't plan on being subtle, Pepper said as he handed Tony a glass. I'll tell you what. Next week, you, me, and Harry will go visit Kevin. I hear they have some birdlings on the way, or better yet, the next building is going to say Potts. On the tower, Tony tried and offered his glass. On the lease, Pepper was putting hers in, but Tony held his back and made a face. Call your mother. Can you bunk over? Tony asked and Pepper laughed. Sir, the telephone, Jarvis said. I'm afraid my protocols are being overridden. Stark, we need to talk, Coulson said over Tony's phone, which the genius picked up. Tony sighed and looked into his phone. You have reached the life model decoy of Tony Stark. Please leave a message. Tony said in a monotone voice and caused Pepper to laugh. This is urgent, Coulson said. Then leave it as urgent, Tony replied. As the elevator door opened. Security breach. Mr. Stark, Coulson greeted. Phil, come in, Pepper greeted the agent and stood up. Phil? Tony asked with a raised eyebrow. I can't stay, Coulson said, denying Pepper's offered glass. His first name is Agent, Tony said cheekily. Come in, we're celebrating, Pepper said. Which is why he can't stay, Tony replied as he put on a very fake smile. We need you to look this over as soon as possible, Coulson said as he tried to hand over a file to Tony. Tony shook his head and said, I don't like to get handed things. Pepper smiled and said, but I love getting handed things. She switched her glass with the file and then took Tony's glass and handed him the file. Tony looked at Pepper with a mock glare as he sighed and turned to the SHIELD agent and said in a somewhat snappy voice, official consulting hours are between 8 and 5 every other Thursday. This isn't a consultation, Coulson replied. Is this about the Avengers? Pepper asked and then somewhat caught herself, which I know nothing about. The Avengers initiative has been scrapped, Tony said as he took the file with him and went to his work table. Very glad that Pepper had insisted on Harry having a regular bedtime. Otherwise Coulson would have barged in and spotted Harry. Even though he could fool, outsmart, or pay people to look the other way when it came to Harry, it wasn't the same with SHIELD. They'd look into it and Harry could be taken away, especially if they noticed all the odd things that happened around his son. Even more so if they, like Tony, tried to look for Harry's old relatives. Tony still couldn't figure that one out, without throwing all logic and laws of physics out the window. There were records of a Harry Potter being alive, and having lived his early years with an aunt and uncle and a cousin at 4 Privet Drive, but that was a very long time ago. The hospital files coincided with Harry's situation, but that was impossible because they dated back to the 1980s. His Harry was from 2004, and I thought I didn't even qualify. Trying to sound as he normally would around other people, thinking about Harry and how odd things around him could cause him being taken away, made Tony feel depressed. I didn't know that either, Pepper tried. Yeah, apparently I'm volatile, self-obsessed, don't play well with others, Tony counted off. That I did know, Pepper replied with an apologetic smile towards Coulson. This is no longer simply personality profiles, Coulson said. Ms. Potts, a moment? Tony called Pepper over. One moment, Pepper said to Coulson and went over to Tony. You know, I thought, we were having a moment, Tony said as he typed on his screens. Pepper made a face. I was having 12% of a moment. This seems like something serious. Phil is shaking. How would you know that? Why is he Phil? Tony asked, jealousy seeping through. What's all this? Pepper asked. This. Tony said as he enlarged everything that was in the file. Screens of all the Avengers profiles, pictures, videos, and printed documents were there for all of them to see. I'm going to take the jet to DC tonight, Pepper said. Tomorrow, Tony said. You've got homework, and a lot of it, Pepper replied. Well, what if I didn't? And besides, what about Harry? Tony asked as he turned to look at her. You mean when you've finished? Well, then she whispered somethings into Tony's ear while Coulson looked a bit uncomfortable as Tony smiled wickedly. Then she smiled gently and whispered, Harry's the best. And he's spent a few days here with just Happy before. He has our cells in his laptop. He can call or Skype me whenever. Square deal, I'm on board, Tony replied out loud so Coulson could hear, but then to Pepper whispered, they'll want me to go somewhere. Then make sure nothing shiny catches your attention. Just go in, consult, and get back here to Hair Bear, Pepper whispered back. It might take more than a few days, Tony said with a frown. Harry will understand. Just sneak away a lot to call him and me, often. You're good at that, Pepper said. Good. I'm an expert babe, Tony replied with a wink. They kissed and Pepper said as they broke apart, work hard. Any chance you're going to LaGuardia? Pepper asked Coulson. I can drop you, Coulson agreed as they exited the room, leaving Tony to look at the files and the Tesseract. Once he made sure that no one else was around or would make any surprise visits, Tony all but ran to Harry. He was torn between watching his little boy sleep and waking him up. Harry had picked up some of Tony's habits over the years, insomnia being the most urgent one. Tony tried to get Harry to sleep as much as he could at night, though sometimes the nightmares made it impossible. He really didn't want to, but he knew Harry would feel worse if he told him he was off on a business trip over the phone. Champ? Tony whispered. Harry didn't react at first, so Tony tried a few more times. When Harry didn't respond to any of those attempts, Tony began to panic. He started yelling and shaking Harry a bit, but still his son wouldn't answer him. He checked Harry's breathing and his pulse, which seemed to be fine, but then he reminded himself that he wasn't a doctor. He ordered Jarvis to alert a hospital that he was on his way when Harry gasped and snapped open his eyes. Daddy," Harry croaked out. Tony grabbed the glass of water on Harry's bedside table and helped him sip it. "Harry, are you all right? What happened? Was it another nightmare?" Tony asked, going into his protective father mode. He looked around for any other oddities that might have happened. Once or twice he'd seen something float, or change into something else, or disappear altogether. Harry looked intently into Tony. With all the facts that Tony had gotten, he could almost believe that Harry wasn't just 7 years old, but he shook his head. If no one came looking for his son, and nothing threatened to take him away, then he wasn't going to question anything. "Harry?" Tony questioned again. "You're going away," Harry murmured. Tony's heart sank. He knew Harry knew it was only temporary, that he'd return. But he also knew that one of Harry's biggest worries, that he'd confided to both Pepper and Happy, was that one day Tony wouldn't come back home. Even though Harry didn't think of it as Tony abandoning him, Tony feared that's how Harry would see it if he didn't come back one day. That really made his stomach churn. "For a few days. You'll be spending that time with Happy though, so you'll be in good hands." Tony tried to smile, but even he knew it must have looked very forced. He really hated being away from Harry. Harry didn't say anything but went to hug Tony. The hug was very tight. "I don't want you to go." Tony hugged him back and mentally cursed. He was also very tempted to not go, but 1. He already promised Pepper. 2. If he didn't show up, S.H.I.E.L.D. would come looking for him anyway. And 3. Because this was another opportunity for Tony to boast, gloat, and show off. It would be weird if he didn't take it. If that happened, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely investigate and find out about Harry, which they could never do, for reasons previously given. Tony sighed. "Sorry buddy, but it's mandatory. But I promise that the nanosecond I can return I'm on my way back here. We'll go visit Kevin, and if you want, we'll go to the pet shop and get you a puppy. Okay?" Harry pouted. "I'd rather have you." Tony smiled. Moments like this really made him feel warm inside. Many people wanted his attention because of his money or his genius. A lot of women wanted him for his money, fame, and body. There were times he kind of had doubts about Pepper, mostly because of his past habits. With Harry, Harry had always wanted him, for him. All Harry expected of Tony was his attention and just to spend time with Tony. Not for financial gain or 15 minutes of fame, but just because he liked Tony. Tony ruffled Harry's head and kissed his forehead. "How did I ever get the luck to have such a wonderful boy like you?" Harry smiled. "I don't know, but I know I must have pleased an angel to let me find the best dad in the world." Tony's eyes moistened at that, but then he cleared his throat. "I have to leave tonight. Happy is on his way. I'll call you as soon as I can. Day or night, whether you're awake or not. Pepper also wants you to check in with her, but she'll likely call you after breakfast. If you don't answer after the second ring, I don't care if the world is burning. I will drop everything and come look for you, understand?" "What if I'm in the potty and leave my phone in my room?" Harry asked innocently. "Then I'll just have a very funny story to tell your girlfriend to embarrass you with later on in your teenage years," Tony replied with a smirk. "Dad," Harry whined, and Tony chuckled. They both sobered up and got serious. "I'll be back, Harry," Tony promised. Harry nodded and said in a voice far more serious than a 7-year-old should have, "I know." As Tony tucked Harry in once more and planted a kiss on his forehead, he wondered if there was some sort of double meaning in that. Closing the door behind him, Tony spoke out. "Jarvis?" "Yes, sir?" "While I'm away, please keep an extra close eye on Harry and anything he does." "Of course, sir," Jarvis answered. "Thank you guys so much. I want to thank Iona Wildfire for being my beta. I know others offered as well, and I want to thank you guys too." Verse actually drew the moment between Harry and Tony as they got Kevin, and it's so cute. Katoha. DeviantArt. Art, fan art for Man of Iron Father of Gold 309390611. There's the link. Just have to get rid of the spaces. I want to say sorry again because I think I lied. I think I said that some of the Harry Potter people will be in this chapter, but I was very tired and thought that was a good place to leave it off at. I do plan on bringing them in, I do. But at this point I think you'll have to wait for the Avengers movie plot to play out first. Okay. Before people get confused and start asking about Harry's memories. No, they aren't back. Death was in on the Gypsies' plan to de-age Harry. Death is a Powerful entity, and I'm sure he dislikes having to have a master. Harry is a good choice because he doesn't really want the responsibility. Meaning Harry is a very inattentive boss, and that's what Death wants. He doesn't want to be told what to do. But since Loki, a being from another planet, will be killing the people of Earth, that's something I think the Master of Death and Death need to be involved in. So Death allowed Harry's knowledge of Master of Death to return because it was a necessity, and that sort of also brought on more memories, but they're still being kept at bay. Which is why Death told Harry that version of how he became Master of Death. Please, review. Loki's play Man of Iron, Father of Gold Chapter 6, Loki's play. Yes. Yes, yeah, okay, yeah, I know, yeah, okay, I love you too. By Pepper. Harry hung up his cell and tossed it aside while he flopped on the couch. He gave a heavy sigh as Happy came in with a tray with 2 bowls of cereal. That Pepper checking up on you? Happy asked. Yeah, she sends her love, Harry murmured disgruntled. Come on Harry, don't be like that. I know you miss your dad and Pepper, but they'll be back soon. And besides, we'll have plenty of fun here, Happy promised. Harry straightened in his spot and smiled a little at Happy. I know. I'm just worried about my dad. Jarvis had passed on his boss's last message to the AI, and Happy recounted all of the strange things he had observed around Harry. Though he was a modern man, he couldn't help but believe that Harry had some sort of sixth sense. Maybe it was just that after the first few strange things, Happy began to look for other strange things. Whether Harry was playing, sleeping, or doing anything else, he always knew when his dad arrived home, even before Jarvis announced it. When they planned an outing and the weather wasn't going to be what the news said it was, Harry would suggest something else. No one really questioned it at first, but after a couple of times it became obvious that when Harry would suggest a quiet night at home watching movies instead of going to the park or something, the weather always took a turn for the worst. Mr. Stark knows how to handle himself in any situation. He is a hero, remember? And besides, he has you to come home to. That's a huge motivator for him, Happy said. Harry brightened at that. You think so? I know so, Happy said confidently. If he ever had any doubts about anything, his boss's love for his kid wasn't one of those things. Harry sighed. I know he'll be okay. I just don't like being so far away from him. Don't be sad, Har. Look, after breakfast I thought we could swing by and visit Kevin. And on the way home your dad said we could stop by the pet shop and get you anything you want, Happy said. Harry pouted. Dad promised to be the one to take me, but thanks for doing it anyway, Uncle Happy. After securing Loki in the cell and his little talk with Fury, that all of the Avengers saw, minus Tony, they began to discuss the matter at hand. When the screens shut off, Bruce crossed his arms, smiled, and sarcastically said, He really grows on you, doesn't he? Loki's going to drag this out, Steve began. So, Thor, what's his play? Thor had his arms crossed before he acknowledged the super soldier and answered, he has an army called the Chitauri. They aren't of Asgard or any world known. He means to lead them against your people. They mean to win him the Earth. In return, I suspect, for the Tesseract. An army? Steve asked skeptically, from outer space? Bruce removed his glasses and asked, so he's building another portal. That's what he needs Eric Selvig for. Selvig? Thor asked. He's an astrophysicist, Bruce replied. He's a friend, Thor said in turn. Loki has him under some kind of spell, along with one of ours, Natasha said solemnly. I want to know why Loki let us take him. He's not leading an army from here, Steve said. I don't think we should be focusing on Loki. That guy's brain is a bag full of cats. You can smell the crazy on him, Bruce said. Take care how you speak. Loki is beyond reason, but he is of Asgard, and he is my brother, Thor said in warning. He killed 80 people in 2 days, Natasha deadpanned. He's adopted, Thor defended lamely. Iridium, what does he need iridium for? Bruce asked, bringing the topic back into focus. Tony walked in with Coulson and said to the group, it's a stabilizing agent. Then he turned to the SHIELD agent and said, all I'm saying is take a weekend and I'll fly you over. Keep the love alive. In reply, Coulson just gave a forced smile and motioned Tony to the rest of the group. Means, the portal won't collapse on itself like it did at SHIELD. As he walked up to Thor, he said cheekily, no hard feelings, Point Break, you got a mean swing. And patted Thor on the arm. Also, it means the portal can open as wide and stay open as long as Loki wants. Tony walked to the bridge and said, raise the ship's mast and release the valves. The agents working the computers on the lower deck all looked at him as if he grew a second head. Tony pointed to someone and declared, that man is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Looking back and forth between each of the computer monitor, he covered his left eye and turned back to the group and asked, how does Fury even see these? He turns, Agent Hill replies sternly. Sounds exhausting, Tony answered as he turns back to the group. The rest of the raw materials, I'm sure Agent Barton can get his hands on pretty easily. Only major component he still needs is a power source. Of high energy density, something to kickstart the cube. Tony explained as he carefully installed a bug on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computers without anyone being the wiser. When did you become an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics? Agent Hill asked, her arms still crossed over her chest as she listened to the genius. Last night. In bed, the packet, Selig's notes. The extraction theory papers. Am I the only one who did the reading? Tony asked, a bit over-dramatically emphasized. Does Loki need any particular kind of power source? Steve asked, a bit irritated. He'd have to heat the cube to 120 million Kelvin just to break through the Coulomb barrier, Bruce replied as he fiddled with his glasses. Tony made a graceful gesture with open arms. As he made his way to Bruce he said, unless, Seljev figured out how to stabilize the quantum tunnel effect. Well, if he could do that he can achieve heavy ion fusion at any reactor on the planet, Bruce replied. Tony made an obvious face of relief as he pointed at Bruce and said, finally, someone who speaks English. Steve raised an eyebrow and asked, is that what just happened? Bruce and Tony shook hands and Tony said, good to meet you, Dr. Banner. Your work on anti-electronic collisions is unparalleled, and I'm a huge fan of how you lose control and turn into an enormous green rage monster. Bruce gave a forced grin and said, thanks. Fury walked in and said, Dr. Banner is just here to track the cube. I was hoping you might join him. I'd start with that stick of his, Steve said. It may be magical but sure works a lot like a Hydra weapon. I don't know about that, but it is powered by the cube. And I'd like to know how Loki used it to turn two of the sharpest men I know into his personal flying monkeys, Fury said. Monkeys? Thor asked. I do not understand. I do? Steve straightened in his chair with a smile. Tony crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. I understand that reference. Tony turned to Bruce and asked, shall we play doctor? Bruce nodded and motioned towards the lab and said, this way, sir. The agent who was playing Galaga made sure no one was looking and resumed playing his game. As they made their way to the lab, Tony tapped Bruce on the shoulder and said, I have to make a call. I'll be right in. Bruce gave him an odd look but didn't say anything. He gave Tony a small nod and entered the lab and went directly to inspect the scepter with the radiation wand. Tony looked back and forth before ducking into a room. According to his cell, it was one of the rooms Jarvis had disconnected the cameras to. Having already promised Pepper he'd call often and knowing beforehand that he would need a safe place to call from. Tony set his plan up from the get-go. He needed his bug to hack into all of the files, to figure out all of the dirty secrets S.H.I.E.L.D. was hiding, but it only took his Iron Man suit being connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. for Jarvis to do something as simple as hack their cameras and audio in some of the rooms. Taking out his cell, he punched in number 1 and pressed, talk. Halfway through the first ring, Harry answered. Dad? Tony smiled at Harry's cheerful voice. Miss me? Yeah, Harry said longingly. Tony gave a sad smile. I miss you too, bud. How was your day? Have you eaten? Yes. And it was good. Uncle Happy took me to see Kevin and we stopped at the pet shop like you said, Harry replied. Good, I really wish I would have gone with you. So, we have a new member in the family, huh? Did you name him Fido? Tony asked, trying to keep the mood as light as possible. Harry had always been somewhat of a serious kid. Tony blamed his relatives who gave him such a horrible start in life. If he let his own sorrow of being so far away from him show, Harry would only be worse. Knowing Harry was suffering really made his chest hurt and his stomach churn. It only intensified knowing he was the cause of Harry's pain. Though he was touched that someone on this earth was greatly affected by his absence. It was very confusing being a parent, but being Harry's dad was something he wouldn't trade for the world. Harry's giggle brought a smile to Tony's face. No. Spike? Killer? Fluffy? Tony guessed. What if I told you it wasn't a dog? Harry asked. Tony made a face. Do we have a cat? I'm sorry, Bud, but cats have never really been my animal of choice. They're lazy and evil. Evil? Harry asked skeptically. Yes. They're the animals that villains buy and have on their laps and do that evil, stroking their cat while thinking of evil thing, Tony replied. Harry giggled again. It's not a cat. Then what is it? Tony asked. No, I think I'll keep it as a surprise, Harry said, and Tony could almost see the mischievous grin. That's not fair, Tony mock cried. Well, too bad. If you really want to find out, then you'll need to come home, Harry declared. Tony's features softened. I told you, buddy. The nanosecond I'm on my way. You've been gone too long, Harry murmured. I know, buddy. Hey, listen, I promise when I get home we'll do anything you like. Your wish is my command, Tony promised. It's not much different from any other day, Harry said dryly. As it should be, Tony huffed. I really miss you, Dad, Harry murmured. And I seriously miss you, champ. But hey, I'll be there soon enough. In the meantime, try to have some fun, okay? Tony asked. Shouldn't you tell me to be good? Harry asked. PFT, you're my little angel. You're always good, too good in fact. So good that I order you to cause some mischief, Tony said, hoping it'll lift Harry's spirits. It seemed to work. He heard Harry laugh on the other end. You're silly, Daddy, Harry replied. I know. Hey, is Happy there? Tony asked. Yeah, Harry said. Let me speak with him, Tony said. Okay. I love you, Dad, Harry said. Even though Harry couldn't see it, he could hear the sincere smile on his dad's face. And I love you, Bud. After a moment of silence, Happy answered the other side. Sir? Hey, Hap, listen. Pepper's in D.C. I want you to take Harry with you and meet her there. Then take them further west, Tony said in his business tone. Tony heard Happy excuse himself and then asked, What's going on, sir? Tony sighed. I can't be sure, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is too close to New York for my liking, too close to Harry. It might just be my overprotective nature, but I feel much better knowing he's away from the city. What should I tell Ms. Potts, sir? She's bound to have questions, Happy replied. I know, just let her know it's merely a precaution. It's about Harry, so she won't put up much fuss, Tony said. Where should I take them? Happy asked. Midwest is good. Chicago has great pizza and art culture. Wisconsin has Wisconsin Dells. Just make sure they're safe, okay, Hap? Tony asked. Of course, sir, Happy promised. Oh, and Happy? Yes, sir? What did he get? Tony asked. I'm sorry, sir. I swore I wouldn't tell, Happy said with smile. Aw, come on, Tony whined. Happy chuckled. I gave my word, sir. But I can tell you this. He named him Sully. Sully? Tony echoed. His full name is James Sullivan, but Sully for short, Happy confirmed. What kind of animal do you name Sully? Tony asked incredulously. Happy chuckled again. I just drove him to the pet shop, sir. This was all him. Tony sighed. Fine. He's happy, right? No, sir, I'm happy, but Harry's pretty content, Happy replied with a cheeky smirk. Oh, haha. Very funny, Hap. But, thanks again. I'll meet you guys as soon as I can. Later, Tony said and hung up. When Tony entered the lab, Bruce had been examining Loki's staff. Bruce explained that the magic stick was consistent with Selgiv's notes about the Tesseract. Bruce also said that it would take a long time to find anything. Tony waved a dismissive hand in the air and used one of the monitors and told Bruce that he could bypass S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mainframe. He'd get everything done much faster. What animal do you think looks like a Sully? Tony asked out of the blue. Sully? Bruce repeated. James Sullivan, to be precise. Nicknamed Sully. Not a cat or a dog, though, Tony asked with a raised eyebrow. How is that relevant to what we're doing? Bruce asked, amused and confused at the same time. Tony shook his head. Never mind. You know, you should come by Stark Towers sometimes. The first 10 floors, all R&D. You'd love it. It's Candyland. Moving closer to Bruce, Tony picked up a sharp object without the other noticing. Bruce was still working with the equipment as he replied, Thanks, but the last time I was in New York, I kind of broke Harlem. Well, I promise a stress-free environment, Tony said. No tension, no surprises. Then Tony stabs Bruce with the sharp object he picked up and stares directly into Bruce's eyes. Nothing? Hey! Steve yelled coming in. Are you nuts? You really have it all under control? Tony asked Bruce, ignoring the captain on purpose. What's your secret? Jazz, bongos, yoga, big bag of weed? Is everything a joke to you? Steve asked. Funny things are, Tony replied as he pointed to the captain with a tool from the work table. Threatening the safety of everyone on this ship isn't funny. No offense, Doc, Steve said. It's all right. I wouldn't have come aboard if I couldn't handle pointy things, Bruce answered. Tony moved away from Bruce but pointed to him with the same tool he did Steve and said, You're tiptoeing, big man. You need to strut. And you need to focus on the problems, Mr. Stark, Steve ordered. You think I'm not? Why did Fury call us in? Why now? Why not before? What isn't he telling us? Tony asked the captain as he got a bag of blueberries out of his bag. I can't do the equation unless I have all the variables. You think Fury's hiding something? Steve asked. He's a spy, Tony replied. Captain, he's the spy. His secrets have secrets. It's bugging him too, Tony pointed at Bruce, isn't it? Bruce raised his head from his work and waved his arms around and said awkwardly, I just want to finish my work. Doctor? Steve pressed. Bruce looked uncomfortable, then he took off his glasses and sighed, a warm light for all mankind, Loki's jab to Fury about the cube. I heard it, Steve said. Well, I think that was meant for you, Bruce said as he pointed at Tony, who in turn passed over his bag of blueberries for Bruce to take some. Taking some, he continued, even if Barton didn't tell him, it was still all over the news. The Stark Tower? Steve asked. That big ugly building in New York? Tony sort of glared at Steve as Bruce answered, it's powered by an arc reactor. A self-sustaining energy source. That building will run itself for what? A year? Bruce directed that question to Tony. The genius ate a blueberry and shrugged, it's only a prototype. I'm kind of the only name in clean energy right now. So, why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. call him in on the Tesseract project? What are they doing in the energy industry in the first place? I should probably look into that. Once my decryption program finishes breaking into all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secure files, Tony said as he took out his phone and checked it over, simultaneously checking to see if there were any texts from Harry. Sorry, did you say? Steve started by Tony cut him off. Jarvis has been running it since I hit the bridge. In a few hours I'll know every dirty secret S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever tried to hide. Blueberry? Tony offered the bag to the captain. And yet you're confused as to why they didn't want you here? Steve asked. Please, I'd rather be with Harry and Kevin the turkey than with all of you, Tony mentally said. Out loud he said, an intelligence organization that fears intelligence, historically, not awesome. I think Loki is trying to wind us up. This is a man who means to start a war, and if we don't stay focused, he'll succeed. Steve said, trying to get the other to see the seriousness of the situation. We have orders, we should follow them. Following isn't really my style, Tony said. And you're all about style, aren't you? Steve asked. You can hear the patience leaving him. Of the people in this room, which one is A, wearing a spangly outfit, and B, not of use? Tony said back in the same tone of voice as the captain, letting the soldier know in a subtle way that he too was getting on the genius's nerves. Steve, tell this doesn't smell a little funky to you? Bruce asked, trying to ease the tension some from the other two Avengers. Steve looked between the two geniuses before turning to leave. Just find the cube. That's the guy my dad never shut up about, Tony asked once the door shut behind Steve, wondering if they shouldn't have kept him on ice. Guy's not wrong about Loki. He does have the jump on us, Bruce said as he checked some of the computer monitors. What he's got is an Acme dynamite kit, and it's going to blow up in his face. And I'm going to be there when it is, Tony said as he walked over to another set of monitors. And I'll read all about it, Bruce replied. Or you'll be suiting up with the rest of us, Tony said. You see, I don't get a suit of armor. I'm exposed. Like a nerve, it's a nightmare. You know, I got a cluster of shrapnel, trying every second to crawl into my heart. This stops it. This little circle of light. It's part of me now. Not just armor, Tony explained. It's a terrible privilege. But you can control it, Bruce countered. Because I learned how, Tony replied. Bruce shook his head and said while typing on the monitor, it's different. Tony cleared the screen and said, "Hey, I read all about your accident. That much gamma exposure should have killed you. So are you saying that the Hulk, the other guy, saved my life?" Bruce asked skeptically. "That's nice, it's a nice sentiment. Let me save it for, what?" Tony stared at the doctor without fear or prejudice, just pure scientific genuine curiosity and replied, "I guess we'll find out." "You may not enjoy that," Bruce said as Tony walked to another workbench. "You just might," Tony said. Harry smiled as Sully circled himself around his arm. The California King snake was evenly colored in black and white. "You really scared that lady at the checkpoint, Sully," Harry said as he leaned into his seat on the jet. Happy chuckled. "Yeah, that was kind of funny. Where are we going?" Harry asked. "We're going to meet up with Pepper," Happy replied. "Why?" Harry asked. Pepper and his dad had gone on business trips before, but he had never left New York to meet up with them. "Well, your dad wants to treat us all to a little vacation. When we get Pepper, we'll be meeting him somewhere else. Somewhere where no one will bother us," Happy said, wanting to keep Harry from worrying. Harry's face became passive but didn't say anything. Why don't you and Sully watch a movie? I have to make a few calls." "Okay. Come on, Sully," Harry said. "The older one lease master," Sully said. "I know. But I can't make him tell me the truth," Harry said back. "Why not? You SSSSS speak my language, SSSS surly." "SSSSS someone like you can demand the truth from him," Sully said. "I could ask, but if it's something unpleasant he'll keep it from me. He deceits SSSS you to protect?" Sully asked with his head tilted. "Yeah. Your SSSS species SSSSS is confessing." "I've heard." Harry deadpanned. "What do you plan to do, Master?" For now, we'll watch a movie. There's nothing much we can do while in the air anyway," Harry said. Fury barged into the lab and asked, "What are you doing, Mr. Stark?" Kind of wondering the same thing about you," Tony replied. "You're supposed to be locating the Tesseract," Fury said. "We are. The model's locked and we're looking for the signature now. When we get a hit, we'll have the location within half a mile," Bruce said as he pointed to one of the monitors. "Then you get the cube back. No muss, no fuss," Tony began. "What is Phase 2? Steve entered the lab and slammed down a weapon on one of the tables. "Phase 2 is S.H.I.E.L.D. uses the cube to make weapons." "Sorry, the computer was moving a little slow for me. Rogers, we gathered everything related to the Tesseract. It does not mean." "I'm sorry, Nick. What were you lying?" Tony said as he showed them a screen of a blueprint of a gun made from the power of the cube. "I was wrong, Director. The world hasn't changed a bit," Steve said as Thor and Natasha walked in. "Did you know about this?" Bruce pointed to the screen and asked Natasha. "You want to think about removing yourself from this environment, Doctor?" Natasha asked as pleasantly as she could. "I was in Calcutta. I was pretty well removed," Bruce answered with a dry chuckle. "Loki's manipulating you," Natasha said. "And you're doing what exactly?" Bruce snapped back in a calm manner. "You didn't come here because I bat my eyelashes at you," Natasha replied. "And I'm not leaving because suddenly you get a little twitchy. I'd like to know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract to build weapons of mass destruction," Bruce demanded. There was a pause before Fury pointed at Thor. "Because of him." Thor looked confused. "Me?" Tony raised an amused brow as Fury explained. "Last year Earth had a visitor from another planet, and had a grudge match that leveled a small town. We learned that not only are we not alone, but we are hopelessly, hilariously, outgunned. My people want nothing but peace with your planet," Thor defended. "But you're not the only people out there, are you?" Fury demanded. "And you're not the only threat. The world is filling up with people that can't be matched. That can't be controlled." "Like you control the cube?" Steve asked. "Your work with the Tesseract was what drew Loki to it, and his allies," Thor said. "It is a signal to all the realms that the Earth is ready for a higher form of war." "A higher form?" Steve echoed. "You forced our hand. We had to come up with some." "Nuclear return, because that always calms everything right down," Tony said with his eyes narrowed. "Remind me again how you made your fortune, Stark," Fury snapped back. "I'm sure if he still made weapons Stark would be neck deep," Steve said. "Whoa, how is this now about me?" Tony asked, looking at Steve. "I'm sorry, isn't everything?" Steve asked in turn with a glare. I thought humans were more evolved than this, Thor said. Excuse me. Did we come to your planet and blow stuff up? Fury demanded. From then it turned to a lot of bickering. Steve and Tony kept arguing while Fury and Natasha ganged up on Thor. Bruce joined in demanding more things about S.H.I.E.L.D. and threats, questioning Steve even. You speak of control, yet you cause chaos, Thor said in a mocking tone. It's his mo, isn't it? Bruce asked. I mean, what are we, a team? No, we're a chemical mixture that makes chaos. We're a time bomb. You need to step away, Fury ordered. Why shouldn't the guy let out a little steam? Tony asked as he laid a hand on Steve's shoulder. Steve shoved it away and snapped, you know damn well why, back off. Oh, I'm starting to want you to make me, Tony replied. Yeah, big man in a suit of armor. Take that away and what are you? Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, and father, Tony added mentally. I know guys with none of that worth 10 of you, Steve said. And I've seen the footage. The only thing you really fight for is yourself. You're not the guy to make the sacrifice play. To lay down on the wire and let the other guy crawl over you. I think I just cut the wire, Tony snapped back. He was pissed at this man his father admired so much. Steve was making outrageous claims about him based on what he saw on the television. He didn't know the real him. Not the side that mattered. The side that was a father to Harry. For Harry, he'd do anything. Especially the sacrifice play if it came down to that. But he was a genius and his number one promise he kept telling Harry was that he'd always come home. So, yeah, as long as he had Harry to return to, he'd always find a way to cut the wire. Steve smirked in mocking, always a way out. You know you may not be a threat but you better stop pretending to be a hero. A hero? Like you? You're a laboratory experiment, Rogers. Everything special about you came out of a bottle? Put on the suit. Let's go a few rounds, Steve said darkly. Thor laughed, you people are so petty and tiny. Yeah, this is a team, Bruce said sarcastically. Agent Romanoff, would you escort Dr. Banner back to his, Fury began. Where? You rented my room, Bruce said cheekily. The cell was just in case. In case you needed to kill me, but you can't, I know I've tried. That silenced everyone up. I got low. I didn't see an end so I put a bullet in my mouth and the other guy spit it out, so I moved on. I focused on helping other people. I was good. Until you dragged me back into this freak show. And put everyone here at risk. You want to know my secret, Agent Romanoff? You want to know how I stay calm? Everyone in the room got tense. Fury and Natasha went for their weapons. Dr. Banner, Steve said. Put down the scepter. Bruce looked questionably at his hand and his eyes widened a little. He looked around the room for an explanation when a monitor began to beep. Got it, Tony said. Bruce put down the scepter and walked over the beeping scene. Sorry kids, looks like you won't get to see my party trick after all. You've located the Tesseract? Thor asked. I can get there faster, Tony offered. The Tesseract belongs on Asgard. No human is a match for it, Thor warned. You're not going alone, Steve said, grabbing Tony's arm. Tony slapped it away and asked childishly, you gonna stop me? Put on the suit and let's find out, Steve replied. I'm not afraid of you, old man, Tony warned. Put on the suit, Steve hissed. Oh my God, Bruce whispered as he looked up to the rest. Then one of the engines exploded, sending everyone flying in different direction. Steve and Tony stood up and Steve said without hate this time, put on the suit. Tony could only agree, yeah. The jet landed in DC and Happy quickly got them a room in the same hotel that Pepper was at. She was still in a business meeting when they arrived but she was aware that they were there. I'm going to take a nap, Harry announced. You okay, buddy? Happy asked. With all of the habits Harry's developed from his boss, not sleeping was the most common. He usually put up a bit of a fuss when he wasn't tired. He also didn't do naps. Not unless he had been up the night before because of a nightmare. Harry nodded. The plane ride just made me and Sully tired, he wants to nap. Okay. Well, I'll be here if you need anything, Happy said. Harry nodded again and went to his room and closed the door. Thinking for a second, Harry decided to lock it too. Going to sit on the bed, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated as hard as he could. He felt a small breeze and Sully hissed. Opening his much greener eyes, Harry was greeted by the thin, black-haired man he had met in his dream the other day, Death. Chaos filled the helicarrier as agents went to their post. Medics ran around trying to help the wounded. People were furiously typing on computers. Agents everywhere trying to assess the situation and grabbed weapons as they went. All while searching for the enemy. Fury pressed into his ear, "Hill, Engine 3 is out. Can we fix it? The turbine looks intact, but it's impossible to get out there and make repairs while we're in the air," an agent said. "If we lose one more engine, we won't be," Agent Hill replied. "Somebody has to get outside and patch that engine." Fury nodded and spoke. "Stark, you copy that?" "I'm on it," Tony replied. "Coulson, make sure the detention cell is in lockdown, and then get to the armory." "Romanoff," Fury demanded. "Take care, Sully. I'll be back, I just have to make sure of something," Harry said to the snake. "Master will be in danger," the snake hissed. "I'll be fine," Harry promised. Harry then stood up and faced Death. "I'm ready." "Are you sure?" Death asked. "Yes," Harry answered immediately. Death only nodded and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder before they disappeared. Natasha was stuck under some rubble but pressed her calm and replied, "We're okay." She then looked at Banner, who wasn't doing so well, and asked, "We're okay, right?" Tony clapped Captain America on the shoulder and said, "Engine 3. I'll meet you there." The captain nodded and went on his way while Tony went to his armor. As he prepared to don the armor, he took a brief moment to look at a picture of a smiling Harry. He'd make it back, he had his boy waiting for him. "Doctor?" Natasha questioned as she tried to dislodge her leg. "Bruce, you have to fight it. This is just what Loki wants. We're going to be okay. Listen to me." "Are you hurt?" Some of the agents came running towards them, but Natasha waved them off. "We're going to be okay. I swear on my life that I will get you out of this and you will walk away. And you'll never ever," Natasha promised. "Your life?" Bruce demanded. Bruce was struggling with control, but it was a losing battle. He looked back towards Natasha with sorrow-filled eyes. "Bruce," Natasha whispered. The Hulk gave a roar as it was unleashed. Natasha managed to break free just in time and ran for it. The Hulk turned around slowly and growled. The chase began. Natasha used all of her training and gymnastic skills to evade the Hulk. He came very close to attacking her when Thor crashed into him, sending him flying. Steve opened the door and let the injured workman back inside and yelled, "Stark, Stark, I'm here." "Good," Tony replied. "Let's see what we got. I have to get the superconducting system back online before I can access the rovers. Then work on dislodging the debris." As he worked with what was in front of him, he pointed to Steven. "I need you to get to that engine control panel and tell me which relays are in overdrive position." Steve merely nodded and jumped his way across to where Tony had pointed. "What's it look like in there?" Tony asked. Steve sighed, exasperated, as he looked at all the wires and cables, and replied, "It seems to run on some sort of electricity." "Well, you're not wrong," Tony replied dryly. The Hulk roared some more at Thor and got in his battle-ready stance. He threw a few punches at the demigod. Thor blocked them and threw some of his own. The Hulk smashed down a fist at Thor, who stopped it and tried to push him back and said, "We are not your enemies, Banner. Try to think." The Hulk instead lifted Thor up, who was holding on to the Hulk, and used his other arm to send the blonde crashing into some material in the hangar. Harry stumbled a bit as the ground around him shook. He looked up at Death, who merely looked at his surroundings idly. Harry raised his head in determination and went to look for the most important person in the world for him. "Okay, the relay's on intact," Steve said into his comm. "What's our next move?" "Even if I clear the rotors, this thing won't start without a jump. I'm going to have to get in there and push," Tony said. "If that thing gets up to speed, you'll get shredded," Steve warned. Tony said something very complicated and the captain demanded, "Speak English." Tony rolled his eyes. "See that red lever? It'll slow the rotors long enough for me to get out. Stand by it and wait for my word." Steve jumped to the red lever and looked out towards the engine. The Hulk and Thor on research levels 4, 2, and 3. Someone called out. "Sir, the Hulk will tear this place apart," Hill screamed. "Get his attention," Fury ordered as he, Hill, and other agents continued to shoot at the enemy trying to come onto the bridge. "Escort 6-0 proceed to Wishbone and engage hostile," Hill ordered. Don't get too close. The Hulk pushed Thor with all of his might and sent Thor flying a lot of levels across. Thor heard the orders to distract Banner. Looking torn, he decided to go and check on his brother. The Hulk roared and stomped on the ground. He saw a flicker of movement and went towards it. He found himself standing in front of a small boy. The Hulk growled in a threatening way, but the boy didn't move away. In fact, he moved closer to the Hulk. The Hulk roared, but the boy didn't even flinch. Not in fear or in disgust. The Hulk was a bit confused as the boy continued to move closer. The boy's eyes were very green, like the Hulk's. Letting out another warning growl, the Hulk took an intimating step forward, but that didn't scare the boy either. The boy walked up to the Hulk and placed his small hand in the Hulk's massive one. That's when the Hulk felt it. It was an odd sensation. It felt peaceful and calm. It was nice. The boy didn't fear the Hulk, didn't want to hurt him. He was making the Hulk feel better. Copy. The small plane flew outside of where the Hulk and Thor were fighting and said, "Target in sight, target engage." And he fired at will. The Hulk's impressive hearing heard the bullets before they crashed through the window. The Hulk picked up the boy and shielded him from any danger. Climbing to another level, he carefully placed the boy down and looked into those green eyes that somehow exactly matched his own. "Safe," Hulk grunted. The boy nodded and the Hulk jumped away and the bullets followed. Thinking that the bullets could have really hurt the boy made the Hulk angry. The Hulk growled and roared as he jumped out towards the plane. "Target angry. Target angry." The pilot shouted, moving away, but it was too late. The Hulk jumped on the small flyer and tried to break through the glass. As he slipped back, the pilot took the chance to eject, but the Hulk caught him and threw him in rage. The jet went spiraling, along with the Hulk. After dislodging the major part of the debris, Tony jumped into the engine and began to push. While he was doing so, some of the enemy came and confronted Steve. Steve tried to remain near the lever, knowing that Tony was already pushing the engine. Of course, the enemy didn't really care about that. "Stark, we're losing altitude," Fury's voice sounded in their comms. "Yeah, I noticed," Tony replied. Harry felt something similar coming from another room. He didn't know what it was, but he couldn't find his dad, so he decided to follow it. Death following silently behind him. Thor ran to the detention cell where he saw Loki opening the door to his prison. Yelling, "No!" Thor ran to tackle Loki, only for it to be an illusion. The door closed behind Thor and he turned to face his brother. "Are you ever not going to fall for that?" Loki asked with a smirk. Thor frowned and hit the glass with his hammer. It cracked. Loki laughed when the cage shook and then smiled to his brother. "The humans think us immortal. Should we test that?" There was a small shimmer that caught Thor's attention, but he didn't pay too much mind to that. The bodyguard that was with Loki fell to the floor as Coulson came in with a weapon and said, "Move away. Please." "You like this?" Coulson asked as he gestured to the gun. "We started working on the prototype after you sent the destroyer. Even I don't know what it does. Want to find out?" Harry's eyes flashed a dark green as he saw the other dark-haired magical one-use magic. Death tapped Harry's forehead with his fingers like he did when he revealed being Master of Death. Images flashed behind Harry's mind, and as the dark wizard was about to stab the human in the back, Harry jumped out of his hiding place and yelled, "Protega Maxima." There was a shimmering around Coulson as every adult's eyes widened in shock and surprise. Those three pairs of eyes then landed on Harry. "Who are you?" Loki demanded. Harry gulped a little bit, but his eyes were defiant as he glared at the older wizard. Coulson took the moment that Loki was distracted and went to unlock Thor, but Loki raised his staff and fired at the human again. Harry yelled the protection spell again and it worked the second time. Loki growled and pointed his staff at Harry and fired. Death waved his hand as Harry raised his and a wand suddenly appeared and he countered, "Expelliarmus." A beam of red light left the wand and the spells hit each other and exploded on impact. Loki's eyes narrowed. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Harry refused to answer. Loki's image flickered, then he appeared behind Harry and grabbed him. You might be useful to me." "No, leave him be, brother," Thor yelled, worried for the child. He tried to break through the glass once more, but the cage shook again. Harry screamed and struggled, but Loki paid him no mind and vanished, smirk on his face. Everything was in chaos, but the enemy seemed to be defeated. Loki was gone though. The remaining Avengers all gathered on the Bridge like they did when Fury first went to interrogate Loki, though there was a more somber attitude about the place. As Thor and Coulson entered the room, Fury asked, "What happened?" "Loki escaped," Coulson said. "And I was rescued by someone who shouldn't have been on the ship." Fury's eye narrowed. "A stowaway who was on our side. A child." Thor answered. His arms were crossed and he was biting one of his thumb's nails. Worry sketched on his face. Tony sat up straight at that, a sinking feeling entering his chest as his hand immediately went to his pocket. Steve frowned and stared accusingly at Fury. "What would a child be doing here?" "There shouldn't be a child on here. Explain yourself, Coulson," Fury demanded. "He was young, 6 maybe? Caucasian with black hair and green eyes," Coulson answered. Tony jumped to his feet and grabbed Coulson by the arms and demanded, "What was his name?" "Stark." "Calm down," Fury ordered, but the genius didn't listen as he started having a panic attack. He shook Coulson again and demanded, "What was his name?" "He never said," Thor yelled and pushed Tony back some. Tony shoved his phone in Coulson's face. "Is this him?" Coulson looked into the phone and nodded. "Yes, that's him." "How do you know him?" "That bastard, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to personally remove that coward's spine," Tony yelled, causing everyone to look at him. "Stark. Careful how you speak," Thor warned, but then flinched a bit at the look of pure hate in Tony's eyes. "Careful how I speak. Careful how I speak. I'll speak however the hell I want, and if I promise to kill Loki in every possible tortuous way, then I will," Tony yelled. "What is the matter with you?" Thor demanded. "What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me is that your psychopathic murderer of a brother has my son." The room was engulfed in silence that no one knew how to break. It was Thor though who did, his eyes downcast and his voice soft. "Loki. Loki would not harm a child." But even he could hear that his voice held no conviction. Tony's laugh was dark and humorless. "Open your eyes, Thor. Whatever image you held of Loki is gone. He's not your little brother who you used to play around with. He's a killer hell-bent on world domination who has blood on his hands, and now he has my son too. If he plucks one hair from his head, there's no force in any world that can protect him from my wrath." Tony walked away from the group seething. No one seemed to want to follow, but eventually Steve did. Tony held on to the railings as if they were a lifeline. His mind processing the new information. They might as well be, knowing his son, his precious little boy, is in the hands of that monster, made Tony sick. "How old was he?" Steve asked quietly from behind. "As captain," Tony hissed. "Harry is going to be 8 in July." "Sorry. I'm sure, Harry's a great kid," Steve said. Tony didn't reply. "Stark, what could Loki possibly want with him?" Tony asked. "I can't answer that. He's just a little boy, and I'm not going to fight Fury's battle for him," Tony declared. "Neither am I," Steve said. "He has the same blood on his hands that Loki does. But right now we have to put this behind us and get this done. Now, Loki needs a power source. If we put together a list, he'll want to make it personal," Tony said quickly. "That's not the point," Steve said. "That is the point. That's Loki's point. He hid us all where we live." "Why?" Tony asked. "To tear us apart," Steve answered. "Divide and conquer's great, but he knows that he has to take us out to win, right? That's what he wants. He wants to beat us. He wants to be seen doing it. He wants an audience." "Right, like his act in Germany," Steve supplied. "Yeah, that's just previews. This is opening night. And Loki, he's a full-tail diva. He wants flowers, he wants parades, he wants a monument built to the skies with his name on it, plus son of a bitch." Tony turned around and headed for his armor. "Thanks again go to my beta Iana Wildfire, she's awesome. I'm also sorry if any of the dialogue from the movie isn't exactly right. It's been too long ago that I've seen the movie. I'll keep this note short and just ask that you all please review. They make me happy, smiley face. The War Begins. Man of Iron, Father of Gold. Chapter 7. The War Begins. "Time to go," Steve said as he entered Clint's room where the Archer and Natasha were. "Go where?" Natasha asked. "I'll tell you on the way. Can you fly one of those jets?" Steve asked. "I can," Clint replied as he stepped out of the bathroom, wiping his hands on a hand towel. Steve looked a little shocked as he looked between the two agents. He looked at Natasha for verification and she merely nodded in reply. Steve nodded in acceptance and asked Clint, "Got a suit?" Clint nodded, "Yeah." "Then suit up." Steve donned his mask and grabbed his shield. Natasha made sure she had her guns and ammo, plus any other tech she could carry on her person. Clint donned his quiver and grabbed his bow. Out in the hangar Thor raised Mjolnir and summoned some lightning. As he did, his special armor began to appear. Tony was inside working on some minor adjustments to his armor before he was ready to take flight. Captain America led Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Thor into a jet where one agent was there handling some equipment. He stood up when he saw them and said, "Hey, you guys aren't authorized to be in here." "Son, just don't," Steve said. "Sir?" Agent Hill asked tentatively. Fury grunted in response. "What information do we have on Stark's supposed son?" Hill asked. Coulson said the kid had black hair, green eyes, and a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, Fury replied evenly. "Does that mean anything to you, sir?" Hill asked. I've known Stark for quite some time. There's a persona that he's developed, one we're all familiar with. He's arrogant and cocky, but when it comes down to it, he is a hero. It seems like two personalities that should clash but actually work pretty well together. Some would have guessed that there should be some sort of medium between the two, Iron Man and Tony Stark. It's all a very well-composed image and never have I seen that image waver. Until a while ago, it seems that this boy is that medium." Fury sighed. "They needed a motivation, I knew they would. For them to see what really mattered and what was at risk. I never thought it would be this, but the only thing we can do now is let things play out and hope for the best, hope in the best." Fury stepped up to the windows in time to see the Iron Man suit fly off, followed shortly by a jet. "We have unauthorized departure in Hangar 6, a voice of the comm said. "What about the child, sir?" Hill demanded, for a moment breaking her loyal duty. She may be an agent and would easily make a difficult decision for the best results in the big picture, but the biggest alien threat they've ever come across has a poor innocent child in his hands. "Potter's just as legendary as Captain Rogers, I just hope he too lives up to the legends," was Fury's reply. "Potter?" Coulson echoed. "Harry Potter? The Harry Potter? He disappeared years ago." "Well, apparently he's been closer than we thought," Fury replied. "Get our communications back up. Do whatever you have to do. I want eyes on everything." "Yes, sir," both Agent Hill and Coulson replied. When they landed at Stark Towers, Harry tried his best to escape Loki's clutches, but the older Raven had a tight grip on the hem of Harry's shirt. Kneeling to be at eye level with Harry, Loki glared and hissed out, "What are you?" Harry was looking around anxiously for something to help him. He tried to find Death, but then he remembered the warning Death gave him before he left the hotel in DC. "I have the power to take the young master where he wishes to be, but I must warn against it," Death said. "My dad could need my help. I have to go," Harry had insisted. "Our deal will keep your father alive and well. Going there is dangerous," Death said. "How?" "You're Death." "Yes, and even if I have the powers to help and protect you, if you get too close to the enemy with such foreign powers, I will not be able to assist. You'll be on your own," Death explained. "Even if I gave you permission?" Harry asked, fear seeping into his voice. Death nodded. "You gave me permission to take the souls of his victims, who are from Earth where I reign. This person's powers aren't from Earth and neither is he. I am powerless against him." Death wasn't with him. He had to deal with this by himself. Loki, angry by the child's silence, shook him roughly before pushing him away. "Insolent child!" Loki screamed. "I demand you tell me what you are at once. You cannot be human with the powers you possess. Tell me." "I'd say I'm like you, but that would be insulting myself," Harry replied with a glare of his own. He was scared right now. Of course he was, but he also wasn't one to just sit back and let this bully push him around. He had enough of that with his aunt, uncle, and cousin. He'd learned from his father, Happy, and Pepper that people pushing him around wasn't right. He had to make them proud and stand up for himself. "Oh, how cute, you've got a backbone," Loki mocked and raised his staff. "Haven't you learned already that that doesn't work on me?" Harry asked. Loki ignored him and touched the tip of his staff to Harry's heart. The older Raven smirked as the thought he'd acquired a new weapon, but then his smirk disappeared when the young one's eyes didn't change color. He did it again, but all the boy did was cringe and shake his head, as if shaking off Loki's manipulation. His green eyes seemed to glow a bit as they kept glaring at Loki. Any other changes didn't occur. Loki lowered his staff and frowned. "What is your name?" "Harry Stark," Harry replied. Loki's frown was replaced by an evil smirk. "Is that so?" As Tony flew towards Stark Tower, his Iron Man suit was having difficulty maintaining flight. His power levels were also low. Soon, his current armor would be worthless. Tony mentally cursed 6 ways till Sunday. This was not what he needed right now. His son was missing. No, not missing. His son was in the hands of a maniacal psychopath who was ready to kill anyone who got in the way of his delusions. His mind was in chaos at the moment. Part of it was thinking of all possible ways to make Loki pay for taking Harry. Another part was strategizing the best way to find Harry and quickly get him to safety. Then there was the last part of his mind, the part that he hated because it acknowledged the possibility of what he might have to do if he couldn't get to Harry in time. The plans he'd have to make. The emotions he'd have to go through, the pain, the agony, the anger, the heartache, and the loneliness. That more than anything made him want to puke his guts out. The idea that Harry wouldn't barge into this bedroom in the morning and jump on his bed to wake him up for breakfast. That he wouldn't be there to listen to him rant as he tried to work out problems and equations. Things Harry didn't even understand but listened to because he liked hearing Tony's voice. The thought that Harry wouldn't be there to chide him when he shirked off work or was being overly rude to someone. Wouldn't be there to smile or hug or make him feel alive. To have no one and nothing waiting for him after a long day of work or a mission gone wrong. No one there to tell him it was all right to fail, that it was all right to be human. No one there to tell him that he was enough and have him actually believe it. With Harry gone, the sun might as well not rise anymore. The stars should cease to shine, the birds cease to sing, the earth cease to spin. Without Harry, happiness should be against the law. Life without Harry now was impossible. He wouldn't know how he'd handle it. He'd fall apart. Losing Harry would shatter him in ways nothing else ever could. Tony forced all thought process to cease. Living without his son was impossible, so he'd make sure he'd save him. Tony wanted nothing more than to have Harry in his arms, but he realized that at this moment right here, right now, Harry needed Iron Man, not Tony. The Iron Man suit faltered again, but he saw his tower in the distance. Tony forced himself to momentarily lock away his emotions and to objectify the situation. Stop Loki, save the day, save the world, save Harry. Sir, I've turned off the arc reactor, JARVIS is announced, but the device is already self-sustaining. Tony was hovering next to the building as he faced Eric Selvig, who was working on the machine that housed the Tesseract. Shut us down, Dr. Selvig, Tony ordered in the coldest business tone he could muster. It's too late, Selvig yelled at Tony. It can't stop now. He wants to show us something, a new universe. Okay. Tony deadpanned as he aimed his power beam at the machine and fired, but the impact of the force pushed both him and Selvig away. The barrier is pure energy. It's unreachable, Jarvis said. Yeah, I got that, Tony replied and looked towards his tower and saw Loki's on his balcony. Plan B. Sir, the Mark 7 is not ready for deployment, Jarvis warned. Then skip the spinning rims, we're on the clock, Tony replied as he landed on the platform that removed his armor and walked into the penthouse. His eyes instantly landed on Loki. They also darted around for any signs of his son. Please tell me you're going to appeal to my humanity, Loki said snidely. Actually I'm planning on threatening you, Tony said with his arms behind his back as he made his way to the bar. Loki chuckled, you should have left your armor on for that. Yeah, it's seen a bit of mileage. And you've got the, glow stick of destiny. Would you like a drink? Tony rambled. Stalling me won't change anything, Loki said with an amused smile. No, threatening. No drink, you sure? I'm having one, Tony said as he picked up a glass and filled it with some liquor. Loki stalked away from Tony and towards the window and let the anger show in his voice. The Chitauri are coming. Nothing will change that. He turned around to face Tony and asked, what do I have to fear? The Avengers. At Loki's raised brow, Tony gives a cheeky shrug and continues, it's what we call ourselves. Sort of like a team. Earth's mightiest heroes type of thing. Loki smirks and replies, I've met them. Shay, it takes us a while to get any traction, I'll give you that one, but let's do a head count here, your brother, the demigod. At the mention of Thor, Loki growled and turns away. Tony used that moment to grab the 2 metal bracelets on the counter that will bring the Mark 7 to him, the super soldier. A living legend that kind of lives up to the legend. A man with breathtaking anger management issues. A couple of master assassins, and you, big fella, have managed to piss off every single one of them. That was the plan, Loki replied cheekily. Tony took a sip of his drink and answered just as cheekily, not a good plan. When they come, and they will, Tony began as he moved away from the counter and began approaching Loki, they'll come for you. I have an army, Loki replied. We have a Hulk, Tony countered. I have your son, and besides, I thought the beast had wandered off, Loki motioned with his staff. Tony's eyes hardened but he forced himself to remain calm. You're missing the point. There's no throne. There is no version of this where you come out on top. Maybe your army comes, and maybe it's too much for us, but it's all on you. Because if we can't protect the Earth, you damn well know we'll avenge it. Tony finished by taking a sip from his drink. Loki stalked up to Tony and hisses, how will your friends have time for me, when they're so busy fighting you? Loki raised his staff to Tony's heart but heard a small, clink, noise. A look of confusion crossed his face and he tapped the staff again, only for the same results. It worked before, well performance issues, 1 out of 5 and all da. Tony didn't finish his last remark as Loki grabbed him by the neck and threw him across the floor. Jarvis, anytime now. Daddy. Harry yelled and there was a shimmering before whatever was keeping Harry invisible disappeared and Harry stood there tied up. Harry, don't worry, I'm here, Tony gasped as he tried to get up. Harry nodded, tears steaming down his dirt-covered face. He had some scratches and patches of blood on him that made Tony see red. It broke Tony's heart to hear Harry ask, don't leave me okay? Tony shook his head rapidly, never. As Tony tried to stand, Loki raised him by the neck again and hissed, oh the sentiment. Loki let out a maniacal laugh before he whispered to Tony, you'll all fall before me. Deploy. Tony gasped as Loki threw him through the window. Tony screamed as he free falls to the New York streets but he pulled himself into position as his latest armor arrived just in the nick of time and he flew back up. And there's another person you pissed off, me? Loki prepared to fire with his staff but Tony fired at him before he had his staff raised. Loki flew backwards and landed on his back. There was a rumbling sound and as Tony looked up he saw a beam of blue shoot up into the sky. The portal was opened and the Chitauri were escaping. Right, army, Tony murmured to himself as he watched the sky fill up with aliens. Tony was torn. He knew he couldn't abandon New York at the moment but he very much wanted Harry out of danger. But he also figured that with Loki momentarily in the tower that was the safest place for Harry for now. Jarvis? Tony asked. Yes sir? The AI responded. Help Harry find a secure place in the tower. I've got some business to deal with, Tony said. Of course sir, Jarvis replied. He flew up and started to fire at the Chitauri. The aliens fired back so Tony launched a ton of miniature missiles and took out a lot of them, but even more were pouring out and attacking the city. Loki watched as the small brat tried to escape his bindings. Just as he got loose Loki grabbed him by the hem of the shirt once more and headed outside. Watching as Iron Man fought against his army in a futile attempt to stop them, Loki walked out onto the landing deck. His armor magically appearing and his staff growing longer. As he continued to watch he turned to the side where he watched his brother land. Loki. Let him go and turn off the Tesseract or I'll destroy it, Thor warned. You can't. There is no stopping it, Loki said as he pointed his staff at Thor with one arm and used Harry as a human shield with the other. There is only the war. So be it, but let the child go. He has nothing to do with this, Thor demanded. Loki smirked, and why would I do that? To be fair? To be just? Oh no, this is much more fun. Loki. Thor yelled. Loki sighed and rolled his eyes. Very well. Loki snapped his fingers and more magical binds wrapped around Harry and he disappeared and reappeared next to the machine in an unconscious Selvig. Now, where were we? Loki asked as Thor launched at him and they began to fight. 3 Aurors barged into Kingsley's office out of breath. Sir, one managed after a moment. What in Merlin's beard is the matter with you lot? Kingsley demanded, looking up from the piles of paperwork that filled his desk. Sir, there's a huge power surge coming from New York, another said. Furrowing his brows Kingsley asked, and Let the Americans worry about that. Sir, you don't understand. This power, it's acting as an amplifier. All magical signatures near it are sending out a signal that can be felt all the way across the earth. One of them belongs to Harry Potter, the third said, and Kingsley's eyes widened. We've found him, sir. We've found Harry Potter. I have to admit, I feel kind of evil leaving it off like that. So S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about Harry Potter and his disappearance, and now England knows where he is. Oh, and as for the reason Loki's mind control didn't work on Harry. Remember, Harry is impervious to the Imperious Curse too, which is similar to Loki's mind control. The thing with that is that the power of a person's will has to be very strong to not fall victim to it. So kudos to K Phoenix for remember this smiley face. Death. I love the superheroes and claim to be a fan, but I cannot claim to be a die-hard fan or #1 fan because I have not read the comics. I know the Avengers have their own idea of death, but since I'm not familiar with it, I don't want to embarrass Marvel by humiliating them in writing something I'm not sure about. I've had The Beetle and the Bard, or whatever the title of that storybooks in the HP7 was called, and it sounds like a guy, so, yeah, just go along with my death please. Also, I have 2 new stories you can look out for, Trouble Finds Him, and What the Other Side Holds. Please review. Background, New York Man of Iron, Father of Gold Chapter 8, Background, New York. The war began between the Avengers and the Chitauri. Tony hated the idea of his son being so close to the enemy, but New York was their home. If he didn't step up and defend it now, there was no home for Harry. Sure, they could pack up and move just about anywhere, but Harry liked New York. Before arriving at his house in Malibu, they stopped in New York first for Harry's sake. To make sure he was properly rested, fed, and checked out. New York was the first U.S. city Harry had stepped foot on. It was the first time in his short life that he felt free, a bit symbolic really. Just like the immigrants, who escaped poverty and famine, Harry came to New York with the feeling that he was finally free. And to be a testimony of said freedom, what had welcomed him other than the Statue of Liberty? New York wasn't going anywhere if Tony had anything to say about it. Just as he flew up to try to stop as many aliens as he could, he received notice from Black Widow that the rest of the Avengers, minus Bruce, had arrived. They shared some banter before they began to attack. Once they crashed the plane, because of Loki, they were grounded to the earth. Steve went into leader mode and made commands, fighting off aliens, and helping lead civilians to safety. Sometime during the battle, Bruce arrived on a scooter and changed into the Hulk. While Thor and Iron Man fought in the skies, Hawkeye was perched on top of a building, keeping lookout and sending out info and strategies. Captain America and Black Widow stayed on the ground and fought together. With the perimeter that Captain America gave, they fought as hard and as smart as they could, intercrossing each other every once in a while to help their teammate out. Black Widow and Hawkeye both noticed Loki and decided they needed someone trying to work on the cube, and Natasha volunteered. As she made her way up there, she and Hawkeye caused Loki to crash into the building. The Hulk jumped and tackled Loki and they crashed into Tony's penthouse. The Hulk took a whiff and his eyes widened and his nose flared as he smelled the scent of the little boy he saw on the helicarrier, causing him to let out a roar. As Loki stood up to face the Hulk, the green beast grunted out, "Where, little boy?" Loki ignored him and yelled, "Enough! You are all beneath me. I am a god, you dull creature. I will not be bullied by." The Hulk, not liking as the puny man didn't answer his question, decided to grab him and fling him around like a rag doll. Leaving the pummeled god where he lay, the Hulk took a big whiff of air and located the boy on the roof. Jumping from the balcony to the roof, the Hulk saw the unconscious form of Dr. Seljev beginning to awaken, the red-headed woman who was currently his teammate, and tied on the outside of the force field that protected the cube was the little boy with the same green eyes as the Hulk. "Puny god, hurt little boy," the Hulk grunted and went to untie Harry. When Harry saw the Hulk, he smiled from ear to ear, which made the Hulk smirk. The kid had guts, he liked that. Just as he was about to reach for the boy, something stopped him and threw him back a few feet. Getting up, he let out another roar, but then found himself unable to move from his spot. Suddenly more people appeared. Some in odd-looking clothes and other in dark black robes. The Hulk could smell something funny about them and he didn't like it, but more so with the guys in black. He roared again. Natasha stood in front of Selvig and Harry with her knife and other weapons at the ready. "Hand over the boy," one in black motioned, and Natasha heard the clear British accent. Natasha looked down at the little boy in question. This little boy is supposedly Stark's son. He was obviously scared but was trying not to show it. He was also hurt, and maybe it was just his size, or those doe-like eyes, or whatever it was, but something ached in Natasha's chest. She already had some red on her ledger. There's no way she was going to have any more, especially not this kid's. No way in hell am I handing the kid over. Stark already doesn't trust me. If I lose his kid, he'll maim me, Natasha replied, and then mentally cursed when she realized that she was connected to the others. What was that? Tony demanded. Nothing, Natasha quickly answered. No, you're with Harry. What's going on? Tony demanded once more. We have company. Natasha didn't bother to lie or hide it. It wouldn't matter when it came to a passionate Stark. And they don't seem to be on Loki's side. Who are they? Steve asked. Not sure, but they've immobilized the Hulk, Natasha answered as she spared a glance at her green teammate who was roaring and twitching. He seems to be under some spell, but it's not powerful enough. Looks like he might break through any second. Enough. Give us the boy or perish, the hooded one barked, and as the hoods fell, Natasha saw skull-like masks. Who are you? Natasha demanded. Your killer, the hooded creature said as he raised a wand and fired a killing curse. Someone else yelled something that Natasha recognized as Latin, and just in time a giant boulder had appeared before her, and as the curse made contact, the boulder exploded into pieces. Leave! Her savior yelled. The man behind the skull mask seemed to growl before he and the rest of his crew raised their wands. The man who conjured the boulder pushed her and Selvig to safety. There were blinding flashes and the Hulk roared at the top of his lungs, which caused the building to shake. When Natasha stood up and looked around, she saw the Hulk jumping back into battle with the Chitauri, angrier than she's ever seen, personally or on video. Dear Merlin. The African man in odd blue robes whispered sorrowful. Natasha's mind snapped back to the Tesseract. Fear blazed in her chest, and that ache increased as she realized the man's sorrow. It took her some time to find her voice, but when she did, she felt weak, lost, and numb. I'm sorry, Tony. I'm so sorry. What? Why? What happened? Tony demanded, his anger causing Natasha to flinch. Nat? Clint questioned. A lone tear that she will deny later fell from her cheek. I just got more blood on my ledger, Clint. As Natasha's whispered response reached their ears, they had little time to mourn. Chitauri were still coming down strong, and all of the Avengers were beginning to tire down. Suddenly, out of thin air, other humans appeared with what seemed to be sticks in their hands. A red-headed woman came up to Steve and Thor and demanded, "What the hell is going on?" Steve immediately recognized the British accent but was confused by everything else. How did you do that? Steve asked in turn. They made look human, but so did Loki. He needed to be careful. Oi! Watch it, another redhead yelled. He seemed to be her brother. The woman in front of him raised her hand and stick and yelled, Protega Maxima. A wave of Chitauri had been coming for them, all of them blasting, but a shimmering veil flickered around them and caused the Chitauri in their blast to hit an invisible wall. When the invisible wall vanished, the redhead, her brother, and a bushy-haired brunette all yelled, Incendio Maxima. Huge amounts of fire escaped their sticks and fried up the Chitauri. The redhead turned to Steve and said coolly, "You don't need to trust us, just let us fight with you." Still a bit skeptical, Steve asked, "And why should I?" "Because we're human. Those things aren't. You're outnumbered, and we can help," the redhead replied. Looking in the newcomer's eyes, Steve saw that they had seen battle before. Possibly something like this, something like the Avengers or anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever seen. Plus, she was right. All of them were a little bit worse for wear, and it's only a matter of time before they ran out of energy. "How many of you are there?" Steve asked. "The 3 of us, plus another 3 that are on the top of that tower where the blue light is coming from. And there are others on the way. Possibly another 8 in the next 5 minutes, the brunette answered. "Good. Me and Thor here can handle these guys in the streets with the help of one of you. Your friends in the building. Tell them to stay high and take out as many as they can from the skies. There are some civilians trapped in building and other areas. 2 of should go and see if there's anyone you can help out," Steve ordered. "Okay. Hermione, take Ron and go do that. I'll stay here and fight with them," the redheaded said. "What about Harry?" Ron asked. The redhead's face became blank for a moment before she faced Ron and replied, "He'll survive this. He has to. But we know what he's like. We have to save everyone we can." now go." Hermione hugged the redhead and said, "Be careful, Ginny." "Always," Ginny replied as the two run off into the destruction. "You are magic," Thor stated rather than asked. Ginny nodded. "I'm a witch, yeah." "What of it?" "The one leading these things is magic too," Steve replied. "Yeah, well, there is good magic and there is dark magic. The world isn't perfect," Ginny replied as she cast some spells towards a few Chidori coming their way. "Are you from Earth?" Steve asked. Ginny made a face of confusion. "Isn't everyone?" "No, but I did not know there were magical ones on Earth," Thor replied. "Well, I didn't know there were other worlds, so I guess we're even." "Watch it," Ginny yelled as she cast a protection spell that shielded them all. Tony let the anger he felt drive him as he killed alien after alien. He didn't want to analyze what Black Widow's statement meant. Forcing his mind to concentrate on the facts, he blasted aliens left and right, and if his cheeks were itchy because of the fallen dried-up tears, he didn't bother to acknowledge them. Then Fury's message came in. He joked with Pepper that he had no heart, just an arc reactor, but at this moment he felt his heart crack. His son was missing, possibly dead at the hands of he didn't even know who, and now there was a nuke heading to the city that had been their home. "I'm on it," Tony said to Fury. He blinked away the tears and kept using his anger to fuel him. It was a process. Save New York, save Harry. He'd do it, he'd have to, any other result wasn't an option. He wouldn't know what to do if that were the result. As he grabbed hold of the nuke, he heard Natasha's voice, "I can close the portal." "Do it," Steve's voice said. "Wait a minute, guys," Tony spoke. "What is it, Stark?" Steve questioned. "I have a nuke heading your way, and I know just where to put it," Tony said. "Stark, you do realize that's a one-way trip, right?" Steve asked quietly, but it was loud and clear to everyone. I know," Tony replied and paused before he said, "I'm making the sacrifice play, Cap. You owe me something." "What?" Steve asked. "You're a hero, Cap. You're the hero. If your moral compass moves you to do anything in my honor, let it be one thing. Find Harry. Save him. Make sure he gets to Pepper, please," Tony whispered. Steve didn't reply, so Tony demanded, "Promise me." "I promise," Steve swore. "Good. My old man was right about you," Tony said as he maneuvered the nuke towards the portal. "Sir, would you like me to call Ms. Potts?" Jarvis asked. "You might as well," Tony said, surrendered. A picture of Pepper appeared, but she didn't answer her phone. "She doesn't seem to be answering, sir," Jarvis said. "That's okay, Jarvis. Do me a favor though," Tony said. "Anything, sir," Jarvis replied. "Pull up the picture," Tony said. Jarvis already knew which one. It was the first one taken when Harry officially became his son. He'd taken Harry to the Statue of Liberty. In the picture, New York was the background, but the center was Tony holding Harry close in a hug while Harry's little arms were wrapped around his neck, both smiling towards the camera. Looking into the picture, Tony could feel the warmth Harry always made him feel, and he could hear the soft laugh that always followed Harry's smile at something Tony said. As he let go of the nuke and his armor started to power down, the last thing Tony saw, as one last rogue tear fell from his eye, was him and his son, happy and free and safe. Then the darkness overtook him and his last thought was, "I'm sorry, Harry, I'm not coming home." "Close it," Steve mumbled. They were all looking at the sky as Natasha successfully shut down the portal, and they saw it close. As happy as they should be that they won, victory didn't feel as good as it should have. "Look!" Ginny yelled, pointing at the sky. "Son of a gun," Steve said, smile forming on his face as he saw Tony just barely escaping the portal. Thor frowned as he realized there was something wrong. "He's not slowing down." He whirled around his hammer and got ready to take off when the Hulk jumped out of seemingly nowhere and caught Tony. They crashed on the ground with the Hulk taking in most of the impact. He then pushed Tony away as Steve, Thor, and Ginny approached them. Thor removed the Iron Man mask and they could look at their fallen friend and saw him unconscious and the arc reactor turned off. Seeing that no one was making a move, the Hulk roared and Tony's eyes snapped open and he took a deep gasp of breath. "What the hell happened?" Tony asked, speaking quickly. "Please tell me no one kissed me." Everyone smiled and then Steve chuckled and sighed in relief. "We won. Yay. Good job, everyone. We can just not come in tomorrow. Take a day off. You know there's a shawarma place just over there. I don't know what it is, but I want to try it," Tony rambled. "We are not finished yet," Thor said ominously. "Right, then shawarma." "Tony, We need to find Harry, Steve said. Tony's eyes hardened and his goofy demeanor changed as he stood up and nodded to the captain in the most serious Steve has ever seen the billionaire. They regrouped and headed for Stark Tower. Once on top they all cornered Loki, who was barely beginning to regain his strength after the Hulk's attack. He looked up at his enemies and smiled weakly. If it's all the same to you, I'll have that drink now. They were all together in the Hellcarrier along with their new friends. The Avengers all took their place at the table. The Hulk had given control back to Bruce, while the wizards all stood behind their leader, who was the man in the blue robes. Nick Fury, the persistent muggle who keeps on almost finding us, Kingsley said. There were more of you in the battlefield, Nick replied as everyone present paid close attention to the interactions. Sent home. Someone needs to get started on the paperwork. Who knows, we might even help with cleanup. I assume you'll want as much help controlling the civilian population, Kingsley said. Memory adjustments? Fury asked. If need be, Kingsley replied. The entire world seems to be aware of it now, Coulson pipped in. Well, then just clean up then, as long as we remain out of the picture, Kingsley said. Enough with the chit-chat. Can we get focused here? There's a kid missing. What the hell happened on top of that tower? Clint demanded. Fury's side looked at Kingsley, who nodded. First, I think we need to go over some background information. That would be helpful, Bruce said as he tossed Tony a worried glance. Since they locked away Loki, who had no useful information whatsoever to give on the billionaire's son's whereabouts, Tony seemed to be closing himself off. Right now the billionaire pushed his chair away from the table, away from everyone else, and had his arms crossed over his chest. Harry James Potter, possibly the most legendary wizards after Merlin himself. Fury began as the working monitors showed them pictures of Harry in different ages. Some as a baby, some as a kid, and some as an adult. If anyone saw Tony flinch a bit at the pictures, no one mentioned it. The brunette whose name is Hermione stepped up and took over. Harry was known as our world's savior. There was a very evil man. The best way to describe him is, he was our world's Adolf Hitler. Hermione waved her wand and an image of a pale disfigured man appeared. His name was Tom Riddle, but he called himself Lord Voldemort. His actions were so horrid that people were afraid to even speak his name at one point. They referred to him as he should not be named, or you know who if ever mentioned, though people tried their hardest not to. He wanted to purify the wizarding world. Eliminate those who were Muggle-born, those who were half-bloods, and those who were blood traitors. Muggle-borns, half-bloods, blood traitors. Muggle-borns are the first which are wizard in the family, like me. My parents are as normal as they come, dentist. Half-bloods are essentially that. Half Muggle, half magic, Hermione explained. Or half-giant half-wizard like Hagrid, Ron snorted. Ginny elbowed him in the ribs. Ow. Not the time, Ronald, Ginny hissed. Right, blood traitors were purebloods who didn't side with him, like the Weasleys, Hermione said, and Ron and Ginny gave a small wave to show that's who they were. But then there was a prophecy. That a rival that could defeat Voldemort was going to be born. To make sure nothing happened in his plans, Voldemort sought out his rival just when he was a baby. Harry was 1 year old when Voldemort found him. His father James died trying to give his wife Lily some time to flee. But she didn't. Voldemort cornered them in Harry's nursery. Lily was given a chance to flee, but she wouldn't abandon her son to death like that. She stepped in the way. She was killed in front of Harry. Then Voldemort pointed his wand at Harry, but the killing curse bounced off of Harry and back to Voldemort. Harry's mother sacrificed herself for her son, knowing fully well what would happen to her. As cliché as it sounds, love is a very powerful thing. It created a special but ancient protection spell. Wherever Harry went, evil couldn't stand to be near him, but evil hadn't disappeared that day like everyone thought. Voldemort wanted to rule the world, and he wanted to do it for a very long time. In an attempt at immortality, he separated his soul into 7 parts and hid them away in objects only he and those he trusted knew about. So long as those objects existed, so did he. But not in a physical sense, so his power was limited. It wasn't until 14 years later that he had gathered everything he needed and returned. But no one believed Harry when he warned the world. They slandered his name, calling him an attention whore. It was a year later, in a battle at the Ministry of Magic itself, that people witnessed the return of the Hitler of our world. All it caused were most of us to be critically injured and the late real relative Harry had left in this world. The year after we lost our headmaster, who was also the most powerful wizards in the world, the one keeping Voldemort at bay. A few months later Harry, Ron, and I ventured off to find the Horcruxes, the items that held Voldemort's soul, and destroy them while our friends and family in the wizarding world hid, fought, and tried to survive. There were some parts of this story that no one knows because only Harry was there when he confronted Voldemort, but whatever happened, in the end Harry won. Kingsley stepped up next to Hermione and continued, "War takes its toll on those who were of age and willingly went into it. It took a bigger toll on those who were merely placed in it without choice. There is no way to describe how it affected Harry, who has been fighting evil since before he was even born. People were dealing with the end results as best as they could. Some were in denial, some were angry, and some just wanted to get away. No one really knew what Harry needed, so we gave him space. He began to withdraw, but we didn't think it was anything drastic, then he just disappeared." "Well, now we know that he was de-aged," a blonde said. "I was on a business trip about 2 years ago. That's where I found Harry. He was 6 when I found him," Tony deadpanned. "Any idea how that happened?" Fury asked. "It's simple enough, magic or potion if you know what you're doing. Not difficult for anyone from our side to make it. The question I want answered is why. Potter had a lot of enemies. That's not difficult to figure out. What I want to know is who," the blonde said. "Draco's right. If someone de-aged Harry, they could have easily taken and killed him when it happened. Why let him go? Why let him found by someone who'd treat him right?" Hermione asked. "Was Potter with anyone when you found him?" Draco asked. "No, he was sitting in an empty park waiting for someone who was never coming for him. He was dirty and hurt and I felt compelled to help him. When at the hospital my mind kept telling me that I was done there. That I had done my part. But something else, something more powerful didn't let me. I had to take care of him, and I'm thankful I did," Tony replied, silently challenging anyone to tell him he wasn't Harry's dad or something of the sort, but no one did. "Who were the people who took him?" Natasha asked. "Death Eaters," Ron replied. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stiffened, while Thor, Steve, and Bruce flinched. They didn't know what they were, but knowing that young Harry was in their clutches didn't sit well with them. The Avengers all looked at Tony. He hadn't moved a muscle, but it was clear that his eyes were becoming more hollow by the second. "And they are?" Agent Hill asked. "Like I said before, Voldemort is the Hitler of our world. The pure-blooded families that followed him were the Aryan race, and the Death Eaters were his Nazi soldiers. Most of them were killed or captured at the final battle, but some did escape," Hermione said. "Voldemort promised them the world, and Harry stopped him. We need to work fast and we'd really like your help," Kingsley said. "You have it. I hate to be the one to ask this, but I have to. How long do you think he has?" Fury asked. "The good and bad news is that now that they have Potter, they're not going to kill him, not anytime soon," Draco said with anger in his eyes. There was a loud screeching as Tony pushed his chair strongly behind him as he stood. Everyone's eyes were on him, but his gaze was fixed on the floor. Without word he just stormed out of the conference room. Steve got up to follow, but Fury stopped him. "This is a lot of take-in, Rogers. For all of us. Stark was for a time Potter's father, give him some time." Steve seemed torn but nodded and sat back down. "I promised Stark I'd save his son. What's that game plan?" Steve demanded. "Harry's not really his son. You do understand that, right? He's 32, Ron said. He's currently a kid and currently Stark's kid. He's also in danger, so let's not focus on age but on location, got it?" Clint said more than asked. Ron was about to remark when Ginny pulled at his arm. He looked at her, but she was looking at the way Tony had gone, and then she glanced back at the people at the table. The power source on top of the tower amplified all the magical signatures near it. Harry being the closest, just about everyone felt it. "That's how they found him. That's how we found him. Maybe we can use that." "Right, good. But how?" Hermione asked. Before there was something blocking Harry, but that seems to be gone now. Instead of being a rumor, Harry's now a lighthouse shining extra brightly. "Let's start out with basic locator spells and go from there," Kingsley said to his crew. "Right. While they do that, I want all working cameras on lookout. Search the entire planet for Harry Potter. I expect results and I expect them soon," Fury ordered. Everyone nodded and went to work. Someone magical helping someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. All through this Thor snuck out after Tony and found him in what used to be the laboratory. "What's happened?" Tony asked. He was sitting on one of the tables, his hand buried in his hands. "Fury has ordered his people to search the whole world for your son while the magical ones do the same but with different means," Thor replied. "Do they need me to do anything?" Tony asked. "They did not mention anything, they wish to give you space," Thor said. Tony scoffed but remained silent. "When I first came to Earth there were things I could see that mortals could not. At first I did not understand but now I do. In order to keep from the regular mortals the magical ones have barriers to keep their world secret. They're hidden," Thor said. Tony looked up at the Thunder God. "So you're saying that the chances of finding Harry just got lower?" Thor shook his head. "I mean you have to understand what you're dealing with." "Yeah, and what's that?" Tony snapped at the god. "Magic. I felt your son's presence on the Hellcarrier but paid him no mind because Loki was a bigger threat but it was there. And I swear that Banner can feel him too. When Harry was close to the Tesseract his presence just got stronger. And I believe I have an idea on how to locate him." Thor whispered the last part. Tony looked at the god in the eyes, his own moist and lost, and softly demanded, "Why tell me?" "Because what I am about to suggest is dangerous." "What?" "I can sense him still, just barely. The others may have trouble because they are mortal, even the magical ones. But I am not mortal, and neither is Loki, who is also trained in magic," Thor explained carefully. Tony stared at him for a moment before he gave a humorless laugh. "You want me to ask your brother to help me find Harry?" "Yes." "Thor, this isn't dangerous, this is stupid," Tony snapped. "It is our best chance to save your son," Thor insisted. Tony opened his mouth to reply but nothing came out. Then he just looked at Thor. Different things passing in Tony's eyes. Hurt, pain, lost, and then Thor saw it, doubt. "Stark, you do still consider him your son, do you not?" Tony just turned away, but Thor was having none of that. He turned Tony around and demanded once more, emphasizing each two words, "Do you consider him your son?" Still Tony didn't reply and forcibly turned away. Thor's shoulders slumped before he straightened and tried again. He was safe, was he not? Far away from here, under the protection of someone you trust blindly. It is the only way a parent would leave their child. A child who loved you enough to leave the safety in which he was in to come in the midst of all this just to try and find you. He may have had a life before, but I saw the file and I heard the story. You gave Harry Potter another chance, a new beginning. What does it matter if his past is complicated? At this moment right now, as far I comprehend, is that Harry Stark is 7 years old. He believes you are his father, and he in danger. He knows his father is a superhero, and I am willing to wager that he is waiting to be rescued by you. If you are condemning a child for his past when he did not do it to you in turn, then I ask this not of Tony Stark but of Iron Man." When Tony turned to face Thor, tears were running down his cheeks. "What do you need?" "S.H.I.E.L.D.'s full power has not been restored, but the cell that holds Loki is functioning. I cannot let him out without breaking it, and that would cause chaos. I will accompany Loki, he will be chained, and I swear to bring back your son Stark," Thor promised. Tony swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded. He pulled out his phone and instructed Jarvis on what to do. "I want to speak with him first," Tony said. Thor nodded. With the help of Jarvis, any working cameras were disabled as soon as Tony and Thor entered the frame. When they reached the holding cell, Thor waited outside and kept an eye out while Tony stood in front of the glass door. "Oh, I can't imagine what this is about," Loki drawled as he stood and approached Tony. "Can you find him?" Tony demanded, his eyes cold. Loki smirked. "Who?" "You know damn well who," Tony hissed. "I do, but seeing as things keep on developing, I can see the doubt in your eyes, man of iron. That dedication and fire you had in your tower isn't there anymore. Something changed, something with your son." Loki's gaze was piercing before his smirk turned into a full-out lunatic smile. "Oh, so the small one and I have more than just magic in common, it seems. Like Odin isn't my birth father. Neither are you to him. And now the doubt of different blood plagues your mind." Enough. Tony was angry. With Loki, with the bastards who took Harry, but mostly with himself. How many times had he promised that he wouldn't hurt Harry? He may not be here, but if Harry ever saw the tiniest doubt in Tony's eyes about their family status, everything would be shattered. It took him weeks and countless efforts and a ton of hard work to convince Harry that Tony wanted him as a family member. That he did see him as a son and wanted Harry to see him as a father. Here he was being an idiot and ruining everything. He saved New York, now he would save Harry. He was Tony Bloody Stark and he always got what he wanted, and right now he wanted his 7-year-old son. Can you help or not? Loki put on a faux thinking face and then said, I never really had a choice, did I? No, Thor said as he entered the room. And I suppose you'll be my guard? Loki said. We are the only ones who can see through the magic and I am the only one who can keep a hold of you, Thor answered. You do realize there is a chance I will escape, right? Loki's smirk was wide. Neither Thor nor Tony replied, which made the smirk bigger. Oh, how wonderful, you'd risk a madman escaping all for the life of someone who hasn't even lived. Really, it's not a big deal if he dies. Thor grabs Tony by the arm as Tony stalked forward. Thor showed Tony all of the cuffs and encasements they'd be placing on Loki to prevent escape. When Loki and Thor vanished, the British witches and wizards told Fury their wards had been breached and he, along with the rest of the Avengers, Coulson and Hill, rushed to Loki's holding cell. When they reached it, they saw it empty with Tony sitting next to the open door with his knees drawn to his chest. Stark, what have you done? Fury demanded. I wanted to update to let you guys know that I'll be leaving to Mexico Saturday night. I'll be gone until mid-August. I'll have my laptop with me, but the small town where my grandparents live is so small they aren't even on the map. I've checked. When I Google the place, all I find are tagged pictures of people that are from my generation have taken. Long story short, I have no idea if I'll be able to update until I return or what. I apologize for the long wait if it does come to that. You can check out my profile about story progresses, what's going on with my stories, and any other stuff like updates and whatnot. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the chapter and please review smiley face. Selflessness, Man of Iron, Father of Gold, Chapter 9. Selflessness. Recap. When Loki and Thor vanished, the British witches and wizards told Fury their wards had been breached and he, along with the rest of the Avengers, Coulson and Hill, rushed to Loki's holding cell. When they reached it, they saw it empty with Tony sitting next to the open door with his knees drawn to his chest. Stark, what have you done? Fury demanded. Tony stood up and walked right up to Fury and said very calmly, I believe I just sent a god after my son. Without waiting for a response, he walked past Fury and everyone else and made his way back to the lab. He hated being in this position, but all he could do now was wait. Wait and pray to the heavens he never believed in before for the safe return of his son. And then what? Tony asked himself as he picked up a random tool. Supposedly Harry wasn't a kid and the people from his past life were here now. They would want to take Harry away from him. They would want to cure him. Anger rose inside of him and he threw the tool in his hand as hard as he could and it lodged itself into a monitor. Loki had used his magic to teleport himself and Thor to the location where Harry's magical signature was strongly coming from. Thor guessed that he might need his brother's assistance in battle, so the restraints were something he had brought from Asgard. They would let Loki move around in case they needed to fight, but they wouldn't let him move too far from the God of Thunder. In the underground bunker where they found the young wizard, Harry was being kept in a cage, his captors discussing a matter around a table. Can you hear what they are saying, brother? Thor asked. They are discussing how to cure him. The one who took their dream of world domination was an adult in the eyes of their magical world, not this small child. It is not an act of mercy, they merely wish for their victim to know of his crimes as he dies. This small magical one knows not of who they are or what he's done to anger them, Loki explained. Act of mercy or not, let us be thankful for it. I could not bear the thought of such innocent suffering, and I could not say if my anger would be easily calmed had they harmed the young Stark, Thor replied. So brother dearest, Loki sneered, what will we do? We shall attack. I see no barriers to hinder our approach. They also seem distracted. The element of surprise is to our advantage, Thor said, and Loki merely nodded. Holding his brother's reins in one hand tightly and his mighty hammer in the other, the two advanced forward. There were a few of them, but magical or no, they were still mortal. Thor's hammer took care of them easily enough. Loki, being magical, could sense the type of spells they use. Careful of the green ones, brother. You may not be mortal, but I cannot say what they would do to you, Loki warned. What are they? Thor asked. Killing spells, Loki replied, and Thor nodded. Sometime during the battle the killing curse hit the restraints that held Loki to Thor and they shattered. Loki looked from his fallen chains to his brother's dumbfounded look of shock. "Brother, don't, I warn you," Thor called out, but all Loki did was smirk like a madman. He raised his own hand and killed 3 of the mortal magical ones. Loki walked up to Harry's cage and opened it. "Loki," Thor warned. "What? I know how much you care for this pathetic planet and its inhabitants. This will surely prolong your stay. And I've taken it upon myself to make sure you are not bored, brother." Loki grabbed Harry and disappeared. "Loki!" Thor roared. Tony was sprawled across the floor of the lab. He didn't care who came in and tried to talk to him. If it wasn't the Norse god of thunder, then he wasn't going to reply. A few people had come to see him. Fury had sent Natasha to see if she could use her talents to get any sort of reading on the genius, but he quickly lost the little patience he had and unleashed his anger on her. He didn't trust her already and sort of blamed her for losing Harry up on the roof. In her shame and guilt, she didn't argue too much and left. Steve had tried talking with him as well, promising they were doing everything they could to locate Harry. Tony just remained silent. Steve sighed and left, but not before saying, "Thor will come through. He's on your side, just like the rest of us. We'll help get Harry back." The last attempt from the Avengers had been Bruce. He knew he couldn't offer any words of solace and knew that even if he had they wouldn't be accepted kindly. Like Steve, Bruce tried to tell Tony that Thor would succeed and that Harry not only had S.H.I.E.L.D. looking for him, but also actual wizards and witches. There was no anger or indifference Tony could give Bruce. Tony liked the other genius. He was an enigma that interested Tony. The Hulk was another puzzle for his genius mind to mull over. Bruce was also nice and cared and was level-headed but understood him, also being a genius. So he gave his friend the privilege to get a glimpse at what he was feeling. Bruce saw the torment in Tony's eyes. Nothing was said and no physical interactions happened. Tony sat up from his laying position and leaned against the work table while hugging his knees to his chest. He didn't kick Bruce out and Bruce accepted the invitation with a small smile. He knew Tony needed some form of comfort and the only acceptable one at the moment was know that he wasn't alone. But Bruce was the only personality he could stand having near him. They stayed in that silence for a long time before the lab doors opened again and the female redhead witch entered. "Dr. Banner?" Ginny asked. Bruce stood up and placed himself in front of Ginny and tried to block Tony from her view. It wasn't that he didn't like her. Maybe she reminded him a bit of Black Widow, but mostly it was that she was a part of the people that wanted to take Tony's son away from him that bothered Bruce. "Yes?" Bruce asked. He tried to keep his voice calm. He more than anyone knew not to let his own personal feelings get in the way. He'd at least act polite until given a reason to do otherwise. "May I have a minute with Mr. Stark?" Ginny asked nicely enough, and from her posture, Bruce knew she was more emotionally tired than physically. "I don't think that's a good idea," Bruce replied. "Please, just a moment," Ginny insisted. "It's all right, Bruce. I'll listen to what Sabrina has to say," Tony murmured. Ginny was confused for a moment but then shook her head and looked at Bruce for a type of permission. "I guess I'll go get some crappy coffee. Anybody want one?" Bruce asked but was already leaving without seeing if they did. Tony sighed and asked, "So, what's on your mind?" "Well, first I wanted to say thank you for caring for Harry. I know he's not easy to take care of. He's a born troublemaker," Ginny said and gave a weak smile. "Really? Because that's nothing like the Harry I know. My hair bear is calm and polite and follows the rules. Even the ones he sets for himself, since I won't give him any. Sometimes he's more mature than I am," Tony mumbled, a small smile on his face. Ginny quietly giggled, not surprised. Seeing how he was raised. When he came to school was when he started getting comfortable with himself. He was always shy when it came to being in the public's eye, but he would always stand up for what he believed and for those who were too weak to do it themselves. "He was a hero," Tony stated. Ginny nodded. "He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one. He became a household name when he was one. Just for surviving. A lot of people don't understand what it means to be a hero. They just saw the fame and glory. They saw their hero stand tall, but never did they see him being pushed or attacked. They never saw him as he fell and crawled back up to the top out of pure determination and the fact that he believed that all of our lives were on his shoulders. He thought he didn't have a choice, but there is always a choice. He could have run and left us to our own devices, but he didn't. He made it his responsibility to bring our world out of the darkness, even if it meant he had to remain behind. The last part reminded Tony about his time in the portal. Thinking he was going to die, and that was that. That he was never going to see Harry or Pepper again. Had Harry been safe, he would have died happily, but he wasn't safe, so he couldn't be happy. I know this is a very difficult time for you, Mr. Stark, but there's one question I need you to answer me. And please be honest, Ginny said. What? Do you still love Harry as if he were your own? Tony looked down at his lap as he let his mind race. Pictures and facts about Harry running 1,000,000 miles per minute. Then his eyes snapped open and he looked Ginny right in the eyes and said with conviction, I don't care what he went through, as long as he still thinks of me as his father, nothing has changed. And I will fight for him. A choice will not be made for him, when he returns, because he will choose. Ginny's eyes were burning with an emotions Tony couldn't identify. It could have been pride and admiration mixed with sadness. It was hard to describe. She silently stood and headed for the door. Something in Tony's mind clicked and he blurted out, what were you to him? She stopped at the door and didn't look back. It doesn't matter now. Why ask me that? This time she did look at him and he had been right about the sadness. Her eyes were glistening as she tried to fight back tears, but she was smiling too. I needed help and that helped. With what? My decision. Ginny answered and walked out the door. Loki teleported near the place where the bunker had been and placed Harry on the ground. With an oomph, Harry glared up at the older Raven. What are we doing here? Harry asked. We are waiting. I am thinking, Loki answered as he began to pace back and forth. What are we waiting for? Harry asked. He was a bit annoyed and frowned at Loki. He wasn't scared of the older magic user. He didn't have his staff with him, and even before his spells hadn't worked on him. When he had seen the older blonde, Harry had been happy because he thought he would go home to his dad. But here he was, I'm cold. You just witnessed me murder a group of your kind. Have you no sense of self-preservation? Loki demanded. You're the bad guy. You were caught, but those other bad guys got me. My daddy sent the big blonde guy and you to save me because he's not magic like the bad guys that took me. Now that I'm safe you have to go back, but you'll get locked up because you're also a bad guy. You want to make a deal with my dad so you can be free. If you want that chance then you can't hurt me, otherwise my dad will personally go after you. What we're waiting for is for you to get an idea, Harry said with a pout of annoyance. Hearing the bored tone being directed to him from a child, Loki sneered. So confident in that statement are you? The man of iron is not really your father. Why should he care what happens to you? Harry stared into Loki's eyes without fear but with determination and bravery. Maybe not by blood, but he is still my father, and he cares for me. Loki nearly growled and demanded, how can you be so sure of that? You will never be his blood, you will never have his genes. What belongs to him can never be truly yours. How can you care for him? Because he gave me a better life, Harry yelled and was panting before he continued. I don't know what made you so hateful, but if you're in this situation you have only you to blame. Pepper told me that it's the choices we make that lead us in life. And that they affect everyone around us. My dad chose to take me in and I am very thankful for it. Harry said in anger as he defended his father. Then he whispered, I had family, if you could call them that. They were my blood but they treated me very badly. My dad never did. While they locked me up like a criminal and hit me and never gave me food, my dad gave me everything I needed and everything I wanted and things I never even imagined I could have. There will always be doubt, Loki hissed in insistence. From who? No matter what people try to tell me, he will always be my dad, Harry challenged. Maybe you consider him your father, but does he consider you his son? Loki replied. Harry looked down at his feet and Loki smirked in victory. Then Harry whispered, I don't know for how long, but I'll take any time he gives. Me. My own family by blood hated me and I never understood why. My dad took me in and gave me everything, but most importantly he gave me my biggest wish. He gave me a family. Maybe officially it was just me and him. Sometimes it was with Pepper and Happy too. But we were never a broken family, just small. But it's something when I used to have nothing. Loki stared at the young magical boy with a new gaze, trying to analyze him and see if he could understand. They were so similar and yet. You are young. You know nothing of the world. Loki tried one last attempt. He didn't know why he was angered. Maybe his own mind made the similarities and wanted someone else to be as miserable as he was at the moment. It wasn't fair that they had the same beginning but different outcomes. Maybe nothing of the world, but I do know something about family. All it takes are people who care for each other a lot and will do whatever they can to make sure the other people are happy. Did your family not love you? Loki brutally grabbed Harry by the collar of his shirt and hissed in his face, "You will not mention those liars in my presence." "What did they lie about?" Harry pressed on. "Nothing you can understand," Loki barked and pushed Harry away. "Then explain it," Harry replied, but Loki said nothing. Time passed, and with the events of the day, Harry leaned against a tree and fell asleep. Hearing the light snoring, Loki looked over to the young one and glared at his sleeping form. He raised a hand and contemplated. This child would be an easy target, and even if he couldn't strike a bargain, he would at least leave knowing he'd cause unrepairable damage. He lowered his arm, which felt heavy for some reason. Looking at the sleeping raven under the tree, he realized he couldn't harm the child. He didn't understand why not, but didn't want to analyze the reasons even more. With a deep sigh, he picked up the child and was careful not to awaken him. It had been a long day after all. He appeared before his brother, who gasped, "Loki." "Hush. The child is asleep," Loki grumbled and motioned to Harry in his arms. A knowing, kind smile appeared on Thor's face as he looked from his brother to the child. "The day has been long. It is time we return him to his rightful place." Loki hesitated. He has found a home with the Man of Iron, and they will try to take him, by force if need be. Thor's smile faded. "I know. But I have faith in my teammate, and if he so chooses to fight for his son, then I will support him and help in any which way I can." "His bravery reminds me of you," Loki said. "Does it?" Thor asked, smile breaking through once more. "Yes. It's more stupid than it is noble," Loki replied. Thor's rumbling laughter caused Harry to stir but not awaken. "Let us return, brother, it is time." The wizards immediately felt the presence of magic as soon as Loki teleported himself, Thor, and Harry back into the Hellcarrier. Shield agents quickly shackled Loki in as many chains they could before escorting him back to his holding cell. Harry stirred awake from his place in Thor's arms with all the commotion. Before Thor could even protest, Harry was ripped from his arms and taken by the magical ones. The blonde was about to go after his friend's child when a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Turning around, Thor came face to face with Fury. "I believe we have some debriefing to do," Fury said. "What of Stark's son? Where have they taken him?" Thor demanded. "He is being taken to the infirmary where the medics and healers will look him over. If they are successful, then the spell cast over Potter will be countered," Fury explained. Thor's brow furrowed. "He will return to his adult self. That's how it needs to be," Fury said with a sigh. "Why? From the files, it is my understanding that Potter deserves the second chance he obtained with Stark. Why take him away?" Thor demanded. "Potter is a necessity. For more than just his world, he could be useful to us as well in the future," Fury answered. "Heroes have a purpose. Potter has served his. He is finished. Let him rest in peace," Thor tried to reason. Fury sighed. "You seem to think I have any authority here. I don't. Whatever happens to Potter isn't my decision. His people will decide that happens to him. And they will most likely cure him." Thor let out a small growl and left after saying, "'Tis a grave mistake." Harry was frightened when he taken from the blonde man who had saved him from the people in black. He was surrounded by more weird people and his father was nowhere in sight. "Harry? Are you all right? Does anything hurt?" asked a girl with brown hair. "Where's my dad?" Harry asked, ignoring her question. "Harry, what do you remember?" an African man asked. "I was taken and saved. I want to see my dad. Where is he?" Harry demanded. "Maybe we should allow Mr. Stark to come in," the girl with brown hair said. "What's the point? Once we reverse the spell, Potter will be an adult once more. Playing house with that muggle is over. He's going to have to return to England," a blonde male said. "For once I agree with the ferret," the red-headed man said, "but," the brunette said. "My own, this man thought himself as Harry's father. We're taking him away. It'll be less painful this way," the red-headed man said. "I know. But maybe we should let him see Harry, a final goodbye?" the brunette asked. Harry listened carefully to the conversation and started to cry. These people were not only taking him away from his father, but they were returning him to England. "Harry?" the red-headed girl questioned. Harry looked down at his lap and as tears fell from his eyes, asked, Does my daddy not want me anymore? There was silence before the red-headed girl knelt down at his eye level and smiled at him. You really love your dad, don't you, Har? Harry nodded and tried to wipe away some of the tears. He had to be brave. His was his father's little champ. Are you happy here, Harry? The red-headed girl asked gently. Without hesitation, Harry nodded vigorously. I don't want to go back to England. I'm happy here with my dad. I have a family here, with him and Pepper and Happy and Kevin and Sully. I don't want to go back to my aunt and uncle. My daddy gives me love and hugs and kisses and toys and a warm comfy bed and yummy food, and he makes the nightmares go away and... Harry started crying and couldn't continue trying to explain to these people, trying to make them understand, how happy he was here. Their sweetheart, the red-headed girl said gently once more as she wiped away his tears with her thumbs. She too was crying, but also smiling. You're not going anywhere but with your dad, she said. Ginny? Really? Harry asked quietly. Yes, Ginny said, ignoring the others. She pulled out her wand as more tears fell from her eyes. She used her magic to look into Harry's mind. Breaking through the magic that caused Harry to de-age and looking through his original memories. The memories of Hogwarts, the Burrow, Hogsmeade, number 12 Grimmauld Place, Diagon Alley, Gringotts, Godric's Hollow, Voldemort, Death Eaters, Dumbledore, the Golden Trio, Draco, Luna, Remus, Tonks, Mad Eye, Teddy, Sirius, her. Obliviate. Hey guys. Thought I would update smiley face, hope you like it, please review. Reunited Man of Iron, Father of Gold Chapter 10, Reunited. With the stress and tiredness of the day, Harry collapsed into Ginny's arms. She gently laid him on the bed and caressed his hair. Behind her, Kingsley cleared his throat and Ginny stood her full height and stared at the people in front of her right in the eyes. Ms. Weasley, would you care to explain? Kingsley asked patiently. Ginny shrugged and nonchalantly said, what is there to explain? A choice needed to be made, so I made one. It wasn't your choice to make Weasley, Draco said. Yeah. Then whose? Obviously no one was going to fully listen to Harry. He's a child who for the past few years has been living with this muggle. Of course he'd choose to stay, but that won't matter to the politicians who pull the strings, does it? With no living family by blood present, I think I have more right than anyone here to make this choice, Ginny said confidently. Ginny. Hermione was about to start, but Kingsley raised his hand to stop her. Why don't the three of you go and fetch our supplies? Ms. Granger, if you would please speak with Mr. Fury. I believe he has some questions about our world. But now, I believe Ms. Weasley and I have a lot to discuss, Kingsley said in his minister voice. Slowly the three left them. It's the right choice, Kingsley. He gave us everything and became nothing. It's about time Harry got something. We can't be selfish, Ginny insisted. Kingsley sighed, but a ghost of a smile graced his features. He's that type of person, isn't he? The one people can't help but be loyal to, at least the real ones that care. Even to those who quickly turned their backs on him. Harry Potter is a beacon of hope. So long as he is alive, there is hope. Hope is stronger than fear. That always amazes me. Hope is stronger than fear, but it's also more evil sometimes. Hope prolongs the agony, Ginny replied. Ms. Weasley, Ginny, I will stand by your decision. But you have to agree that this, he pointed to Harry's sleeping form, is only temporary. You can change his name on paper, but that scar has unfortunately marked him for all of time. Even centuries from now, when he has passed, he will still be legendary. Maybe Potter will get a better chance with this muggle, but he will have to grow up once more. These last few days have been proof that, not only are we not the only non-muggle beings out there, but there are forces we know nothing of. Forces that can come to this planet and declare war, the lights of which we have never seen. Potter is a survivor. He has been since the first anniversary of his birth. Do not delude yourself into thinking that the world won't call on him again. He will need to rise once more, Kingsley explained gently. Ginny let it all sink in. Then she sighed. Where are the healer's medical bags? Kingsley pointed to them near the corner and Ginny searched through them. Pulling out multiple bottles, Ginny walked back to Harry. Using her magic once more, she did her best to remove the memory charm block and filled the bottles with the memories from his first letter to leaving the grounds of Hogwarts for the last time. Ginny then reinforced the memory charm once more. Come along, Ms. Weasley. There is still lots more we need to discuss. Not just us, but I believe we need to set some guidelines for Mr. Fury as well, Kingsley said. Ginny nodded. She leaned down and kissed Harry's forehead and headed out the door with Kingsley. When Harry opened his eyes, he realized that he wasn't truly awake. He was in Grand Central Station again. Harry assumed he was to meet death once more. Harry blinked multiple times, because even though the white overtone was somewhat blinding as before, he had a huge headache that made it overbearingly bright. It wasn't just his head that ached, but all of him. His limbs, his muscles, his eyes, felt like they were burning. His stomach felt as if he hadn't eaten in months and it was churning. "Master," Death called out. Harry snapped his head up and tried to find the direction where the voice came from. When he spotted Death, Harry frowned. At first glimpse, Death was just like before. The old, thin man in his fancy, black suit and cane. However, there was something wrong. Harry blinked a few more times to make sure it wasn't a trick of the odd lighting of the place. So he blinked even more, but it still happened. Death's image would flicker. 1 second he was that same old man, next he would be just a dark, indescribable figure, then he would be a black cloaked figure with a hood and a scythe like in the stories by the Grimm brothers, to another figure he has never seen before but looked female. Harry continued to blink as Death flickered between all these images. His headache raging on full force, the lighting and the flickering only made things worse. Harry clutched his head in pain and fell to his knees. The Avengers were sitting in their round table on the deck where they had first arrived to discuss Loki. Natasha and Clint, along with Steve, Tony, and Coulson all sat in chairs at the table, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Thor and Bruce too were lost in their thoughts, but they couldn't remain seated. Agent Hill came over with one of the magical ones. Her face was unreadable and all of them snapped their heads up and waited for what the brunette had to say. "Mr. Stark," she began in a monotone voice, "Harry is resting in the hospital ward. You are more than free to be with him. It'll be some time before he awakens. Not too long, but still, a few hours at most. There are many things you need to discuss with our minister regarding Harry's lifestyle and what to expect. But at the moment he is busy with Director Fury. You'll have to wait for that talk." The brunette made a quick turn and began to briskly walk away. "Wait," Tony yelled. He had stood up as soon as his mind realized the words that left the brunette's mouth. "What?" "A choice was made, Mr. Stark. Though it's difficult, in so many ways, I can see the logic, but more importantly the heart behind it. Please, take care of him," Hermione whispered before making her get away. Everyone stared at Tony and waited for his reaction. Thor's, Steve's, and Clint's smiles were wide and idiotic. Bruce and Coulson's were much more restrained but still visibly happy, while Agent Hill and Natasha merely smiled. It finally felt like they won. Victory was theirs and it felt sweet. The day was saved, they all made it out alive, and Harry was all right and he was Tony's. The billionaire's face, though, didn't break out into a smile. It continued to be passive as he made his way to the hospital ward where his son was. Opening the door to the hospital ward, it didn't take long for the genius to locate Harry, his son being the only one in the ward. His sweet little boy, still little, still his boy. His face still had some dirt, as did the rest of him, but he was mostly unscratched. Any wounds that Tony had seen at the tower were now gone and the rest would disappear soon enough. Tony's hand ghost over his son's head, he feared that if he touched his boy he would disappear. Gaining enough courage, Tony combed his fingers through Harry's hair. Tears blurred his vision and he cried silently as he embraced his son. He was on his knees while his torso leaned over the bed as he clutched onto his son. Hearing the small intakes and exhales of breath and the thump of his little heart brought one of the greatest reliefs Tony had ever experienced. Tony kissed Harry's head as tears fell freely from his eyes. After a few minutes of this, Tony wiped away at his eyes, but it seemed useless. The tears wouldn't stop and for once he didn't care. He grabbed a chair and sat down while taking Harry's small hand into his. Even though Harry was unconscious, Tony smiled and began to whisper to him, "I'm sorry, Harry, I lied. But it was only for a little while. I would have gone after you if I could. There are a lot of things I understand, Harry. I'm a genius after all, but I've always had trouble with this, being a dad. I did my best. I tried my hardest, but the matter was, you always scared me, Harry. I'm a billionaire, genius, playboy, philanthropist. Those things came so easy. I got the money from what my father started. I got his brains, his characteristics. You're a Stark by name and not by blood, but that's good, Harry. That's so good. We have brains, yeah, but it's lonely. You will never understand what a godsend you were to me. Despite my lifestyle, I was so alone. A friend once told me that I was a man with everything and nothing. He was right. But then I got you, and I haven't been alone since. There aren't a lot of people who can understand us geniuses, let alone accept us. But you have heart. So much heart. Tony leaned down and kissed Harry's forehead again, and also his little hand. No matter what happened or what happens, you are my son, Harry, Tony whispered. I need you. Far more than you might ever understand. It's really symbolic, really. The arc reactor is what keeps me alive. I'm a man of science. All mind but no heart, or at least I used to be. Then I got you, Harry. You became my heart, and I'd like to think I'm doing an okay job, but really, Harry, if I'm honest, I just don't know. It's so new to me, not knowing. You scare me because I don't want to mess up, Hair Bear. I don't want to mess you up. If I make the wrong decisions, you might turn out like me. And who says that's a bad thing? Tony jumped out of his chair and placed himself between Harry and the impossible in front of him. I've gone crazy, Tony whispered to himself. Howard chuckled and his ghostly silver-blue image shimmered a bit. Maybe one day, but not right now. I'm actually here, kid. Tony shook his head. That's not possible. Howard raised an eyebrow and said with amusement, your teammates with a Norse god, a super soldier from my days, a man that can turn into a huge green rage monster, a couple assassins, fought a magical trickster and aliens, and this is impossible? Okay. I see your point. But like I told Steve, I'm still working on believing. Tony replied as he looked at the shimmering image in front of him. It was his father, wearing a white-collared shirt, black pants, suspenders, and polished shoes, and his own signature Stark facial hair. Very 40s if you ask Tony. That's probably because his father's ghost image in front of him was of him in the 40s. Speaking of Steve, mind if I go get him really quick? I'm sure he'll shit bricks at seeing this. Howard just shook his head and chuckled. It's good to see you again, Tony. Joking all but leaving his system, Tony sobered up and realized his father was in front of him. A lump rose in his throat and he had no clue whatsoever on how to continue. Howard took in the sight of his son and smiled. Then he looked at the bed and his gaze softened. I wasn't lying. It wouldn't be so bad if he turned out like you. Tony snapped back into himself and scoffed. You've been gone a long time. If you had any idea of what I've been up to, you wouldn't say that. Howard really looked at Tony with critical, analyzing eyes. Tony almost feared he'd get yelled at as if he were a child again. Instead, Howard's gaze softened once more and he said, I don't know if you remember, you were very young when I told you this, but I once told you that I believed the entire planet to be one huge machine. Tony nodded. It was after one of many talks about my current defrosted teammate, I remember. Howard chuckled. It was something that helped me some days to accept that I might never find my friend. I had an idea that perhaps the super soldier serum would keep him alive. I hoped someone would find him. But back to what I was saying. The whole world being a huge machine, I was an inventor. I loved machines. And you know what I know about machines? Tony shrugged and looked at his feet. I dunno. They're easier to deal with than people? Howard's smile faltered a bit and he frowned. Well, yes. I suppose. Machines don't judge. They don't have sarcasm, and they actually do what they're said to do. Tony's looked away and mumbled, unless they're broken. Well, that's the beauty of machines, they can be fixed. And what I was getting at is that machines come with all the parts they need. Some parts are used early on, while others have to wait until it's their turn to fit in place. Steve was just found way before his part was needed. Howard said very seriously. That's very touching. Should I relay this message or do you want to do it yourself? Tony asked with a hint of jealousy in his voice. Even after his dad came to visit the world of the living, no matter how impossible it seemed, he was still more hung up on the super soldier than his own son. With the world being one huge machine, Howard pressed on like he hadn't heard Tony, but he had. He knew what to say next to make his son understand that he understood and that he did care. There are no spare parts. Every piece fits somewhere. Every piece is needed for the machine to function. You're not a spare part, Tony. Never think that. You are very important. If you don't want to take my word for it, I understand. But just look at my grandson and I think you can agree that I'm right. You and I. Tony paused for a bit. He had taken his father's advice and looked at Harry. He was here for Harry's sake, to protect him, to teach him, to love him. We never had a very stellar relationship. I was so arrogant growing up, and I was a genius. When I wasn't out being Mr. Casanova, I was locked away working on projects and experiments. I didn't have any friends. I'm raising a little boy with no references on what it means to be a good dad. Am I doing the right thing? Obviously not. Look at everything that my son was put through the last few hours. You're not messing up, Tony, Howard said with no doubt in his voice. Yeah? And how would you know? Tony demanded. Because Harry loves you. He worries about your well-being. He cares for what you have to say. He looks for your approval and never wants to disappoint you. You're there every time you can. You put things aside so you always have time for him. You make sure he's treated like the most important person in the world, Howard said. That's because he is, Tony replied. And that right there is why you aren't messing up. The world sees him as a hero, as a savior. They see the title, not the person. For the world he may be Harry Potter, but to you he's just Harry. That's what he wanted, still does. Both of you are like gears that fit into perfect sync and help each other function. Harry's a bit like Steve. They found him early on and used him. His part became rusty and wouldn't work properly. While the world decided he was broken and threw his part away, it was you, Tony, who decided to polish it back into its shiny working glory. You fixed him, Howard said with a gentle smile. Tony shook his head. No, Dad, it was him that fixed me. They fell into a comfortable silence as they watched Harry sleep peacefully. I'm sorry, Tony whispered. I should have been a better son. Howard shook his head. No, I'm sorry. I should have been there for you more. But I'm proud of the man you've become, Tony. I'm happy that you found your way. I know it wasn't easy, but you did it. And you did it all by yourself. And I want you to know that both your mother and I are so very proud of you. And we love our grandson with all of our hearts. Tony's eyes glistened and he had to choke back a sob. He was unable to speak, so he merely nodded, once more falling into another silence. I have to go now, Howard whispered. Wait, can't you stay? Just for a bit longer? Just until Harry wakes up? Please, Tony begged. Howard smiled and tried to place a hand on Tony's shoulder. It just passed through and Tony shivered a bit at the coldness. I would love to. If I can, I'll try to see him, but that's for another time. The only reason I'm here is because Harry's unconscious. Tony frowned. I don't understand. Howard stuck his hands in his pockets and sighed. Harry's very special, Tony, far more special than you realize. He is more than just the boy who made you a father, more than just the savior of the wizarding world, and more than just magic. Howard's face went from gentle to serious far too fast for Tony's liking. Tony, I am literally not allowed to say. In fact, me being here mentioning this much, I'm already breaking dozens, maybe even hundreds of rules. Tony frowned. What's going on? You need to be very vigilant these next couple months, Tony, maybe even years. I can't be sure. Time after death is very odd. You also need to widen your view and open your mind, son. You now know that you aren't alone in the universe, heck, not alone on the planet. You need to be very careful, especially for Harry's sake. Howard warned. Tony's chest clenched in fear. Why? What's happening? I wish I could just flat out tell you, but I can't. I literally can't. I'm so sorry for all these riddles, but I have no doubt that you'll figure things out. What am I supposed to figure out? Tony asked, trying to remain calm, though a feeling of total unease began settling inside of him. Just because Loki seemed to be calling out the orders, don't be fooled into thinking that he's the puppet master in all of this, Howard said. Tony's brow furrowed. Reindeer Games isn't the puppet master? Then who is? Howard looked very angry and his image flickered for a few seconds. I can't say, but I can warn you. You have to be very careful, Tony. What does Harry have to do with this? It can't be just because I'm Iron Man and he's my son, Tony insisted. It's not. In the coming of future events, death will play a huge role in the matter. Harry's current title might throw him into the middle of something very big and very dangerous. He'll need to learn, he'll need to know, he'll need to be ready just like the rest of you. I don't understand, Tony cried. I'm very sorry, Tony. I can't stay any longer. Just remember, you can't hide him away from all this. He's a Stark now. He's bound to get into some serious trouble, far too serious. These last few hours will be a joke compared to what's to come. Then what do I do? Tony demanded, tears once more falling freely. What you've been doing, son. Love him, believe in him, and stay at his side. Goodbye, Tony. Wait, will you visit again? Tony asked desperately. Howard's face softened once more and he smiled. I don't know. Maybe one day when Harry's stronger I might. Heck, we might even have a family get-together for Christmas or something. I really have to go now, Tony. Just remember, be there for him. And also remember that I love you and your mother and I could not be prouder. Howard's image flickered one more time and then disappeared. Tony was left in the darkening room with his still unconscious son, new worrying information, and the feeling of not even knowing how to begin to process any of the information. He wiped a few remaining tears off his face and took his place next to Harry once more. Harry opened his eyes once more and realized that he still wasn't awake in the real world. This time though he wasn't in Grand Central Station. He was in a room he's seen before in his dreams. A small cluttered room with posters on the wall. Some pictures moved, like the ones of people on brooms. Others didn't, like the pictures of motorcycles and bikini-clad women. Harry blushed at those and looked away. The room had a lot of red and gold-yellow colors. It felt familiar. It felt safe. Harry looked up and saw 4 people enter the room. The only woman was a redhead with very green eyes. Like his green eyes. The man next to her had wild, unruly black hair, just like his. After him entered a man, with long black hair and silver blue eyes, followed by a man with sandy blonde with brown eyes. Hello, pup, the sandy blonde said with a gentle smile. I know you, Harry said with confusion. How? The redhead smiled and sat next to him on the bed and placed a hand on his shoulder. It doesn't matter where you met us, Harry. All that matters is what we are. Harry scrunched his face in confusion. What are you? The man with the wild, unruly hair took a seat on the other side of him and copied the woman's action. We're your family. Family, Harry said, looking between the man and the woman. Then his eyes widened. Mummy? Daddy? All of the adults smiled as the woman placed Harry on her lap and hugged him. The man hugged them both. Hello, dear, Lily said. How? Harry asked, silent tears falling. We're dead, honey. You have the power to call us, Lily said. On occasion, Remus corrected. Right. Like now, James said. What's going on? Harry asked. Lily combed her hand through his hair. It's very complicated and we don't have enough time, sweetheart. We just came to tell you a few things. What? Harry asked, closing his eyes and enjoying his mother's movements. The man that attacked New York, he wasn't the one in charge. There is still danger out there, Harry, Sirius said, crouching down in front of Lily to meet Harry at eye level. What can I do? We wish you didn't have to do anything, dear, but you will be a part of what's to come, Lily said. Me? Why? When the time comes, you'll understand. Our time is almost up. Just trust your new guardian, Harry. He'll keep you safe, Remus said. My daddy Tony will be involved too? Harry asked, worried. You're involved? So of course, Sirius replied. Harry looked to all of them, memorizing all of their faces the best he could. Do you guys like him? Well, you could have ended up with someone more normal, but you're a Potter. We don't do normal for some reason. Then again, it would be so boring if we did, James said with a smirk. When he saw Harry's confusion, he smiled and said, he loves you like a son. He loves you just like I do, son. So yeah, we like him. Lily nodded. If there's ever any doubt, trust in this man, Harry. He will always put you first. That's all I could ever ask of anyone to do for my little one. It's time, Death said from the doorway. The adults nodded and stood up. Wait, can't you stay a bit longer? Harry asked. They all smiled and each took turns hugging and kissing Harry. Lily was the last and she said, we'd like nothing more but you're still alive, sweetheart. And your daddy Tony has been waiting for a long time now. We'll be here for you, Harry, always. I love you. Dada loves you. So do Siri and Remy. And so does Mr. Stark. You have to be with him now. Before Harry could reply, there was a flashing light and he woke up again, this time in the real world. Harry turned his head and saw his dad. He was alive, safe, and with him. Pulling the blankets away from him, Harry jumped into his father's arms and cried. Tony cried too. Daddy, I love you. I love you too, buddy. Tony placed him back on the bed and looked at him with a faux strict face. Never scare me like that again. Do you understand me, young man? I'll let it pass this time, but next time you nearly give me a heart attack you are so grounded. Harry just giggled and reached out to hug his dad again. I want to go home now, Daddy. Can we go home? Anything for you, buddy. My imagination has betrayed me. I swore to myself when I started this that it would just be this. No strings attached or anything. A total clean cut. But I wanted to fix the whole death thing without going to previous chapters and changing anything, and then the part with Howard just seemed too perfect. Really, it was just going to be this story with some one-shots that included Christmas dinner. Maybe with ghostly relatives. Halloween seems fun to do. Harry getting his letter and Tony being reluctant to let him go. Be it Hogwarts or Salem Institute. Harry reaching puberty and all of the Avengers trying to give him the talk. Harry graduating and wanting to move out and Tony have a fit. Harry getting engaged but Tony not accepting it until he does, and then he goes into full bridezilla mode. Well, this is technically the last chapter. The epilogue is next, and damn, I practically promised a sequel. I got some serious mixed reviews last time, so I'm curious to what you say this time. Special thanks to Blossom Monkey. I made a Facebook page for this profile. It'll have all my updates, ideas, inspirations, yada yada. All the FF information without any of the useless personal junk. If you've read Babysitting Kidvengers and have wondered about the pictures I've used, I have 9 different ones about the Avengers as kids. They're truly adorable. Pages, fan fictions of Lunabelle Marauder Knight, 356,667,694,408,830. If coping and pasting doesn't work, I have a link on my profile. Please like smiley face. Epilogue. I'm going to start this by saying that I am pansexual. I honestly just love people. Who they are, what gender, background, or whatever doesn't matter to me so long as I like the person. If that makes me a Slash fan, whatever. I don't care. I am what I am and I am not sorry. And by the way, you look like an idiot bashing a Slash fan on a non-Slash story. Every flame you directed at me was so far from what I actually like you might as well have compared apples to oranges. My second point is that sophisticated and educated readers know not to criticize a work based on the plot. Doing so is beyond juvenile. A true reader will criticize the work and writing style. Thirdly, do you really think I'm going to take the insult of a spineless coward seriously? If you want to nag me with your narrow-minded, homophobic, irrational bull, man up, grow some balls, and use an actual account and PM me. Go ahead. I dare you, Man of Iron, Father of Gold. Epilogue. Tony called some of the medics over to check Harry over. Daddy, I'm okay, Harry said. Tony knelt down to his eye level since he was sitting on one of the beds. Maybe you don't feel anything, but you've been gone a long time. Solly a few hours, Harry whispered. You just slurred your words. It could be early signs of pneumonia. You were outside, right? With no jacket. Not to mention who knows what other things. You were hurt and you could be infected. I'll have Jarvis email all of your vaccination information. I should probably ask those magicians if one of their doctors can look at you too. You could have something magical I might not even know about. You could, Dad. Harry whined. Tony sighed and leaned his forehead to Harry's. I'm just worried. I know, but I'm okay. I promise, Harry replied. Still, I'll feel better when these trained people tell me I'm just being a worried old man, Tony said with a small smile. Harry hugged him and said, You're not old. You're just tired. Let's go home and get some sleep. Tony kissed the top of Harry's head and said, Soon. Whether you feel fine or not, you are still getting checked out. Harry pouted, Fine, but we're going for ice cream afterwards. Tony smiled, I can live with that. Harry wiggled in Tony's hold. Dad, I'm almost 8. I can walk by myself. Harry, you just got out of the hospital and this place doesn't have wheelchairs. You've been through a lot and need your rest. What, are you getting too old for your old man to hold you? I'm hurt, Harry. I really am, Tony pouted. Harry rolled his eyes. You're being silly, Daddy. You know I love you, but I want to walk on my own. Then he dropped his voice into a whisper. You fought aliens and were thrown from a window. You really are hurt. I don't want to make you more tired. Tony smiled at Harry and kissed his forehead. I'm fine, champ. I've got you back. I'm golden. You sure? Harry asked. Positive, Tony promised. It's so weird seeing you as a dad. You actually seem good at it, Clint said as he and the rest of the Avengers walked over. What are you doing here, Birdbrain? Tony sneered. Harry pouted. Daddy, don't be mean. Yeah, don't be mean to me. What kind of influence is that? Clink said with an amused smile. HMPH. Tony turned away so Harry wasn't facing Clint. The only bad influence here is you. It seemed that Clint and Tony were about to get into a bickering match, so Steve stepped in front of Clint and said, "We thought you would take the first chance of escape you saw, and we wanted to meet the little man before you hightailed it out of here." Harry wiggled in Tony's grasp before the genius sighed and placed him on the ground. Fine. But you, young man, are napping the whole flight back to the tower. Understand? Yes, Daddy, Harry replied with a smile, then faced the other Avengers. Tell me it's not weird seeing him like that, Clint said to Natasha while nudging her with his elbow. She slapped him playfully on the shoulder. Hey there, I'm Steve Rogers. It's good to finally meet you, Harry. Steve knelt at Harry's eye level and offered him his hand. Harry made sure his handshake was as firm as possible as he shook Steve's hand. I'm Harry. Harry Stark. Are you a superhero like my daddy? Steve smiled and replied, yeah. In fact, we're on the same team. Harry looked from Steve, to the Avengers behind the super soldier, to his dad. All of you? Yup. We saved New York with your dad, and it was our friend over there that saved you, Steve said as he pointed at Thor. So you guys are my dad's friends? Harry asked. Well, Tony began, but then Harry smiled at him with those expecting green dough-like eyes. He sighed, yeah, they're my friends. That's great. Now with friends you won't be so lonely, and when you're out fighting bad guys you have people to make sure you come home, Harry said with a smile. I have you, Hair Bear. I'm not alone. And what are you talking about? I can take perfectly good care of myself, Tony argued half-heartedly. Seriously, is there a switch or something? Out of everyone on the planet, Tony Stark is a good dad? Clint asked. No, he's the best dad ever, Harry exclaimed and aimed a small glare at Clint. Yeah, I'm the best dad ever, Birdbrain. Anyway, Harry, these are the rest of the Avengers. You met Steve. I'd like to formally introduce you to the man, God, who saved you. Thor Odinson, Tony said as he pointed at Thor. Thank you for saving me, Harry said as Thor stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. 'Tis not a problem, young Stark. 'Twas honorable to know that one so young and mortal to be as brave as thee given the obstacles placed in thou path, Thor said. My name is Bruce Banner, Bruce introduced himself with a small smile. Harry looked at him and they both jumped when they felt a spark when they shook hands. You're the green guy. Yeah, that's me, Bruce said awkwardly. You're awesome. Oh, and thank you for saving me too, Harry said with a bright smile. Saving you? Tony echoed. When I first arrived here, he was fighting with Mr. Odinson and a plane came out of nowhere and started shooting. Mr. Banner got me to a safe place, Harry explained. As the Hulk? Steve asked and mirrored everyone else's confused looks. Bruce shrugged. The other guy likes Harry. He didn't want to see him hurt. Harry's just awesome like that, Tony said and switched topics. He liked Bruce a lot, but didn't want anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. getting any bright ideas of using his son as some sort of control for the Hulk. Well, you've met the Super Solider, the Demigod, and the big guy. The rest of the team are Natasha and Birdbrain. Nice to meet you, Harry, Natasha said with a pleasant smile, and Harry blushed and said, Hi, aren't you just adorable? Seeing Harry blush more, Tony just chuckled. He's a Stark, don't expect anything less. And I'm Clint Barton, Clint said and offered Harry a smile and a handshake. So are you leaving? Steve asked after all the introductions were made. I want to get Harry as far away from here as fast as possible, Tony replied. What about the portal to send Thor and Loki home? Thought you were working on that, Clint said. I am. I'll come back as soon as I make sure Harry is secure at the tower with Pepper. She should be arriving soon. Maybe I should send you to Malibu. Just for a little while repairs get done, Tony said to Harry. No, Harry crossed his arms and stomped his little foot for effect. I'm not leaving New York unless you're coming with me. It's either going to be boring work or it could be dangerous. You'll be safer with Pepper and she can take you to Disneyland, Tony tried. I'm not going anywhere unless you go with me. What if they want to take me away? Who's going to stop them? You're my dad. Only you can? Harry insisted as tears began to form in his eyes. Hey, hey, hey. No, don't cry. Please don't cry. Tony knelt at Harry's eye level and wiped away the few tears that got away. Then HICUP, don't try to HICUP, send me away. Harry did his best to keep from crying. Tony picked him up and Harry hid his face in the crook of Tony's neck. I'll never send you away, and no one is going to take you away. You have the Avengers to fight to keep you with your old man, Tony said. Really? Harry asked. Of course. Anyone tries to take you away and I'll shoot them with my arrow. Natasha and Steve will kick theirs, butts. Thor will smite them down or use his hammer, and Bruce will go all Hulk. And I don't have to remind you about what your dad can do. Both as Iron Man and as Tony Stark, Clint said with a smile. Harry shyly returned the smile. Mr. Stark. Director Fury and Mr. Kingsley wish to have a word with you, Agent Hill said. Tony nodded and then turned to the rest. I'll come and say goodbye before we leave. Once the doors closed behind Tony and Harry, Clint turned to the others, still weird, him being not sarcastic or rude. There was a chorus of, yeah, from everyone as they too turned to go where they needed to go. Thor walked with his head lowered through the helicarrier. He had just been to Loki's cell, but his brother made no attempts to talk with him. Thor had tried everything that came to mind, trying to reason with him and make him see that his past actions were incorrect. That, despite what he thought, they were brothers. That he would plead with the Odin All-Father to be lenient in his punishment, but that he needed Loki to at least show him some sort of response to let the blonde know that he was actually somewhat feeling guilty. The only thing that seemed to faze his brother was when he mentioned the young Stark. Thor assumed that since they were both similar in their beginnings, it would pull on his brother's heartstrings. They were both magic and adopted into a family not their own. His brother though did not know, and the way he found out caused many a trouble, while the young Stark knew he was adopted from the very start. The young Stark doesn't really know of his past or ancestors. But unlike his brother, he seemed okay with merely knowing that the Man of Iron cares for him like a son. Speaking of the young Stark, Thor spotted him looking out of the window with no one else around. Should ye be here without supervision? Thor asked. Harry jumped a bit but then smiled when he saw who it was. My dad, the people from England, and the guy with the eye patch were talking about really boring stuff. I asked my dad if I could wait outside and well, I got curious. Thor smiled. I advise thee to be careful. As wonderful as a curious mind can be, it can also lead you to trouble. I know. I was just waiting outside of the door when I heard a plane whoosh by. Then I found a window. We're so high up. It's awesome, Harry exclaimed. You like to fly? Thor asked with an amused smile. Yes. Harry nodded furiously. I want to be able to fly one day. But not in a plane, that's okay, but the way Dad flies is much more awesome. 'Tis more fun, Thor agreed. Then he got an idea. He bit his lower lip as he looked to make sure no one was looking. This may be a foolish idea, but would you like to know how it feels like to fly without the metal contraption? Harry's face lit up like Christmas. Yes, shush, Thor hissed while placing his finger on his lips in the universal sign for quiet. It'll be a quick round around the helicarrier, but no one must know, agreed? Harry nodded and they both sneaked off. That was totally awesome. You are so cool, Harry exclaimed as they landed back near one of the gates. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed flying. 'Twas fun, was it not? Thor asked as they walked in and found a place to sit in the hangar. Very fun. I love being in the sky, Harry commented, and they fell into a short silence. Thor broke that silence when he said, I apologized on behalf of my brother. Harry blinked. Just make sure he doesn't go attacking any more cities, okay? That's not very nice. Thor blinked too as he stared at the Harry. I meant for taking you after already being taken. That? Oh. Well, don't worry about it, okay? He didn't hurt me. Not that he could. I'm very strong, like my dad, Harry said with a smile towards the God of Thunder. Many agents looked their way when Thor's laughter rumbled through the hangar. Thou art very strange, young Stark. Good strange or bad strange? Harry asked. Good. Most good, Thor said, and looking at this small boy reminded him so much of Loki in his younger days. Before, when their biggest problem was making sure they passed their schooling and training. What's wrong? Harry asked. Nothing, young one, merely reminiscing, Thor replied. You're worried about your brother, Harry guessed. Thor decided not to lie to Harry when it was obvious that was his problem at the moment. When he took me, he tried to make me think my dad didn't love me, Harry whispered. I apologize dearly, Thor said instantly. Harry shook his head. It didn't bother me. I knew my dad loved me. Your brother told me I didn't understand the world. I told him that maybe I didn't. But I do understand family. I told him that all it takes are people who really care for each other to be there for one another, and that's what family is. Blood isn't really that important. You are very wise for being so young, Thor commented. He called you and your family liars. What were you lying about? Harry asked. Thor sighed. My brother, like you, was adopted, though it was kept from him for much longer. When he found out, he was distraught. But not necessary of it being kept from him, but at the shock at whom he really was. He's still your brother, right? Harry asked. Thor smiled. But he wishes to ignore that. He can only see his ancestry, which are the monsters parents tell children of Asgard at bedtime to keep them from doing mischief. Thor replied. I guess that can make someone mean. But Harry scrunched up his face as he thought about the words he was looking for. Even if he's from someplace else, even if the people from his family were really mean and scary, that doesn't mean he has to be. My aunt, uncle, and cousin were mean and scary people, and I'm related to them. I'm not like that. Thor smiled at Harry again. No, ye are the better part of the mortal world, the one that holds much greatness for the future. Harry smiled at Thor. You guys are going home soon? Your father merely has to help with some of the computers to send us back correctly. Should be soon, Thor answered. Harry undid a bracelet on his right wrist and handed it to Thor. Can you give this to your brother for me? May I ask why? Thor asked as he inspected the bracelet. It was more of bright red and gold thread made into a bracelet. When I was first adopted, I couldn't believe it. I was never sure if my dad really actually wanted me. So Pepper had this made and gave it to me. It's the colors of my daddy's Iron Man armor. She told me that if I ever had any doubt whatsoever about not being his family, to look at the bracelet. It was a reminder of our bond. So long as I wore it, I'll never doubt it again, Harry explained with a smile. Will you not miss it? Thor asked. No, I already got all the reminders I need. I think your brother needs it more than I do anyway, Harry said. Thor ruffled Harry's hair and thanked him. In between tales of Asgard and his adventures, Tony arrived with Ginny. Tony sat there in one of the many rooms of the Hellcarrier, in one of the many tables, as he listened to everything to expect and what is expected of him. Most of what he was told he already knew. Harry's magic is instinctive, and since he doesn't have control over it, there are bound to be outbursts when he's frightened, angry, or sad. Sometimes things will happen when he's very happy. Since Harry is magic, there are some things that he can see that others can't. Tony sighed loudly in annoyance. This was so boring. Everyone though ignored him and continued to talk. Kingsley, the brunette, and the redhead were explaining some of their world policies to Fury and his agents. They were making some sort of contract. Fury will help keep the magical side secret, and in return the magical world will help keeping the human race thinking they're the only ones on Earth, and in the Milky Way, for that matter. Harry had long ago gotten bored and was allowed to leave. He promised not to wander off, and it seemed like a good idea at first, but now Tony was beginning to worry. He may be sweet and innocent, but he was a Stark by name and a Potter by nature. From the short talk he had about Harry's parents, he learned one thing. A Potter takes to trouble like a duck takes to water. Tony dramatically scooted his chair back, and the screeching noise made everyone's focus turn to him. He stood his full height and smiled. As exciting as all this is, really, my son is apparently a troublemaker and is loose in this giant war contraption. I'm going to go look for him. We aren't done here, Stark, Fury said in his most powerful, I'm in charge voice. Unfortunately, that doesn't work on Tony. I got the basics, which BTW, that means by the way for you old folks, I already knew. If something else comes up that's important, just text me or send me an email. As Tony exited the room, he looked back and forth and tried to determine which way his son went. Harry likes high places. Turning around, Tony noticed the redhead. Right. I'm sorry, what was your name? Ginny Weasley. Ginny introduced herself. Right. Sorry. With all that's going on, I wasn't paying too much attention to who's who. Tony Stark, Tony said as he extended his hand to shake hers. You're an important man with quite the arrogance. Had I introduced myself anyway, would you have seriously remembered? Ginny asked. Not really. I'm not good with names, Tony replied. He was going to say something witty like, maybe you since you're a redhead and I like redheads, but something about this particular redhead screamed. Don't even think about it. It was nagging the back of his mind that he blurted out again. What were you to Harry? Does it matter? Ginny asked. It did, Tony replied. It doesn't now, Ginny said. But a choice was made, Mr. Stark. Now we live with it. Harry's the one who matters now. If you for whatever reason feel the need to repay me, just make sure he has the best life he can ask for, Ginny said. Will happen regardless, but I'll spoil him rotten for you if you want, Tony shrugged, though there was an odd feeling in his chest. He thinks he feels sorry for her. Not with pity, but with actual remorse. I don't think he'll let you. He's very humble, Ginny replied. True. And, thanks, Tony murmured the last part. For? Ginny asked. From what I paid attention to, Harry's really important, some sort of political figure. Ginny have a single nod and a shrug. They were basically using him and would have continued. Even Fury wanted to get in on it. Maybe I'm not his real dad, but I've really come to love him. Even if he was changed back and didn't remember me, Harry's a good person who didn't deserve to be used. I would have made him move in with me regardless. Be my best friend or little brother or something. Yeah, well, it's still very early. You and I are bound to get into a lot of trouble later on. But if I'm going to get in trouble for something, at least I won't be getting in trouble alone. And as far as causes go, I think this one is a pretty damn good one. No argument there. They walked around in silence. Tony didn't feel like it was awkward, but he felt like it should be. Then he blurts out more, your boss mentioned something about having someone visit Harry to explain the wizarding world to him little by little. I think it should be you. You can come over as many times as you like. In fact, I can probably get you your own floor. Move in, become an unofficial Avenger, or magical ambassador or something. Ginny smiled. As brilliant as that is bound to be, I don't think it's right for me. But I'll make sure whoever does become the magical ambassador is a good pick. You sure? Tony asked. They stopped in the middle of the hallway and Ginny nodded. Thank you for being considerate by giving me a chance to be close to Harry. I'm not going to deny or confirm any of your suspicions, but still, even as just a friend, being close to Harry and not have him recognize me, it's too painful right now. I have to adjust first. I understand. And thanks again. I can't imagine it being easy. Just thinking about Harry not knowing who I am, it'd break my heart. Tony looked at Ginny very seriously and said just as seriously, if you ever need anything at all, just contact me and I'll make it happen. I can never repay you enough for what you did for me. With all respect, I wasn't doing it for you, Mr. Stark. I was doing it for Harry. And thank you for the offer. I'll keep it in mind, Ginny replied. No problem. And if I can make a suggestion, I think I can buy you Paris. It's a lovely city, great culture, amazing food, and beautiful people, Tony said with a sly smile, trying to lighten the mood. Thanks, Ginny giggled, but my sister-in-law is French, so I know the place pretty well. Well then, how about some place in Australia? Or how about just Australia? Tony suggested, and they continued like that until they found Harry talking excitedly with the God of Thunder out in the hangar. You were so grounded, Tony exclaimed as he and the rest of the Avengers, and some of the magical ones met up with Happy as he picked up the billionaire and Harry. His eyes widened and he was pale as he stared at his son. It's just Sully, Harry said as the California King snake moved up from Harry's arm to rest on his shoulders. It's a snake, Tony stated. It's Sully, Harry repeated. It's a creepy crawly snake, Tony cried. It is Sully, Harry pronounced each word. You said I could have any animal I wanted and I liked Sully. Sully the snake. Makes perfect sense to me, Bruce said with an amused smile as he watched father and son interact. No one asked you, Tony snapped at the doctor. You did in the lab, Bruce defended himself but stepped back and raised his hands up in surrender at Tony's glare. The spell that was placed on Potter was very strong. You don't think? Draco left it hanging in the air. Hermione shrugged. Well, it was a trait he got from Voldemort. With Voldemort gone, he shouldn't be able to. I mean, that would be logical, right? Since when is magic logical? Ginny asked. And what if this spell has more to do with time than actual technicality? What do you mean? Hermione asked. If the spell reverted Harry to the exact same point instead of form and reinforced it with similar magic used by time turners or something, it's possible. Ginny tried to explain her way of thinking. What on earth are you all talking about? Clint asked. Potter. Ow. Draco glared as Ginny jabbed him in his ribs with her elbow. Potter, can you speak with the snake? What? Tony cried. Don't be daft, Malfoy, Ron said with an eye roll, and Tony gave a sigh of relief. Anyone can speak with a snake. The question is, Harry, can you understand it? What? Tony cried again. You guys have totally lost your... Clint started. Yes, Harry answered. Is that normal? No, said Draco, Ron, Clint, Natasha, Bruce, and Tony plainly. You can really speak and understand snakes? Steve asked curiously. What's going on, Master? Sully asked. They're shocked I can speak with you, Harry replied. Look on the bright side, sir. He knows a second language, Happy tried, though he was fighting off a laugh. Only Harry could make his boss lose his cool. Tony glared and accusingly pointed a finger at Happy. I don't want to hear anything from you yet, Happy. Not only did you get him a snake. Don't think I've forgotten Harry got loose on your watch. Though his voice told everyone that he wasn't really actually upset with Happy, knowing it would have happened regardless of who was watching Harry. Guilt still ate away at Happy. I'm sorry about that, sir. I thought he was in his room. I had no idea what he was capable of, Happy apologized. Daddy, Harry whispered as he pulled on Tony's pants leg, if I promise to get a good home for Sully, can Happy not be in trouble? It wasn't his fault. It was all me, I swear. Harry's eyes were wide and doe-like, and with his pout he was the very definition of a puppy pout. Tony sighed. Happy's not in trouble and Sully can stay. And I guess at least it's not a cat. Tony gave in. Yay. Harry jumped in happiness and gave a thumbs up to Happy. The older man returned the gesture with 2 thumbs, a smile, and a wink. You're still grounded though, Tony said quickly. Oh yeah? Clint asked with a smirk. How is the big bad Papa Wolf going to punish his little cub? Everyone, especially Harry and his doe-like eyes, were looking at him expectantly. I'm working on it. Ha. Face it, Stark. He could cause a second Chicago fire, and the worst thing you'll do is what? Remove his private jet privileges? Force him to watch TV on a 25-inch TV? Take away his robot butler? Clint said. Tony and Clint bickered for a few minutes before the magical ones spoke up and said their goodbyes. With pops they all vanished one after the other. Next, Thor made his farewells with everyone. When he reached Harry, he hugged him and gave him a special thanks that no one else knew what it meant. He then stood up, ruffled Harry's hair, and winked at him while showing him the red and gold bracelet. Then he and Loki disappeared with the Tesseract. I'm going to miss Mr. Odinson a lot. He is so cool, he can fly, Harry exclaimed. I can fly, Tony said, an odd feeling clenching his chest. Yeah, but Mr. Odinson can fly without a suit. And he's so fast and super strong. Think I'll ever be as strong as him? Well, he is a god champ. And besides, when you get older I thought about making you your own suit. Tony said. He really didn't because he didn't want his son in the line of fire, but he couldn't help but blurt that out. Really? Harry asked as his eyes filled with excitement. That is so cool, thanks Daddy, you're the best. Naturally. Don't you dare forget it, Tony said as he ruffled Harry's head. You just promised your kid a suit because you were jealous of Thor, Natasha said calmly while Bruce talked to Harry. No, I didn't. Tony argued. Yeah, you did, Natasha said with a smile. Well, maybe I did. So what? Tony countered. Natasha shrugged. Nothing. Just good to know you're still you under that Papa Wolf fur. Oh haha, you're hilarious, Tony said sarcastically. Eventually the others decided to start going their own ways too. Natasha and Clint left with promises to drop in from time to time. Steve was about to hop on his bike when Tony stopped him. I have something to ask you. Yeah? Harry needs a godfather, Tony said. And? Steve asked, confused by the statement. And, are you interested? Tony asked as he looked away. Steve took a moment and just stared at Tony. You want me to be Harry's godfather? Well, my son only has the best. And I doubt you can get better as a godfather than Captain America. Tony said a bit defensively. Thor saved Harry and he's a god. Wouldn't that be better? Steve asked with a raised eyebrow. Thor may or may not be around as often as a godfather should, Tony replied. And this has nothing to do with the fact that Harry thinks Thor is cooler than you? Steve asked with an amused smirk. He does not think that. Look, do you want it or not? I can ask anyone else in the world. Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Liam Neeson, David Tennant, Benedict Cumberbatch. You may not know who they are, but they are huge, important celebrities who would be mega honored about the offer. Tony huffed. Steve chuckled. I'll be happy and honored to be his godfather. Tony huffed and said, was that so hard? Geez. Well, now that you agreed, just know that as a godfather you are now attending every holiday we celebrate. Christmas, Halloween, Hanukkah. You aren't Jewish, Steve butted in. Tony gave Steve a look. 8 days of spoiling my little boy. How am I going to pass that up? It's going to be hell buying a gift for your kid, you know that? Steve asked, though he was smiling like an idiot. A man frozen in time, everything he knew was nearly gone and forgotten, and now he was going to be added to a family. It's going to be trouble, but Harry's worth it. Oh, but your gifts can't be better than mine, Tony said. You're a billionaire, how the hell can my gifts be better? Steve asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry's odd. He has an old soul thing going on, and you know his situation. Maybe with your actual oldness you'll find a gift that's worth more in sentimental value. Tony explained. Steve shook his head and walked over to Harry. Hey Harry, when exactly is your birthday? July 31st, Harry answered happily. I promised to stop by and I'll have a little something special for you, okay? Steve said. So long as you come to share the cake is fine. You don't need to get me anything, Harry said. Steve looked between Harry and Tony and just shook his head. I might not be able to compete with your dad, but if I see something nifty on the road I'll get it for you. Is there anything specific I need to do now that I swore to be your godfather? Harry's eyes widened. Really? Yup. Nothing but the best for you, champ, Tony confirmed. Just come and visit lots. Oh, and help my dad when he's fighting a really mean bad guy, Harry said. Steve smiled. I can do that. Steve said his farewells and rode off on his bike. Being awake in a world decades beyond his own left him feeling very alone and very isolated from the rest of the population. Everywhere he went and everything he saw made him feel out of place. When he was fighting for his country, for his people, and for his new friends, he finally felt like he belonged again. He still missed everyone from his time, but with the Avengers as his friends, and now Harry and Tony as his family, the world didn't seem as big, as cold, or as alone. He had somewhere to go to now, and all the way to his next destination his big smile couldn't be wiped off. Happy got in the back with Harry and Sully while Tony got into the driver's seat and Bruce into the companion one. They chatted animatedly all the way to the tower, and tried to keep things as light as possible, but there was something nagging in the back of all their minds. Happy was still guilty about what happened to Harry. Bruce was confused to Harry's power over the Hulk and what it meant. Tony worried about his father's warning and Harry's well-being. Harry worried about what his parents had told him. Even though that was nagging the back of their minds, for the moment they left it alone. Tomorrow they'd worry about the world and the problems it holds. Everybody knows that everybody dies. They knew more so than the normal people. But not every day. Not today. Some days are special. Some days are so blessed. Some days, nobody dies at all. Now and then, every once in a very long while, every day in a million days, when the wind stands fair and the heroes of the world come to call, everybody lives. Asterisk fin asterisk, that last bit was actually a Doctor Who line for you Whovians. Okay. Here's the deal guys. Avengers sequel comes out May 1st, 2015. I will be doing a sequel Man of Iron, Father of Gold based on that movie as well. I was going to dive into some serious research and see what I could do with the Thanos angle by myself, but I thought of something else instead. My friends have roped me into reading many Loki redemption stories and I've fallen for it. So in between waiting for the actual Avengers sequel, I will write a story that is technically a sequel to this. It will have all the Avengers in Avenger Tower, redeeming Loki. I'll explore the whole Harry befriending the Hulk that I've set up here, and also giving Harry the chance to grow up some. I may have to tweak the timeline, or at least Harry's age, when the actual movie comes out. But I want Harry to have something under his belt before he and the gang have to have Thanos. Also all the one-shots I promised the previous chapter and any other idea that pops into my little mind. Lastly, I just want to thank all of you who have enjoyed and followed me on this ride. I've enjoyed it so much. You guys are awesome. You got this to be liked, over 2,000 follows, over 1,000 favorited, and over 1,000 reviews. Thank you so much. Pages, Fan fictions of Lunabelle Marauder Knight, 356,667,694,408,830. This is a page I made. Has pics, will have videos that have inspired me. Every time I update a story, I post up the new chapter there. I update you guys one what's what, and I have pictures of baby, kid Avengers. Please like. If copy and paste doesn't work, I have a link on my profile.